Welcome to finals day of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar, and we are going to have an amazing day awarding gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals, and of course the elusive team trophy. Mitch, you ready?
I am. Are you ready, Bo?
Oh man, I was ready earlier this morning. Let's do this thing. We're looking at the pier. Boats are loaded. And we're going to start out with 3 rounds of semifinals here early in the morning, 8 o'clock start. And we're going to start with semifinal number 1 in the men's stand division. We're just moments away from getting underway here. Surfers are out in the water. Roberto Pino from Brazil will be in red. Eddie Klang, former world champ from Israel in white. Takuya Yamamoto from Japan in yellow. And Balder Vallejos from Costa Rica.
Yeah, and Roberto in red, easily the favorite going into this. He spoke to him a couple days ago, Bo, and he was pretty serious when it came to actually competing in this event. He's here for gold, and he won't settle for anything else. But when it comes to all 3 other competitors in the water, I mean, they're looking for a gold medal themselves too.
Totally. You're right. So, again, we're going to start with the men's stand semifinals. We're just waiting for the judges to give us the clearance to get underway there. Then we'll move into semifinals of the men's prone division 1. And then our final semifinals of the morning will be the men prone 2 semis. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll get underway with our finals with women's kneel, men's kneel, wave ski, women's visually impaired, men's visually impaired, men's stand 3, women's prone 2, and all the prone divisions and all the stand divisions. And we'll end up, with the men's stand 1 final. And then the award ceremony right here in La Jolla Shores.
It's going to be an excellent day of competition because we've had some really fun conditions in the first 3 days of the event, but it's clean today, it's glassy. We got an incoming tide, which is going to be a high tide around 1 p.m.
Yeah, around 1 or 2
1
o'clock.
or 2, yeah. It pushes back, half an hour every single day. So we're seeing at a high tide, waves are close to the shore, conditions are still usually clean around that midday, and it does seem like we still have some swell on offer. So that's why we're finishing today. We're not finishing tomorrow because it seems like swell was going to drop quite considerably. And I got to tell you, Bo, it's been a really nice first 3 days. I'm looking forward to day number 4.
Yeah, well, this is where it all happens today. So we're looking over at the conditions right now. Wow, 2 to 3 feet. Come on, boys.
You got to talk to Kevin Wallace at Surfline about that.
Yeah. I got to there we
Oh!
go. Thanks, boys. Maybe even go a little lower, No, I'm doing. But the air temperature, the water temperature is dead on.
Yeah, it's almost even, and a big thing to consider. They changed swell height again, but
thank you.
swell direction and the consistency of the swell intervals at 14 seconds. So that's huge. It means that it's going to be cleaner intervals. We're actually not seeing wind swell like we did see on the first day of competition. So it's going to mean that when these waves do come through, walls are just going to be clean as they can possibly be.
We're still waiting for the horn and the signals from our judges. Aloha and welcome to finals day of the world titles for adaptive surfing, the Paris Surfing World Championships here being brought to you by Amp Surf. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar. We got Brad J. and Roy Tuscany on standby too. The 4 of us are going to give you all the information and all the play-by-play and all the excitement that these guys have. And, everybody's got a story, and we've been trying to tell those stories to you, and it's been fun meeting everybody and telling their stories.
Yeah, and understanding that everybody's story is absolutely different too. You have people from South Africa that could tell you one thing, and people from Israel like Adi Klang, who have a completely different story. And he's a joker. You guys were calling him the Riddler yesterday. I agree with it. He's got the kind of Jim Carrey look too.
Yeah.
But it's been spectacular getting to know everybody on a personal level and not just on a professional level, because that's really what you want to get to know. You want to get all the info out of them as possible.
There's Addy. He winning the Division AS1 back in 2017. Now he's in a different division, the Stand 2, and I like the classifications they have adopted for this year in 2020. And you know, everything's a learning experience. 5 years from now, we may have even more separation and divisions.
Yeah, and the good thing is that if he ends up winning gold medal in this division, it will count as a separate classification. So he can go home and say he's a world champion in 2 different categories, which will be pretty cool and awesome if he does. And dude, Israel's kind of got a little contingency going on worldwide. Anat Lior, she qualified for the Olympic Games. In the female division, and who else? Eitan Osborne's competing for Israel now, and Adi Klein. I mean, he's going to be the next one. He could go twice for gold here.
Well, here he goes. He's in position out the back. Let's see what he's going to do here. Stroking in. He's got the plane, and he's up and riding. Getting that momentum forward, taking it this wave to the right. Nice clean. Tags it once. And he'll kick out here. So one turning it. Look how shallow it is.
So first wave of the entire morning, of entire finals day. As a judge, you got to be aware that you're going to see some really good surfing, because everybody that's in finals day competition should and can know how to surf. You know, so it's like, what are you going to throw out as the first score of the day? This is really where you're going to set the scale as far as conditions go, too. And look at this. Roberto seemed like he was going on his backhand too. This was when Adi was up and riding. And Pino just using those rails super well. That board looks crispy. And then Adi on his forehand. He gains speed with that little pet of the kitty and then goes up into the lip. I like it, but you just got to look at what Roberto's doing and what Adi's doing.
Yeah, here's a different angle. See, working down the line. Tags it. Then the closeout. So we'll be standing by for scores. First of Adi Klang in the white, and first of red, Roberto.
Yeah, and Roberto's come in as a pretty significant score to start things off.
I'm not surprised. 6-1-7 to open up the lead into right now. Here we go, yellow, Yamamoto.
Yeah, Rikiya, here he goes on his forehand. Oh, just loses his balance right there when he was going to the top, but dude, this is a big opportunity for somebody like Yamamoto, who's possibly looking at being a member of the Olympic team in Japan. Maybe not as an actual athlete, but maybe being on the coaching staff, maybe being as a supporter there. So you kind of want to shine a little bit here, make it into the final and say like, hey, you know, you see I got a medal from this last event at the World Championships. You want to include me on your team?
2.67 for Adi, and for Yamamoto, a 1.33. So no waves yet for our Costa Rican surfer. He'll have first priority in blue, white second priority, red third priority.
And Jason Shiwata said hello, Bo.
Shibots?
Yeah, Bots.
Love Shibots.
And the reason I mentioned Bots is because he not only gave a shout out to the Hawaii surf team, but he is, you know, first generation Hawaiian, Japanese Hawaiian.
Totally.
And you've seen the influence growing up in Hawaii of Japanese people on the Hawaiian Islands that, you know, you see their technique, and it's just getting way more prowess with the power of the waves over there.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're going to show you the difference between the rights and the lefts, because we're seeing Adi really go after those rights, and we saw Roberto go after the lefts.
Yeah, so a little slower is the right, and as you can see, Roberto's just driving off of his rails. It seems like the bar is actually set up better for the left. So I like his strategy personally. That would be the wave that I'd be sitting on right now. And if you see it from our perspective right now on screen, you can't see 2 peaks of the left. There's actually 2 separate peaks. Roberto's on the further one down north, or up north, excuse me, and then Adi is closer to the right on the other side. So that's right where Adi caught his right. There's another peak for a left too, but Roberto's just kind of sitting on his own over there.
Here we go, Yamamoto up and riding. Currently open up with a 1.33, better ride here. Nice carving turns. It seems like when he gets on that left side of his rail, he finds balance problems.
He does, and I think a big thing too is that the rights, you're going up against the grain too. So it's always coming towards you instead of you being in favor with it. Like you're not playing into your strengths when you're going right now. And Roberto, whoa! Dang, that's going to be a keeper score. Nice use of the rails. Hit the lip when he engaged. And that second one, a little bit of a variation and spice in that second maneuver. That's going to be a large combo.
Just love his precision, his attack, his repertoire that he has. Let's watch up above from the drone shot. Gaining board speed, bottom turn, drives off the top. Look at the spray he generates one more time in the closeout section. Wow. So 2 different maneuvers, pretty much the same. One on the open face, one on the closeout. Here's another angle.
Yeah, he went to in and out and got a double-double with onions and a shake. That's the combo he was looking for.
He got 2 scoops rice there.
Dude, he played lunch kind.
Yeah, he went to rainbows. All right. Well, that's going to be a great score. And there it is, a 7.0. All right. This man's been quiet.
Look at him. Here he goes again.
Ah, another little sneaker wave on the paddle back out.
And here's Blue. Valdir Vallejos from Costa Rica. They were fired up in the competitors area before the event started.
Yeah.
That's going to be his opener. Decent ride.
Noticing the 2 longboarders, 2 shortboarders in this heat. With this extreme low tide bottoming out right now, the longboarders having a hard time with their waves.
Yeah, well, it's easier to catch them. It's just harder to maneuver when it's so dumpy like this. You know, on a lower tide, you want something where you can really push off of your rails. On a longboard, unless it's kind of a fat wave, it's going to be way easier to push off of your rails.
All right, Roberto going back to his backhand when he opened up this heat. Nice floater off the top.
Looking like D'Souza there on the backhand. Remember that one year in Rio?
Eddie Klang down on the right again, generating board speed. Good carving turns. He's happy and satisfied with his performance there. Look, it's knee deep right there on the end of the wave.
Well, if I'm being completely honest, this heat is a battle for second place. You know, Roberto's taking the lead by a long shot, got the 7, got a 6-1-7, and Adi's just got to defend that second spot. He was a champion in a separate division now that we have more classifications, but that means that he's going to be facing higher level of competition due to that, you know, extended classification period. So it's going to be a tough one as far as like taking the lead in this heat. Maybe you can go in with a different strategy in the final and play more to an actual tactical game. But right now, you should be defending the number 2 spot.
Well, in this new classification as Stand Min 2, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, short stature, or leg length difference, that is this category.
So that's where Roberto comes in, is that he has a statistical commonality with all other surfers in this division. And look at him. He even sprayed the water there. He's like, let me get another wave. Dude, he's for real.
Oh, man.
I wouldn't even want to face him in a QS or anything.
I'm not surprised he's not wearing a suit and tie because he's so serious.
Dude, he's gnarly. He's here to take care of business.
Yeah, he's on the mission, and he could achieve it today.
And here's Blue. Vallejos. That's going to be his best wave. Nice maneuver off the top. Gets the connection. Maybe looking for one more. Not going to get it, but still, good opener. And we're talking about that battle for second place. He doesn't need much to move up into second. A 2.87. Let's see the beach angle.
Yeah. Chicos.
He's got some pipes on him.
Oh, my God. He's got a long day. Valdar was in the AS1 division last year, 9th place.
Yeah.
For Costa Rica.
And Valdir is like a guy who likes to surf heavier water waves too, you know, Guanacaste, those areas in Hermosa and Jaco. He knows what he's doing.
All right, Yamamoto, one quick ride right there, 11:24. All heats today, semis and finals, will be in that 20-minute format. 25 wave max. Surfer will be judged on a 0 to 10 point scale from our 5 judges on the panel from around the world. Addy Klang, here he goes, up and riding. This is going to be wave number 3 for Addy. A pair of 2s. He needs to push up the momentum here, and there he goes. Little rock and roll up and down the face of the wave there.
Probably going to do it, too. And you saw that little fist pump at the end. He's stoked on it.
Well, he needs at least a 317 to break the combo. Here we go. Valdir going on his backhand. You can see where his prosthetic leg in the front a little bit stiffer. So his back leg, his right leg, a little bit more flexible.
That wasn't as bad. That's for
Yeah.
sure going to be a keeper. But I think the only difference, if I were a judge right now, I'd be looking at the size and the shape of the board that Adi Klang in white and Baldir Vallejos and Rikiya Yamamoto are riding. Adi Klang's riding a more traditional short board. Vallejos and Yamamoto are riding something that one would consider at least a fun board, you know? So
Yeah, this is more of a fun board design, but I like what he's doing here. He's generating board speed. He's keeping moving. That's what the judges want to see here.
and got up into the lip too. But look at Vallejos. Like, there was length of ride, which doesn't count too much into the criteria, but you know, when he gains speed right here, he does the one click at the end, and it was a really nice bottom turn too. So maybe he didn't spray as much. It's for sure going to be his best score, but compared to Pino's and Klang's, how high are you going to go on the actual score?
Kenjiro Ito getting ready for his semifinal heat. Team Japan down there.
He ripped yesterday.
Oh my God, he was amazing. And he's from Chiba, where the Olympics are going to be.
Shita Beach.
And I even asked him during the interview yesterday, how exciting is it going to be at your home beach surfing Olympics are going to be there? And he's very excited.
Especially supporting
Exactly.
your local boys.
Yeah.
Shun Murakami, watch out for that kid. I'm telling you right now, he could be a sleeper, and all of a sudden he's knocking out one of the top seeds.
Yeah, Shun's got a lot of talent, and Japan has really stepped up their game. And in fact, 5 more spots for the men, 7 more spots for the women are up for grabs coming in May at the World Surfing Games down in El Salvador.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Only 2 people in both men and women can qualify for the actual Olympic Games, correct?
Per country.
For the same country.
Yeah, so the United States already has their quota. Brazil already has their quota. France already has their quota.
So say
Australia.
Japan, in example for Japan, Kanoa and Shun actually don't have their spots completely confirmed yet. So say
No,
a
they
Hiroto, but what if Hiroto Ohara or Hiroto Arai step in and rise up to the occasion in El Salvador? No, they can't get dropped down.
No, but they already qualified through the World Surfing Games last year.
Okay.
So they earned their spot last year.
So now you just have to compete. It's like just competing in this event, showing
Yes.
up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So no Americans, no Japanese surfers can qualify. Okay, so I'm being told right now from Jay Johnson that the 2020 World Games has precedence over the 2019 World Games.
Dude, so that means that John, brother, they could lose out to Kelly, and Kelly could sneak in.
Did not know that.
Ah.
Thank you.
So just to see. So I'm getting info in my ear too.
Okay, I got the list here. I'll bring up the list.
Ooh. All right.
Okay, so these are the qualifiers from the 2019 ISA World Surfing Games in Japan last year. Shun Murakami, Ramsey Bakayam, Billy Sterman, and Federico Marias, okay? On the women's side, it was Shino Matsuda, Annette Lenore, Bianca Butendag, and Ella Williams. Okay, so the 2020 World Games could move them out. Interesting.
So that's why they're only provisionally qualified.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
I thought they were Garen's Ball Barons in.
Oh, look at that barrel. Pino, what? Gets the claim too.
Oh, we got to see that one again.
You've done the Pipe Masters for what, 30 years? And you should get a spot in the Invitational.
Hey, I want to see him at the Pipe Pro, the Vulcan.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
If it's backdoor, I think he has a shot, actually.
Here we go, out the back, Yamamoto. Nice clean section, here he goes.
Oh, man. He's got to finish one of those ones.
Well, Ali Lang has now broken the combination in second place, a 3.83 and a 3.6, now needing a 9.34 to go to first. A 7, a 6.17. It looks like Roberto could be placing one of those scores.
Oh, for sure. Doesn't seem like he's going to do it on the barrel, but he had the one turn just a bit ago where he went up, straight up into the lip, released the fins, almost caught that one, and he knows that when he's not in priority order, he can really paddle for anything he wants if none of the other 3 surfers actually want it. But here's the barrel. Like, he takes off, sets up, look at him stall, nice positioning, and gives the claim afterwards. I love it. And then, you know, as we said previously, you know, he's just in such control that and you saw him even smile afterwards.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've seen him smile all event. And then Valdir with another, you know, wave that could potentially go into his best score. He'd be looking for another one, though, because Adi Klang is comfortably in second position right now. Vallejos needs to get something in the 4 range, and time's winding down.
Yeah, there we go. The critical 5-minute warning to the surfers out in the water. There we go. Roberto again, going to look on his backhand this time. Generating board speed. Nice carving turn to open up. Second maneuver down the line. Looking for combination. Third whack. He likes it. Come on, give it to me.
Dude, just give him the gold medal already. He's fired up. He's stoked. And
okay, so for the barrel ride, 3.1.
He got a 3.1, and if we're talking about a combination of major maneuvers, this is it. The first one straight up into the lip, gets the second down carve, and then the third one again releases the fins, and he's going to get something that's going to be even better than his high 7.
Man, these guys are catching a lot of waves. Already
Yeah, they are.
8 waves for Roberto.
Imagine being a judge right now.
Yeah. I hung out in the judges' tower yesterday, Mitch, just to see how these guys work. You know, I know how the QS guys work and the CT guys work, and I always like to get a feel so I can, you know, come back and tell the crowd and tell the audience, you know, what's going on. And these guys, a lot of communication, going to video when they need to, not all the time, but constant communication and comparison of other rides during the heat.
Yeah, and you want to be able to get the... So Vallejos riding that longer board, sometimes it impedes him from actually getting up into the lip a little bit quicker than Adi Klang. And here he goes. You know, speak of the Riddler, he's up and riding again.
Yeah.
Oh!
Digs in the rail, goes down. Roberto Pino, a 7.4.
And here he's going again.
Still pulling out all of his tricks.
So he already dropped a couple 7s. What are you going to do now? You got to give him like a 13 or at least a 12, you know? He's just on fire. Like, he doesn't know when to stop.
Yeah, and then he's put Eddie back into combination maneuver again, needing a 14.4. So like you said, the battle for second place. All right. Can Valdir get a 4.43? Can Yamamoto get a 5.43?
Absolutely, but they need to be on a quality wave. And now you're looking at 2 minutes and 20. Who's in priority? Yamamoto seems like he's kind of interested in this one. He's going to let Vallejos go, though. And it seems like he might be going left on this. He did get his best score on the left.
All right, let's watch the attack here on this backhand. Needing to get that board. Now he's got the rhythm. He's got the momentum right here.
Oh, he missed it. He missed it. He got a little off balance, Bo, right before he wanted to go to the lip.
But I like the attempt there.
Yeah.
Time ticking down.
Good use of priority, too.
150 remaining. White with first priority. All right. Let's keep an eye on Yamamoto.
Well,
his situation now, needing a 5.43 with just about 90 seconds to go in third priority.
He paddled for a wave, so he was in priority number 1. He paddled for something and went all the way down to number 3, so you can't afford to make those mistakes in these last 90 seconds, Bo. It could have cost him, but Vallejos a little bit further open. Roberto doesn't even need to block him, and he still could. But if I were Vallejos, I'd just drop in on him. I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen? Get an interference, but it's do or die right now.
Okay, here we go. Adi Klang with 1 minute on the clock. He has first priority. Here we go. Blue with fourth priority. He goes. He knows he needs a score.
Under 60 seconds. And look at Yamamoto looking at this left, too. Is it going to bull up? Doesn't seem so. 50 seconds. You got to be moving right now. You got to be looking for anything that'll possibly break.
40 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Valdir with fourth priority. He's going to pull the lever. He's going to go. He's going to go right on his forehand. Got to get that board moving. And he goes down. 25 seconds.
Tried to bottom turn a little bit too early. And when he actually did get to the section, his board started flipping over. And he was close too. 4.43 isn't a large score. It's attainable. But ladies and gents, Adi Klang held on to that number 2 spot all heat long.
In the final seconds, Roberto coming in for a victory lap. Mission accomplished. Adi Klang back into the final for the check-in here. 3rd time in a row.
Congratulations.
And Roberto.
That's big.
For his first time.
Well, you know, we were speaking about favorites going into the first semifinal. Roberto is the clear favorite out of both. I mean, dropping a 14-point heat total in the first heat of the entire morning. Good job to both men.
All right, we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, semifinal number 2 of the 2020 AMP ISA World Para Surfing Competition Championships. We'll see you right back after this.
My name is JP Vaudry from South Africa. So my accident happened on the 23rd of May 2009, and I was shooting a wedding, and I decided to take my motorbike. It was such a beautiful evening. Just before I got home, 2 kilometers from my house, someone ran a stop street, hit and run, never been found. When the surgeon told me that he was going to take my leg, the very first thing I thought of was, am I going to surf again? Unless you've actually been there, it's hard to digest, you know, what you can and can't do. But I mean, I was a surfer before my accident, and I wanted to carry on being a surfer, stand-up surfer that is. And I think that's what inspired me to get going. Friends and family said, you know, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I decided to go the other route. I got all my friends, all the media, surfing magazines. They all were there on the beach waiting to see like what would happen with my first wave. I had many quiet moments in the changing rooms, getting ready as everyone was in anticipation. I'm proud to say I got up on my very first wave. I can't even express the feeling, and haven't looked back since. Once you get that first wave, anything's possible. But my friends say I surf better now than before. I'm just chasing life, really, and I start my day with a surf. I spend as much time with my family as possible, just because it could all go in a second, and I want to know that I've got no regrets.
There's the man himself right there on that piece, JP. What an inspirational story.
Yeah, and how's the fact that he even admitted that his friends were saying that he surfs better now than his accident? He's a jokester, but, you know, he's coming to win it.
Yeah, Philippe Minard from France, yellow, JP Vaudry in white, Jiro Ito in red, and Carter Hess had a priority situation yesterday with an interference, but still making semifinals. Congratulations, Carter. Well earned into today's second semifinal.
Yeah, big points for Team USA with this semifinal right now with Carter Hess in the water. And, you know, talking to JP Vaudry the other day, he said that not only is this a huge opportunity for him to compete in a world championship, but it's a getaway to, you know, get back on the competitive scene after he actually, you know, lost one of his legs. It's something crucial to him to actually continue to surf. And he said, a stand-up surfer. I could have went to the Neil division. I could have been a prone surfer. No, I want to keep standing and, you know, surfing waves like J-Bay. He can still do that.
That's his passion, you know. A 7th place in 2017, a 5th place showing here in 2018. You can see him, he's staircasing, wanting to make the final.
Yep, and he's close to it. Semifinal right now, you got 17:30. No real scores on the board so far from anyone, so it's a large opportunity. And as you can see from this drone shot, all 4 surfers within really close proximity. You know, if I were competing right now, I'd kind of want to open myself up a little bit more. I wouldn't want to be as congested as these 4 gentlemen are right now.
All right, here we go. Carter Hess from Team USA on his first wave. Finds a small closeout on the inside. So that'll give priority now to the man in red, Kenjiro. You see him on screen along with white, JP. So White may lose his priority situation. A 1.13 for Carter as he opens up.
Yeah, and if he already stood up, if White already stood up, he will go back into number 3 or 4 in priority. And this is Hess's opener, 1.13. Short thing to open up. Might be just, wanting to get his feet on the wax. But here's a good opportunity for JP.
All right, down the line. Here he goes, generating board speed. One tag on that closeout section. Kajiro, here we go, his first wave.
Yeah, and good user priority there too. Really nice pumps. Oh, I probably would have wanted to get up into the lip on that first section. Still making it around though. And he's going to pet the kitty to finish things off here on his opening ride so far. And now Carter maybe looking at this one again. 15:50 to go, lots of time. Now Philippe Nod, and the lone goofy footer in this heat, so this could be good for him is when it comes down to comparison of scores. When you have 3 regular footers or 3 goofy footers against 1 regular footer, it becomes obvious what is more difficult and what is not.
Okay, a little bit dig in the nose there for Carter Hess. Let's go down and check in with Brad J. and Roy. Excuse me.
Good morning, Mitchell and Bo. You got Roy on the beach here. We are with last heat winner in the semifinals, moving on in the number 1 position. What were the waves like out there this morning?
Ele quer saber como estavam as ondas hoje pela manhã.
Estava pouco menor, mas estava bastante alinhado, abrindo as ondas, pouco mais em pé, facilita muito o surfista andar na onda. E as condições é isso mesmo.
It was shorter, but the waves were very good today, and he can get the line very well.
So far, Roberto has been the number 1 out of every single heat. Does he think that he'll continue that into the finals?
Você acha que você foi primeiro nas 2 primeiras baterias? Você acha que continua primeiro na final?
Eu vim em busca do ouro. Meu objetivo maior na minha vida é levar esse ouro para casa, para o Brasil, para Pernambuco. Vim treinando bastante. Em 2017 não consegui levar o ouro, mas eu tô muito focado e, se Deus quiser, primeiro lugar.
He's training a lot for more than 30 years, so he aimed this for his life.
With over 30 years of experience in the water, we're going to see what Roberto does in the finals. Back to you guys in the booth, Bo and Mitchell. Thank you guys. Congratulations, my man. Congratulations.
There's the smile, there's the shaka. Yeah, he knows. He's just now 1 heat away from possibly being a world champion.
Yeah, and a little bit of translation for that. He was focused, dude. I mean, he was saying that he wants to do it for his hometown of Pernambuco. He's been doing it for more than 30 years. He said that waves are kind of lined up, so it is tricky to find those corners. He found him, though, and he said that the only thing on his mind is that gold. He was coming close in 2017. He wants it this year.
Yeah. Yeah, he made the final in 2017, placing 4th, winning the copper medal. Here we go. Kenjiro Ito. Can he get to that open face opportunity as this wave gets growing smaller on the inside section?
So I believe that was his 2nd scoring ride so far, and this is the replay of Philippe. A 3.6, nice combo. Good open face. And now Carter on his backhand. This was another one where, a little bit too much of his weight on the front foot. And now JP, good tag. And that's going to be a complete maneuver, so he's going to be taking control of this heat.
Yeah, 2.53, 1.5 for JP right now. But that 3.6 so far, the highest score for Philippe. Well, Kramer just came down, our contest director, and gave us the potential team possibilities out of our 22 teams, nations that are here. And the top team right now is sitting at number 1, Team Spain. Now, this is based on if they win all these golds, and we have so many divisions, so many categories, both men and women. But we can tell you the top 5 teams right now are Spain, the United States, Brazil, Hawaii, and France.
And South Africa closely in 6th place behind them. Japan after that.
Costa Rica 8, Australia 9, Argentina 10.
So the thing that you want to look for the most when it comes to the team competition is consistency of results. Who's going to have the team with the most finalists, the most medalists? And if you are the team with the most finalists, what are they placing in those finals? If they're placing 1 and 2, then you're most likely going to win. If they're placing 3 and 4, there's still a possibility that a team with only 3 finalists, if they do win all 3 gold medals, they could still beat you.
Yeah, it's very top heavy on the points.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll keep you posted. There's the Spanish flag. How exciting would it be for Team Spain to win the gold medal for a team?
It would be huge. You know, in El Salvador during the stand-up games, we saw France win, and Spain was super close, you know, in the top 4 spots. I think they have, you know, a good chance, but I think what it would do more for the sport of surfing within the country is what would be the biggest thing. You know, I think they already have some killers on the QS. Vicente Romero, Aritz Aramburu, who's a former CT surfer. Leticia Canales Bilbao, she just made the semis and in the Challenger Series in Manly. So if they were to win, which is a large possibility, I think it would be immense for the sport of surfing within their own country.
It would just build the momentum and the pride and team for all the other disciplines. Here we go. Kenjiro Ito now on his 2nd wave.
And Ito up again, needing a 2.88. Gets a little stuck. Gets the hit, though. It's not going to be complete, but, you know, he's got the momentum going. It's only his 2nd wave caught, and we're halfway through the heat, so he might want to get a little bit more busy because the heat's wide open so far, Bo.
He could have easily given up on that wave.
Yep. He could have kicked out from the beginning.
Exactly. But he kept with it, and he found that hit at the end.
Almost completed it, too, and you know, the only significant score of this heat so far is that 4.33 from JP. Everything else is a 3 or less.
Well, JP's found a nice backhand wave, but it's going to shut down on him. Here we go in yellow. Philippe, who had the lead until JP scored that 4.33. So the battle again for 1st and 2nd, getting into the final. Coming up later. Coming up in our next round, we're going to have the Men Prone 1 semifinals.
And perhaps, say, Nod doesn't get the 4.11 that he needs, but he's for sure going to better the 1.6. So Ito and Hess are going to have a tougher time getting the requirements that they need to move up in the number 2 spot. And awaiting scores, judges are going to review that wave of yellow to see where it fits in. But it's going to be a decent wave. Here's the replay. Straight up into the lip. Like, he literally just stood up and went to the turn. Nice bottom turn, though. Slid the fins a little bit, too. And this is going to be the biggest comparison because this is the highest wave of the heat so far. 4.33 from JP. Nice click on the backhand. Had to pet the kitty a little bit. And then he went right and went up into the leap. Oh, so this was the 4.33. The previous one was 3.37. So those are his top 2 waves. But look at that. Philippe does better.
Yeah, he sure does. Now just needing a 4.11. So that puts Kajiro from Japan needing a 4.2. Carter Hess from the United States now needing a 5.06.
And, you know, same thing. Not that big of a score as a 4.2 nor a 5.06, but Hess is the one that needs to get busier because even his top score is still in the 1 range. So you kind of want to get, if you're not getting the 5.06, you got to get at least something in the high 2s, mid 3s, because if you do get the 5.06, say he does, what about your backup score? That means that the requirement for the person that'll drop to 3rd and possibly 4th, they're not going to need more than a 2, maybe a 3 to put you back out or back into that number 3 spot.
All right, 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Paris Surfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores. Finals day. We condense our schedule due to the current situation and also due to the lack of surf forecast coming up for tomorrow. And Ichiban Ito now pulling off his best ride. I like the combination. He's been working on his backhand his last 2 waves. This time he went on his forehand.
And that was clutch. It was clutch, looking like Kobe on game day. And Kenjiro, for sure, I think this is going to be...
This is a game changer.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it was a split of the peak. JP went left, so this could be an important wave for JP if Ito does get the score. Little hit right there. Don't know if it's going to be complete or not, but look at this. As you said, gain speed from the beginning, and look at the way he projects down the line, gets the one hit, and gets the little foam climb at the end, too. So that's a combination, and it was a tough wave to surf.
Could be the best wave score of this heat.
I would think so. I would think so. Really nice projection down the line. Gained speed well.
That was 3 maneuvers, and JP had that one big snap for the 4.33.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's going to be at least close to the 4.33. Maybe a little under, maybe a little over, but it's going to be right there. Say he needs the 4.2. Does he get it? I would have to say so.
Okay, 5:45 remaining. Judges conferring right now, so we're anticipating a game-changing score here for Red. And what does he get?
Woo, 4.3 just gets it. And now Nod in the number 3 spot again. And look at the comparison, Bo. So JP goes straight up into the lip, but I love the speed on the projection that Kenjiro got down the line. I thought it was just beautiful the way he actually carried that speed throughout the entire wave.
All right, yellow with priority here. And up and down for Philippe. So now, check this out, Mitch. 0.1 separating going into the finals and being eliminated. Kenjiro Ito with a 6.63. Felipe Nod with a 6.53. So what does Philippe need now?
He doesn't need much, a 3.04. It can be a one-hit wonder wave, just like the one he had on his 3.6. But if I were Ito right now in priority number 2, I'd be scratching for anything that would better that 2.33. But look at Nod, he's not going down.
All right, let's watch Philippe here. Down the line, good
Ooh.
carving turn on his forehand, second. Generating one more third and kicks out. That could be the wave that gets him back into the top 2.
Boy, we got a heat on our hands, don't we?
Oh my God, when you're splitting hairs this close. All right, let's watch this wave again.
Okay, so what you got to be thinking right now, is this enough to bring Red back down to 3rd? Nice combo, nice flow, but where's there a major maneuver in that sequence? I would have to say no. So is it enough to bring Red back down to the number 3 spot? It doesn't seem so.
And Philippe gets a 2.8, so the judges said it was under the requirement. So not even in his wave count, because his low score right now is a 2.93. Still needing that 3.04. So he's got to go back out and regroup, and he'll have 4th priority once he gets back out in the lineup.
And there it is. You saw him automatically get that number 4 priority once he crosses that imaginary line that the priority judge sees. And he's in a tough spot. A 3.04 isn't much. He needs to get busy. You know, 3 minutes, you could catch at least 2 waves in that time. Especially with the short paddle up. Oh, that's something that you really need to look at. Can I get to my feet in time and then get back out in 20 seconds and possibly catch another wave?
Well, Carter Hess needs a good average score of a 5.16. He's holding down a pair of ones. Goes on the attempt there. Now he goes back to 4th priority once he gets back out to the lineup. 3 minutes remaining.
And look at how smooth and calm Kenjiro Ito looks right now. Holding down priority number 1. Isn't even paddling over to Philippe Nod to block him. And to me, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I'd be hustling over there right now. And JP's just like, well, I'm in the box seat. You know, everybody's trying to catch up to me. But that doesn't mean I'm not a little nervous because our score differentials aren't by that much.
Well, red and yellow can pass JP on their next rides.
They could. They could.
Anything's possible here.
Even blue. If blue gets a 7, he'll go all the way up into 1st.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Ito-san. Taking a look here. Also, Philippe on the corner with 3rd priority. Stroking in. Let's watch Philippe. No,
Ooh.
that wave didn't offer the potential there. Wisely kicks out. 2 minutes remaining.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. This is a much closer heat than the last one, that's why. I mean, because...
Well, everyone was comboed out of 1st there, so the battle was for 2nd, and 2nd was pretty much secured.
Yeah, and like I want to go back to the fact that Carter still has a chance here. Like
Yes.
if Blue gets a wave, he could get it. And here's Ito. Oh, that was a split of the peak, him and Philippe. And look at the
Yeah.
frustration right there. He knew that was a missed opportunity, just trying to better a 2-3-3. I'm still surprised he's not hustling over to Philippe, even if he has lower priority than him. At least put some pressure on him.
There's no need to. There's no need to. That's why you have priority, to eliminate the hassling and the blocking and the defense.
So you don't have to hassle him, but at least let him know that you're there,
Well,
like to show him.
He knows he's there. It's just so small right now.
And look at him.
Frustrated.
Does he even know he's in second right now?
He does know a little English.
Once he gets to the beach, and if he's still in second,
Yeah.
once he gets to the beach, he's going to be happy.
All right, here we go. 1/10 of a point. Final seconds.
Whoa.
Here we go, Philippe.
Oh, I think this might be the Dream Crusher.
All right, was that a 3:04 or better? 25 seconds remaining. And here's the answer back. Okay, so judges will be scoring Philippe. He's a 3:04.
Did you see one of the members of Team France praying?
No. Here we go. Oh, Blue, I believe, had priority over red.
It seemed that way. That's what we had on our screen.
Yeah. Blue, first priority. Red, second priority. Time is over.
And look at France. Look at France.
France gets the score. Needing a 3:04. Philippe gets a 3:53 and goes into the final.
Dude, what a heat.
Oh, my God.
What a heat.
Yeah, and you said something's going to happen at the end.
Yeah, I told you, at least get over there. At least get over there. Put some pressure on him.
No, but Philippe was calm, cool, collected. He didn't stress out, and he knew he needed a score, and he had like 3 attempts at it, right?
He went Derek Fisher on everybody.
Oh, totally. Well, stick around. More exciting surfing action. We're going to move into the semifinals of the Men's Prone Division 1. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships from La Jolla.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
And we are back. 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Brad J. Roy Tuscany on the side. Roy, I tell you what, man, we got a big heat coming up, but we saw a big heat in the water right there.
Yeah, in the yellow jersey there, that is Philippe Nod of France, who on the last wave of that heat just came from 3rd to 2nd and will be moving on into the final. What a buzzer beater there that he really just put together, knocking out Kenjiro Ito of Japan. So from that heat, JP Vidor and Philip Nod moving on from the Stand 2 divisions into the finals.
Well, let's talk about this one. Bruno Hansen is going to be representing on this one, a 4-time gold medalist, and he'll be in the red. Nicolas Gallegos from Argentina in the white, Marcos Tapia in yellow from Spain, and Daniel Nell, South Africa, rounding out our top 4 here. This is a big heat, and there's a look at Bruno Hansen. He's taking a look at this one.
He's going to be really selective today of the waves that he's going on. Yellow wave here.
This is Marcos Tapia here from Spain. A quick up and down, and that's going to be the first scored wave of this heat.
Here we go, Bruno Hansen in red, Brad.
Yep, he's going to kind of do a little foam climb there, kind of a little floater, makes it down the line a little bit farther on that one.
Now, Brad, looking out in the ocean today, we're actually seeing what looks like a pretty calm surface. We're not seeing so much wind blowing onto these waves.
I think that's key to getting some clean face height to work with. As you see, Daniel Nell from South Africa getting one. So all of our competitors looks like getting one, but clean conditions helping out. Surf not helping out so much, being in that 1 to 2 level, but you never know because those sneaker sets come in, and if you're in the right place at the right time, all it takes is a good score to help your cause out. 2 top waves are the ones to do it. Right now with the men's Prone 1 semifinals in the water. 2 heats in this, the top 2. We'll move on to the finals later on today.
You know, 3 of the 4 in this are actually the heat winners from round 1 and 2.
Best of the best, right?
So we've got 3 heat winners in here. And then Daniel Nell ended up 3rd in one of his heats, but he had a high enough score that pushed him forward because it was the top 8 combination of your best 2 scores that got you into these semifinals. But in this heat alone, we have 3 heat winners, and we have this guy named Bruno Hansen who's won this event every year since its existence.
So is all the pressure on Bruno Hansen right now, Roy?
The thing that we heard yesterday in a conversation from the beach with Bruno was that what he's seeing is he has the largest competitor division. There are 19 competitors in this division, and a lot of them that are in the top right now weren't even here in 2018 when he competed. So new faces are showing up. So if he wants to continually be Bruno Hansen, the top competitor in this division, it is all on him because as long as he keeps setting the bar, then that bar is set for him to continue to carry on.
And we've had a chance to talk to Bruno Hansen a few times out here over the last 3 days, or day 4 today. And Bruno said himself, he knows people are coming up. He knows that they're making a play to knock him out of that top spot. So he's got to fight twice as hard as he's had to in the past because, like you said, new faces, they're coming in and they're gunning for him, man.
They really are. When you set the precedent, as in you have been a 4-time champion, you've never had anybody else's name on there, you're really the one with the target on your back. They want to dethrone you so that they can disrupt the name recognition that you've really provided for yourselves.
Going to be tough, though. Bruno Hansen, he starts it off with a 5.83. He's only got 1 scored wave, and it's almost a 6 to start things off. Now, we also see a wave out of Gallegos from Argentina. That's a 2.5 for him, and Daniel Nell, South Africa, he's got a 1.5. And Tapia, still waiting for a score. I think he got a wave.
You know, that's going to be a hindrance today. As you can see right now, we've got 4 competitors very close to each other. We don't have a lot of action out in the ocean, and so when the waves come, it's really going to come down to priority. Currently right now, Bruno Hansen has priority, and with him with a 5.83, with him having priority and him getting to select basically the next wave that he decides he wants to take, he's really put everybody else in a potential checkmate right now.
And if you're Bruno Hansen, you want to keep your other competitors pretty close because you are in priority and you don't want something to come down the beach. And if you're the other competitors, I think you'd want to spread out a little bit to kind of make him choose who he's going to sit on.
And I think this is where it really comes down to the difference between, you know, individuals that have surfed for a period of time and not individuals that have gotten into the sport just in the last little bit. Something like you just brought up there is not going to be known by an atypical competitor.
No.
But you can see, like, Nicolas Gallegos, he is far away from Bruno. With Bruno in 1, him in the 3 spot, he knows that his best idea of catching a wave until priority changes is to get away from Bruno.
And he's looking at a little left here. So is Marcos Tapia. They're seeing if they can get a little section. Bruno's going to maybe take a look at the right on this one.
I think Bruno's going to go on this right.
Oh, he is going to get into it. So he's going to kind of fade. Oh, he's going to take the left on this one. Here he goes, driving down the line. Nice off the top there. Little foam climb. 2 maneuvers on that one for Bruno Hansen. That'll be comboed with his 5.83. That'll be his 2-wave score for him.
The arena, as I love that you've called that, these
surf
lower
arena.
tides, you really see how close this venue is and how meticulous you've got to be on the quick chances that you get here. Because if you're not, well then your time's up. The waves here, we're talking 3 to 5 second rides, and when that happens, there's probably about 0.5 to 1 second of open face.
So basically what you're saying, Roy, is if you are going to get your maneuvers in, you want to get them right off the bat, why that wave still has some face height. As we look at Nicholas Gallegos driving down the line here on the right-hander, and he's going to eject out of that one.
Last night I talked to team captain of Team USA, Christian Otter-Bailey, and one of the things the Team USA has done that a lot of other teams, during a lot of the beach interviews, it's something when I'm conversating before we actually go live with them, is how often do you surf in little waves? And the response from every team has been never. And Team USA, however, knowing this break, knowing that sometimes we're going to get conditions like this, have actually trained smaller waves this year, which makes a lot of sense. Bruno Hansen on the replay here. This is Bruno's second wave. Look at him extend up, really dive the tail down to slow so that he can continue on that wave. A couple quick pushes through the whitewash. Now, again, in the yellow here, yellow rider Marcus Tapia from Spain. Now, doesn't really get as much of a wave, gets more whitewash, gets down, dips in. Our rider here from Argentina, Nicholas Gallegos. Nicholas really found the instantaneous first little part of that wave and then does a complete bath into the whitewash as he went away.
So keeping you up to date, what's going on? Scores are starting to fall right now. We only have a score in for each of our competitors, but all of them, I think, pretty much have a second wave each. We'll wait for the judges to calculate those. But I did notice when Marcus Tapia was on that left, Nicholas Gallegos really could have dropped because he had the priority at that point, but he let Marcus Tapia go. He was paddling into it, and then he held back.
Yeah, let's see what happens right here. Now, priority is actually blue. Bruno gives it to him.
You got to do it.
He's right on the peak, too, actually. Daniel Nell here. Look at this.
Oh.
This is one of the more open faces. That's a bummer that he cut off early. If he would have came off the top there and come down.
Yeah, if he could float that section and then use that just to keep going right on top of the whitewater, drop it back in a floater style, that would have been one big pulled maneuver. And he had a little bit of face height to work with. Maybe he just got stuck on that edge, and it just kind of took him out of the way. Let's see.
So here on the replay, the blue jersey, there's what we're talking about. Brad J. Seeing he actually got it, and if he would have dropped off the top there, yeah, it did close out, but that extra maneuver would have easily given him probably 2 to 2.5 more points.
I call that the exclamation point of the ride, man, when you get that in.
I love that. We're still waiting, actually, for scores here. Bruno has 2. Nicholas Gallegos and Marcus Tapia have 2. They have scored 2 for the rider from South Africa.
Look at this. Bruno Hansen, the 4-time gold medalist. He's paddling into this one. Here we go, down the line here on the left. Good turn, a good second turn, driving. He's going to let this thing build for one more here. Oh, and it just gutter breaks on him. Looks like he had to make the decision to kind of drop in, but you saw that wave kind of doubled up and tossed him down to the gutter.
But he did exactly what the competitor from South Africa didn't do.
Yeah.
He dropped the exclamation point as he finished right there. He
Gotta
went
have
up
it.
on the top. Here's a bigger wave. Actually, we haven't seen a wave really of this height yet. Yellow jersey right here, Marcus Tapia. Again, the difference that we're seeing between Bruno and the other competitors in this division is the amount of time that Bruno is negotiating the wave and really knowing how they go.
Veteran knowledge right there. Well, we got Mitchell down there, but what a great heat that was. The heat before this, it was a buzzer beater. Let's send things down to Mitchell on the beats. Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Philippe Nod, runner-up in Semi-2 in the last heat. It was a nail-biter, Philippe. What were you thinking? What was your train of thought while you were out there in the last 60 seconds when you got the score?
C'était quoi ton état d'esprit sur les dernières 60 secondes? C'était tellement tendu sur la dernière partie de la série.
J'avais une pression folle. Je voyais que j'avais pas la priorité. Je l'aurais plus. Il restait plus qu'une minute. Du coup, je me suis décalé un petit peu. Et par chance, il y a une vague qui a levé devant moi. Et je l'ai pris, je l'ai scoré. Et du coup, ça m'a fait passer premier, quoi. Mais c'était vraiment stressant, quoi.
Yeah, he had a lot of pressure. He saw that there were just like 60 seconds left. He was like in the third position, and he had to jump onto the second to be runner-up to access the final. And he finally saw the last wave up north. He has to move up north to get this last wave and make him to the final. But it was a lot of pressure for him.
What would it mean to you to become world champion at the end of the day?
Est-ce que ça représenterait pour toi de devenir champion du monde à la fin de la journée?
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
Non, ça représenterait quoi?
Ah, ça serait fou, ce serait un rêve, quoi. Je vais tout faire pour, tout.
Yeah, a dream come true, and we will do it's possible to make it. It would be definitely crazy for him to be world champion at the end of the day.
Félicitations, mon ami. Bonne chance. Good luck and congratulations to you.
Yeah,
Brad, back to you.
All right, Mitchell down there. Catching up. That was a buzzer beater for sure. The end of that heat was filled with tons of drama, and I feel like if that's how we're going to set the stage for the rest of the day, we're in for one heck of a day because we have a whole lot of finals. All the finals happening here for you today.
You know what happened there with Daniel Daniel's in this heat. Philippe Nod is with 1 minute left to go. He was done for the day. Then with 20 seconds left, got up, went from third to second, and now his day extends. There we go. Captain of Team USA right there. That is Christian Otter-Bailey, who has been the silver medalist 4 times. I was just going to ask you, Brad J.
That's a weird setup.
What is that fin setup?
So normally, I mean, you're going to call it a quad because there's 4 fins on it, but you look at those 2 trailing fins in the back. Those are so close together. I've not seen that. I feel like that's going to give you a little bit more maneuverability, but still act as a single fin to give you that drive down the line, keeping those fins close together in the back.
The only time I've ever seen a setup like that is actually on a sled hockey. So for folks that want to play hockey with a disability, it's a long, basically L shape that you sit in, and your blades, they start out wide when you first start, but as you get better and better, you basically get them as close as possible to where they're almost touching. And that is the only time I've ever seen any setup, but that's to play on ice, not
different.
salt water.
I mean, 61 degrees. We're not going to see this ocean freeze up anytime soon.
Salt water's usually hard to freeze, too.
Yeah, it really is, right? Hey, look at Bruno Hansen, though, Roy. A 5.83 and a 6.33. Big, massive scores. It is. I mean, it looks like Bruno's pretty much a cinch to move on. And look, drops in, another score comes in. So he's at 7.10 and a 6.33. Look at that, 13.43 for him.
That's what I was just going to say was he had 3 waves at one point, and I was waiting, and the last one was his best one.
Yeah.
That was that last one that we got to call.
7.10
where he did the exclamation point. And you can see, look at the differences in scores. Bruno is taking the face all the way down and then ensuring that he's getting one maneuver up on that upper one. Here it is again. Bruno Hansen in red. Now watch this. He has vision all the way down the line. He's going up. He's going down. He's maneuvering, but it's right here where he's not afraid to allow that last bit. We're going to watch the surfer in yellow here, who again gets it, but then at the top doesn't quite get as many maneuvers and then doesn't quite exclamate that down drop.
Watch Bruno again.
And then watch Bruno. It's smooth. It's fluid, and it's really going down the line the way the wave's meant to be surfed. And then I love it, the exclamation point every single time right at the end.
You know, he almost landed that too. If he got just a little bit more of that nose up on there. But you know what I really like the way he does it is that left arm. He keeps that left arm in front on the nose of the board. And you see the other surfers kind of follow what he's done because he's the 4-time gold medalist. So if you're going to emulate someone, that's the dude you emulate.
Really is a great point there. Nicolas Gallegos right here from Argentina. Been in the water a long time and just started getting into international competition over the last couple of years. But he definitely looks up to people like Christian Otter and also Bruno as they both kind of emulate a similar style.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you want to emulate the last 4 golds and the last 4 silver medals from this heat or this event?
I mean, 7.10, 6.33, that's 13.43. You look what the rest of the competitors have to do. Marcus Tapia, he's got to do an 8.93 to knock him out of that top spot. Near perfect score. But let me remind you something. When you looked at that replay of Bruno Hansen, you see him go down on that gutter break right at the end where he kind of dug his nose. If he'd landed that and rolled out of that thing clean, that could be like a 9.5 right there. A nice little cover up right there. Head dip for Marcus Tapia. And look at, here goes Bruno on this one. He's going to drive down the line. You see that right hand on the rail. Look at that. Aggressive floater, top to bottom. He's going to go off the top again. Another one onto the inside. Look at this man. Bruno Bruno, what is going on? Denmark celebrate. This guy is just gonna, he's moving in. There's no way he does not move in. Is he coming in?
I think he's coming in with 4 minutes left.
Wait a minute. Is this really happening?
I mean, look at his cheering squad. He's saying no more. I'm done. I know I'm one.
Wow. Because I feel like, look, he's giving it. No, I'm good. And you know what? If you're Bruno Hansen, you're the one guy that can do that out here today. Well, I mean, some people could say, look, 3 minutes, why would he get out at 3 minutes? And I'll tell you, let's take a look at some of these replays. Watch this one right here.
In the yellow here, gets covered up.
Count it.
And coming back around, but doesn't quite have the acceleration to ground the whitewash. Now we're going to show Bruno. Right here, really accelerates out of that first. Gets up on the top. Now watch the speed that he picks up as he's coming down. Stays out in front, gets up again, and then comes down and lands it. He then wops out, points to the crowd, and just says, yeah, I think I'm good. I'm going to save my energy. This is just a semifinal. This is not a finals. So from a perspective of wanting to preserve energy, we've cut this event down from what was supposed to be 5 days to 4 days. So we're already truncated. He's been in the most competitive heats of every single division.
You got to look at this, though. He's going to be near 10 when that score drops. He's going to be near 10 when that score drops because that was the best wave of the heat. 9.57 for Bruno Hansen. Oh my goodness. God. Yeah, you can get out of the water.
Yeah,
Bruno.
He knows it. He's excited.
Oh, no. What?
I can see why he got out of that water. A 9.57.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
The two scores of the other competitors in the heat are not even adding up to his second score right now. And then he's got a 9.57 on top of that. This has seen 19 competitors in this men's Prone 1. They have had very competitive round 1 and round 2, semifinals, and now finals later in the day. Bruno's saying, hey, I've made my statement. I'm moving on. I'm going to conserve energy, and I'm going to come back.
I see him kind of doing something with his shoulders a little bit. Like maybe his shoulder isn't feeling so good. Maybe because you can kind of see him right here. And I saw him take his left arm. Yeah, we saw him get that floater, that he was doing the floater and got slammed in that little gutter break early in the heat. You got to wonder, did he hit shoulder on the bottom? It's very shallow. When it gutter breaks out like that, you can really slam onto that shoulder.
Watch when he transfers here. This is going to tell us a lot. Obviously, shoulders are super important as you transfer from the ground up into that chair. If we see him do an alternative way as he's being really slow to transfer in there. Here we go on that replay.
Let's see. This is the one he goes down on the inside here. So everything looks really good. He sets it up for one more right here. Look at it starting to bowl here. Then he tries to do that, goes right, and that pushes you down onto that right shoulder.
And then here's that 9.57. Very similar to that last, but look at that control on that first up and down. Gets up on top of the wave. Now he comes down again here, and he does land a little bit on his left arm. He's celebrating with that right arm, but you don't really see him wincing in pain or anything. So my guess is probably from that first one, as you said. The water is quite shallow. I mean, look how far we're out. Look how close the arena is, and we still – if we can zoom back onto where Bruno is, I'd love to see if he's gotten back into his chair or if he's still pausing to get in.
Well, no matter what, there's no way he was going to be thrown from there. And look, he looks like he's okay. He's smiling. Both arms are good right now.
Let's see how he pushes. Oh, he's good. He's totally good.
Saw him kind of stretching it out, so that made me think a little bit. Maybe he got out because of that, but. Well, you said, look, you've made it. You've done job one is to make it to the finals.
Yep.
Okay. You cannot repeat as a gold medalist if you don't go to the finals.
Exactly.
So he has done that. He's done that. So he has made himself a way there. Well, we got another one coming up for you. It's your men prone run. It's your semis. Yeah, we're going to see Buster Kawasaki. We got Otter Bailey in the mix here. It's all on the way. Antonio Mueller, Daniel De La Vega, Gavin Bellis, all coming up. The next heat on the way, 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
'20 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. It's all about just a couple semis left. We got the semi here, the final semi in Prone 1 for the men. Then 2 semis come up for Prone 2 after this. Here's who we're looking at: Christian Bailey, USA; Antonio Mueller, Germany; Daniel De La Vega, Mexico; and Gavin Bellis, Australia. USA, Germany, Mexico, Australia representing. Top 2, well, they'll move on to the final. They'll face Bruno Hansen and Marcos Tapio from Spain. But Bruno Hansen, what the heck got into that man? I mean, that's why he's so hard to beat, right?
Here we go. Christian Otter Bailey in red.
Bailey on this one off the bottom. Good first turn on there. He's going to complete that. Hey, that's a good way to start. Couple little S turns on the inside, and then kicks out of that one.
So that's the board that we saw with those 2 unique fins very close together in the back, almost acting as a single fin. But as you said, there is technically 4 fins on his board.
So it does give you a little more maneuverability, I would think.
Let's talk about that as you see Christian right here. What does that little fin in the back? Look, he really dives on the back of the board to get it up. Now in the yellow here, Daniel De La Vega right here from Mexico, just on a small little peeler, going to take this left. Not much potential here on this wave. Christian Otter Bailey's board is shaped out of Santa Cruz. The board is specific to him. In the white jersey here, Antonio Mueller is from Germany but lives in the Canary Islands. And now here's that second wave from Bailey. Really getting a lot of action on that face. Comes down and then plays around in the whitewash. Christian already with 2 scores for this heat, waiting for that second one still to come in. And there we are in the blue, Gavin Bellis from Australia.
Yeah, Gavin Bellis getting into one right there, but the scores will come in. And where you see Christian Bailey sitting in that number 3 spot, NFL, not for long. That man will be going to the number 1 spot because he's got 2 good waves already in this heat. And they haven't showed any of those scored waves yet. Daniel De La Vega on top, it shows with a 2.83, so that's what he has to his credit. Gavin Bellis in blue, 0.83, and waiting for some scores to come in. Judges have their work cut out for them, Roy.
That was a rapid fire right there. Because we had 4 in the replay, and we're only 4 minutes into this heat.
Yeah, right.
So there was a lot going on, so I can see why the judges are trying to catch up. Antonio Mueller currently just jumped, got his 2nd score posted there. Nothing, of high ranking after what we just saw in that last heat with Bruno Hansen from Denmark going on in the 1 spot, scoring a 9.57, and then Marcos Tapia from Spain scoring a 7.
Bruno Hansen, he's a sandbagger, I'm telling you right now. He was saying that he's worried about all these guys coming up behind him, but then when I see him compete like that, I don't think that he's ready to relinquish that gold run. 4 golds so far. He's trying to get 5. That's what he's all about.
At first, I really wanted to know, with 4 minutes left, what is the etiquette call there? And you really broke it down. He got a 9.57.
Yeah.
He got a 7.1. His competitor combined score was a 7. His second worst score, Bruno just surfed his brains out.
Yeah, you could call it etiquette if you want. Saying that, maybe it's bad etiquette to get out. But look, the reason he's got that many gold medals is because his strategy. He knows how to surf. He knows what to do. And you know what? You're competing all day. You have a final to do. Why don't you be fresh for the final? You've been competing the last 3 days. You know, day 4 here. You might as well get out of the water. Like you said, you got a 9.57 and then 7 and some change. What else do you need to do? And that 7 and some change could have been a 9.5 as well. He could have had 2 9.5s.
He really could. You know, it reminds me back, I think it was when Andy was going for his 3rd world title. And he's sitting out in front of the water. And they depicted in the movie about Andy, but then Kelly runs right up to him, taps him, says...
a fly in the champagne, right? Yeah.
He says, I think he says something along the lines of, "You're the better surfer out here today," and then jumps right in the water.
Oh, my God. So messed with his mind right there. All right, let's set it down. Mitchell standing by with the man with 4 golds. Take it away, Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with 4-time medalist and defending gold champion, Bruno Hansen from Denmark. Bruno, you have the 2nd highest score of the event, and that was in your last semifinal, 9.57. How did that one feel?
To be honest, I don't really know what to say. I'm just sort of so in the zone when I went out there that, because it's really small. So it could have been anyone's game out there. So I was really, so I think I was really blessed with that wave that came through. You know, it was just lined up. I was in the right place at the right time.
Just seeing you right now, though, your mentality today from the previous 3 days, it seems like it's changed. What's going on?
Well, I think now we start fresh, you know. We all start on the same level playing field. We're all at 0 again. And this is the real deal now, semi-finals to finals. So what I'm basically, I've got 4 gold medals, so is it greedy to go for the 5th? But I'm actually doing this for Felipe in Brazil, who didn't make it here this year, and for Nuno, who had to go back to Portugal. 2 of my favorite surfers that couldn't be here this year. So I'm kind of really chasing this gold for them, to be quite honest.
Thank you for your time, Bruno. You're an inspiration to us all. Good luck in the final.
Great. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Brad?
Oh, thank you so much. And Mitchell down there catching up with Bruno. And
felicidades.
Gracias.
When he said, okay, I'm going to call this out. I'm going to call this out right now. When he said it's anyone's game, no, it's not. Not in that heat. Bruno came out swinging. There was not anyone's game in that one. The way it looked to me, Bruno dominated that heat. I mean, seriously, he could have had 2 9.5s in there.
I take it as this. It's anyone's game when he says that, as in it's anyone's game to try to defeat me, because I'm going to go out in the water and I'm going to continually put up 9s and 8s and 7s. Mm-hmm. It's up to you to come surf at this level that I'm at right now. He said I'm in the zone.
Anyone's game for 2nd place, I would agree.
But it's anyone's game to throw up numbers that are going to compete with him.
And you look at all those numbers he did. Come on, 9, a 7, 6s. Like, he had everything in there.
You know, it's going to be a surfer like Christian Otter-Bailey that has the experience and the skill that is most likely the ones that can step up to that plate, because outside of someone that just has the skill, you need to know how to surf in a finals heat. You need to know how to use priority to your advantage. You need to know how to select the right waves and not use the Brad J. Roy technique of catch as many waves as possible and incrementally improve them.
So I'm retired.
That will not work in this Prone 1 men's division. Now, Christian Otter-Bailey, 5.43, 4.5. I just don't feel like he has gotten a couple of those waves that Bruno has gotten.
No.
Bruno got some really nice open waves that provided him with the opportunities because of his skill set to produce some maneuvers. Christian has those. Now we just need to see in the next 10.5 minutes, is Christian going to see one of those waves to say, hey, I'm here to play. Let's see what we can do in the finals.
Yeah, there's more than just Bruno Hansen in these semifinals.
But man, Bruno's good.
But man, Bruno's good. Okay, I like that. But then again, and you look at, you know, what the board situation. Look at what Christian's riding. Look at what Bruno's riding. Completely 2 different style boards.
Yeah. Bruno is mostly riding a very standard fish.
Yeah.
With a very loose handle. And like you said,
not a lot of rocker.
He doesn't use a lot of the handle. He really puts whatever outside arm on the wave up on the front of that board and really steps right up onto it. So he does it on the right and the left, which is a style that we're seeing. You know, Nicholas Galgos is using that style.
Yep.
Daniel Neal was using that style, and that's where it comes down to. Why not?
Yeah, it's successful for him. Keep it going. And the other thing, too, is you talk about him being on that traditional fish. Well, traditional fish is flat, okay?
Yeah.
A flat board can get more speed than a board with a lot of rocker and a lot of kick in the nose, which can tend to push water, and slow you down. And you look at what Bruno's done on that fish. He's able to get that thing on a plane and keep it going. As we see Christian Bailey taking a look at one right now. He's 4th priority. So blue is 3, but Christian's going to be able to get this one all the way through and see the difference, see the rocker, see the nose. And you see how that board pushes a little more water. So I feel like in better conditions, I really like what Christian Bailey is riding, but I think in these small conditions,
speed is your friend.
Yeah, Bruno might have the ticket to the top spot.
Speed is your friend.
But Christian Bailey posted some solid scores in the top, and I mean, we're just getting ahead of ourselves. Look, we got the final is going to come up, and that's going to solve everything. Who's number 1, who's number 2, 3, and 4. But right now, Christian Bailey, a 5.43, a 4.50, 9.93 behind him. Gavin Bellis in blue in second. As we look at Daniel De La Vega, he's going to get into this one. So he is on the left here. It doesn't look like much of a shoulder. Tries to get some more strokes to get in there, and that wave doesn't really cooperate.
I got to talk to Daniel the other day after his heat, and Daniel was really surprised when not only did he win his heat, but he also jumped from 10th to 8th and grabbed that final position into the semifinals. Daniel coming out of Mexico, home break is Acapulco, but most recently he was out surfing Puerto Escondido.
Oh, man, such a heavy wave.
So these are, and I asked him the other day because his set was really small yesterday when he surfed. I said, how is this compared to your last place you went surfing? And he said, I had never surfed waves this small.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I had something that I wanted to bring up. We'll see if we get some exchanges here. Christian Bailey on top in red. Gavin Bellis in that second spot, the final transfer spot to the finals. Antonio Mueller playing catch-up, needs a 3.51 to get up at the top 2. And Daniel De La Vega needing a 2.55 to get up in the top 2. So I had talked to Tom Curran about this same thing many years ago. Tom Curran, you know, former world champ from Santa Barbara. And Tom had said this, that there's days when Rincon, when he was in his competitive mode, when Rincon would be absolutely just firing, right? But yet he would come down and surf the inside, a place we call Signs. It's just in between La Conchita and Rincon.
I know Signs.
It's a crappy wave. It's not really a good wave. But Curran would make himself surf that wave to be ready for competitive mode. So even though Rincon's firing, he can go out there and just get a ton of waves and go absolutely bonkers out there. He'd have to surf other waves to make himself ready for competition mode. So he would surf crappy waves to be ready for contests because you never know what you're going to get, man.
You know, with all these contests now having contest windows and world-renowned locations, yeah, a lot of the times you are going to get kind of perfect conditions every time. But if that's what you're constantly going after, what happens when conditions aren't perfect? You're not going to be able to surf at a high level because you're used to, and it's like kind of talking about wave gardens. You know, you can get so good surfing a wave garden or a Slater, but when you actually have to step into it where the consistency is going to change, where the perfection's not going to be there, it's going to take days surfing crappy zones like Signs to be that level above everybody else. And hence, Tom Curran, world title. He's got a kid that, you know, one of the most famous skateboarders in the world right now, Curran Caples, named after him, who's also an incredible. Now, what's going to happen here? Okay, so yellow ends up grabbing the wave, so we're not actually going to have anything with the priority here.
Yeah, and then redirects it back across Daniel De La Vega, try to get up into that number 2 spot. He's going to need a 2.55 on that wave. Might get it, but look at white, Antonio Mueller. He's acting. Look at that, off the top on that one. Antonio Mueller to the inside.
Just dipping his hair in there, too, for a quick little wash. Antonio Mueller.
That's going to replace the 187,
That guaranteed. Is definitely going to replace that. And I think it's going to replace that 2.3 to his second. Now, in the blue here, this is Gavin Bellis sitting in second. Haven't seen it much. He's out of Australia. Gavin really just trying to find any shape on this wave to play around it. He's going to go back out with 5 minutes remaining and really try to find something in that 3.5 wave range that he got earlier in the day. Now, you see this. Christian Bailey. He's out in front.
Priority.
He just saw the white, the yellow, and the blue jersey all go after what I would say not ideal waves.
Yeah.
That's leadership from an individual like Christian and Have. We've talked about the only way that you're going to be able to play the game in this is you've got to have skill and knowledge, not only in the ocean, but in competition.
Mueller.
And look at Christian now coming out the back. Mueller. Fantastic tagline. Here there we go.
So Christian Bailey with another good one. I don't know if that replaces a 4 or 5, but pretty close to it. Another good wave for Christian Bailey.
Let's see. We didn't really get to see the start. Look at those bear claw mitts that he just pulled
nice.
into there.
So that's a good bottom turn up into that sweet spot, brings it back around, and makes the section. So that could challenge the 4-5 or be right around that number.
We'll wait for that one to come in, and we'll see what that one's going to score.
But right now, Gavin Bellis needs a 6-4-3 to take over the number 1 spot. But, hey, top 2 are the ones that move into the finals. 2-5-5 is what De La Vega needs to get up in the top. The score's coming in. So Gavin Bellis, a 1-9-4 now. Oh, and we have an interference with Christian Bailey. So he loses a score, but he still has a score coming in, I think.
He does, but where did that infraction come from? I didn't see any time where Otter Bailey was infractioned.
Something we might have missed.
I guess so.
Yeah.
So that means he's only going to be able to post a 5.43. So he's got to score as high as possible to try to continually stay on top. Is that correct, Brad?
That's basically it right now, yeah. So now we look to white, Antonio Mueller.
Wave just really wasn't there. Not many people going right today.
Well, you know, and if you're Antonio, look, time's ticking, dude. You're in 4th, and you're like trying to get some. You're going to try and get some. Let's see if we can see the interference here. Let's take a look here. Yeah, priority interference. There you go.
Wow. With the waves of this size, that is actually a pretty devastating interference right there.
Man, that could really work against him. You got to hope for his sake that he's able to hold on to that, because you definitely – that's the one thing you don't want. You don't want a priority interference just to take you out like that. Big thanks to everyone. Big thanks to Amp Surf just for holding down our new partners out here. Amp Surf, we appreciate everything they've done, and Amp Surf is hopefully with us for a very long time. We thank all the volunteers, all our water safety patrols out there in the orange jerseys out there. They've been doing an amazing job all week long.
You know, the orange jerseys, you see them out there. A big thank you to Action Sports Productions as well, because you wouldn't be seeing what you're seeing.
You wouldn't hear us.
You wouldn't hear us. You wouldn't even know that
you could
our
tune
voice.
In, nothing would be there.
Nothing would be there. It'd be a blank screen. But look at that. Orange jersey, getting people fired up to be volunteers. Safety is the priority of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Time winding down. 1 minute, 55 seconds to go. And, boy, can you imagine if a couple big sets came in and, you know, you got Gavin Bellis in that priority right now. At least Christian is in that second priority.
I wonder what's going on right now. Look, it looks like Christian is having an exchange with somebody out there.
It looked like it with yellow.
But it was with blue that I believe that the infraction was on against.
Yeah.
And they are staying quite far away from each other.
Yes. They are definitely staying away from each other now.
Now, with that infraction, look at that. Christian's first score of 5.43 is still holding up to hopefully push him into the finals. It would be terrible to see our 4-time silver medalist not make finals because of that priority infraction, especially today. The waves, I mean, obviously there's rules for a reason, but when waves are of this size, it's really hard sometimes to always remember priority because you're just trying to catch anything.
And especially when the conditions are challenging, like we talk about, you know, it's not the best of conditions. So you're trying even harder to get anything you can to give you a chance to get 2 high-scoring waves.
There's the Jedi right there. All right, we are closing out here. We've got about 30 seconds remaining. And it looks like even with that infraction from Christian, I think we're still going to see him move on.
Oh,
he's actually the only one stepping up to this, might be the last wave.
Look at White here.
White, Antonio Mueller. Let's see what Antonio Mueller is going to get here.
Mueller, here we go. Driving down the line on this one. Mueller off the bottom. Not going to be a big score.
Not going to be a big score. I don't see that moving him up. That
what did he need? A 3:08 to get up? That could.
It's going to be really close. Let's see what happens here in the last little bit.
Oh, my gosh. That might just knock Bellis out, too. You don't know right now.
Well, there's Christian. Christian is going to move on even with that infraction, which is huge. Mike Pingatori has dressed himself up again today and chanting his 3 favorite letters. Yeah, Mike, way to cheer your team on, buddy.
All right.
Well, there you go. Christian Bailey getting out of the water right now, and even with that interference, looks like he is going to be unofficially on that top spot. The second spot up for grabs still. You got to wonder, did Daniel De La Vega do it? Well, we'll find out more. Action coming up. Men Prone 2, the semis continuing out here today. Turn things over to Bo Mitchell for more. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. More action right after this. Hang with us, huh?
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, and there's a former world champion himself, David Teixeira. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mitch Salazar, and we're going to bring you more exciting semifinal action.
That's your boy right there. No nonsense. David Teixeira starting strong. 20-minute heat, clean slate, semi one. We got the ball rolling, Bo, and look at that. Buzzer beater, Daniel Gomez de la Vega from Mexico, the first finalist from Mexico ever, I believe, in this event.
Look how close that last heat ended up. Everybody was in the 5-point range for their best two waves.
Yeah, and this is a huge moment for Dani. He's been working really hard. He was one of really the pioneers of parasurfing in Mexico. And David just getting the ball rolling right now, starting off with a banger. It's going to be quite a decent score to start things off in this heat too.
The 2016 world champion gold medal winner here at La Jolla Shores, going for a second world title today, and there's David on the inside section. So this is the Prone 2 men semifinals. Here we go, surfer in yellow, this is Angel. And no, we're gonna go to blue, Spike Kane.
That's your boy.
Spike Connie. Sir Spike. Competing both in wave ski and in the prone division. And there's the lineup there. David will be in red. Jesse Ballar, the 2015 gold medal winner, in white. Angel Curiel from Spain, and Spike Connie in blue.
All right, try it again. Curiel. Yeah, you're getting it. You're getting it.
I can never roll my tongue. So we got extra water safety in the orange out there for this division. We have pushers and catchers. So right now you see the pusher there for Angel. And you'll see another yellow jersey on the inside. And there's got to be good communication. Here we go, Jesse Ballar.
Yeah, and Jesse, you know, the pioneer, basically the guy that kind of got this whole thing rolling with Life Rolls On, his foundation. And, you know, he's been such an advocate for parasurfing and surfing in general. And we spoke about how he was a professional surfer before he actually got, you know, into his accident, and you know the guy's a legend. There's so much to thank him for, and stoked to see him in the semis again.
You know, he's rock star status. I mean, he hangs out with rock stars.
Yeah, dude, and I saw some clips of, you know, back in the day when it was him and Todd Chesser. Dude, those guys ripped. They were gnarly.
Here we go on Hell. He's going to take this left. Good carving turn to open up. Rocking the rails down the line on the open face. He's going to redirect here. Great maneuver for Angel.
Like how he's wearing his helmet too, and look at the board design. I was looking at his board when he was over at the Beach Martial Airs. He has a swallowtail, and it's not like a super pronounced one, but it does have a little angle when it comes to that little fishtail. I'm a big advocate for swallowtails. I think especially in beach breaks, you want something that's a little looser. It's good in clean surf, it's good in choppy surf, but you know he's able to utilize it to his strengths. And Angel getting on the board right there, a 3.5 to start things off. Davi with a large heat total already in the first 4 minutes of this one, though, a 5.67 and a 4.67.
Well, you got two former world champions in Jesse and Davi, so, you know, this is already a stacked heat coming into this first semifinal. 15 minutes, 30 seconds, 15:30 counting down. Angel with a 3.5. Now needing a 6.84 to go to first. Here we go. Spike Kane from England. Good lean on the rail, and he tumbles on the inside.
What's his local spot? Is it Frisco Beach in Nuki? Or?
Oceanside. Well, he lives in Oceanside. But he's originally from
Cornwall. Is it?
No, from Liverpool.
Oh, he's from Liverpool. Oh, true.
But can't really surf in Liverpool.
No.
But I'm sure maybe down in Nuki or Cornwall when he goes back to England. He helps organize the Adaptive England Wave Pool. They had it this past summer. Looking like they're going to be going back there again this year.
And look at the vibes down here on the beach, Bo. Team USA.
There's Hunter on the Adaptive Junior team. Let's watch a replay. Last wave. I like the way Spike sets up here.
Yeah, and, you know, it really is Kane, but you call him Kane.
He likes it when I call him Kane.
Kane means man in Hawaiian, the native Hawaiian language. And Bilauer right in front of Spike Kane in his face. This is going to be a decent score, and Team USA back on the board. I love it. He felt the enthusiasm, and look at his catcher, too. He's all pumped up.
He's going to take this one all the way to the shoreline. Look at that length of ride, combination maneuvers, and he's always moving his board.
He docked it, too.
Oh, yeah.
All the way to the sand. But look at Davi, though. The response, boom. That shows you why he's a former world champion. And he's gunning for number 2 right now. I mean, he's looking to get that gold medal again.
Here we go on Hell. A lot of waves being ridden right here. We'll catch you up on the scores. Judges playing catch up, too. Nice maneuver on the open face. Look at the speed. Look at the flow. Look at the combination of maneuvers. He's able to lean into it. He'll redirect. Should have turned a little bit sooner there, and he could have kept on going.
I counted 2 big ones, though. And look at Teixeira right now. Oh, nice rail carve. Oh, caught a little bit of Did he run over the photographer?
He ran over the photographer.
Oh, he's going to get barked at by the beach announcer. Head judge is probably already calling him out.
Yeah. He's okay. That's his crew going to swim him back out.
Well, the photographer might be okay, but he did hinder Davi's performance. Yeah. So if I were the head judge right now, I'd be telling him to beat it.
All right, there's his team back out.
Claudio Morales from Chile coming up.
We got Buster Kawasaki, Eduardo Mer, Jose Martinez. Wow, another stacked heat in the Prone 2 Division semifinal number 2 on deck next.
Did you see Jose's hair that he has today? He got like the side of his head shaved, and he has like one really cool mohawk, but he braided it.
He braided it.
It looks pretty cool.
Oh, I got to check this out. Okay, where are we on the scores? Judges are playing catch up here. Okay, so 6 and a 5.67 for Davi right now, but potential for more. Here comes.
Oh,
so it was the back. He didn't hit his head. He hit as he was trying to dive down.
He basically just ran him over,
Yeah.
and it ended up being a 4.4, and that was just for the one carve. Say he gets up into the lip one more time, we could be looking at an 8 or a 9.
Yeah.
But I mean, still, he's in first, got more than 11 points in his heat total, so he's good. And dude, props to his pusher and his catcher because he's been on 4 rides already in the first 9 minutes.
I got to call Jesse Ballar's wave an excellent ride.
The
Potentially.
the one that came in a 4.27. I know, nice redirection at the end. Maybe the only thing that they liked about the comparison between him and Teixeira was that I think the first maneuver in Teixeira's wave was probably a little bit more committed. Jesse had to go further down the line before he actually maneuvered the first time. But you are looking at a wave that offered up more scoring potential on Balauer's wave. So I think that you're, right there. You just got to be looking at what, are you preferring the actual length of ride and how difficult it is to actually maneuver between all of these things right now, or are you going for the commitment on the first section like Davi is? And look, the pusher's asking for an interference, I think.
Yeah, but that wasn't a competitor.
Uh-huh.
So it's incidental contact, I believe,
First time I've ever seen something like that happen.
Yeah. All right, yellow on Hill currently holding down the number 2 spot right now. So scores are still coming in. As we watch, and on Hill's wave, he could be improving his situation. This last wave could eclipse his low 3.5.
Most likely, and I also liked his 4.83. I thought that could have been a little bit higher. Really nice combo of maneuvers, but I just think judges are way more lenient towards the bigger waves that Teixeira's been catching.
Okay, here we go, David Teixeira. He's out for revenge right here. Good rebound off the top of the lip.
Yeah, boy!
Little
Through
dab.
the dab! Yes! 3 claims in 1. Do it.
Let's watch this one again.
That was rad. Dude, I'm going to call this an air. He got some hang time. Look at that. Looking like Tony Hawk when he first landed the 900. That was rad. Did the one claim, screamed, did a dab, and then he's like, give me my food, baby. Give me my food. Take me to In-N-Out later.
Well, there you go, 6.67.
Well deserved. Could have been even higher. We're in the semis, though, finals day, so I understand. But still, I mean, dude, the guy did he did a legit air.
Yes.
Like, he maybe got inspiration from Mike Morrissey and how we were talking about him the other day. He got some hang time, went up into the lip, and I think the claim itself is worth 6 points.
Let the pitcher tell the story. Oh, my God. Even loved it better in slow-mo.
Nail in the coffin right there, boys.
Yeah.
Nail in the coffin. Teixeira just everybody else playing catch-up.
Well, for Jesse Ballauer, he's in 3rd place. What does Jesse now need to get into 2nd?
Well, he's needing a pretty big score right now.
A 4.77.
Well, an 8.4 to move up into 1st, that's not going to be his priority right now. A 4.77 is extremely doable, but look at Curiel's low score. It's still super close to Jesse's
High
best
score.
Yeah, so he could better that. Still lots of time. Jesse needs to be on a set wave. Only bad thing for him is that he's in priority number 2. So your boy Spike Kane, he could just tell him, no, I'm going to block you. I'm going to go on the set wave of my choice. I have unconditional right away.
Okay, there's Team Ballar right there in the white with 2nd priority. 1st priority is Spike Kane. Spike needing a 6.1. Davi rocking a pair of 6 now. Right now, a 6.67, 6.0. Solid control in 1st place. Angel from Team Spain. And Spain leading the charge for the possibility of a team gold this year.
I think Teixeira's been working with Felipe and Gabriel and Italo, not only on the surfing, on the claims too. I think they've been teaching him well.
Oh yeah.
And there's a saying in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you either win or you learn, and then there's another one too, tap, nap, or snap. That's David's game plan right now. You got to submit to him.
Okay, Jesse need a 4.77. Spike still very much in it, needing a 6.1. But now, 6:30 remaining in this heat.
Enough time for Belauer to get the 4.77, enough time for Spike to get the 6.1. It's a matter of if that wave will come. Look at Belauer, though. He's up and riding.
All right, Jesse's opportunity to get into the top 2 to make the final. Working on the inside, redirects. There's a double up right in front, but he's going to stay with this wave. Hitting the whitewater section, and the wave runs away. So, a 4.77 required. So this wave could be replacing his low score.
Yeah, Team USA, they're pumped up. They are pumped.
Here we go, Angel currently in second.
Yeah, and Curiel trying to defend that second spot, trying to better a 4.2.
Blue has higher priority. So Spike with first priority, Angel with second priority, even though they took off in different sections. But when they met, Blue has priority, correct?
Yeah, and it is tough for somebody in their situation to change directions as quickly. So the difficulty would be here to be the pusher. You need to have knowledge or at least certainty that the other person with higher priority isn't going to come towards your surfer. I don't know. It's going to be up to the priority judge to determine whether or not that's going to be an interference. It did seem like he did have to change directions, though, to get a different line.
They did call an earlier interference on 2 heats ago in the men's pro. And here we go, David rocking the face. Look at that, top to bottom, bottom to top 3 times there.
Claim it, please.
No, he wants one more maneuver, and he's found the connection. Coming in on the inside. This will bottom out right here. Boom.
Told ya.
He likes it.
Told ya. Yeah.
Let's
go. Let's go.
All right, David could be looking at another replacement wave.
And I think this is actually going to be his best. I think the previous one, the Air, the 667, would have been the one. Look at that, though. Spike Kane with higher priority in blue did have to change directions because yellow was coming towards him. So Spike could have gone up into the lip. And now let's look at what seems to be David's best score so far. It's probably going to be at least in the upper goods, so say upper 7s. Most likely going to be in the 8s. But he's just on fuego, dude. Like, I don't know if he had some good Mexican food last night or something, but he's on a tear.
There he is. Give it to me. Give it to me. Scores coming in. We can tell you Jesse Belauer's got another score. Previous wave was a 3.43. That's his new low. And here he goes again.
Yeah, Belauer needing a score too, especially considering the situation that just happened right now between yellow and blue. This is a good ride, though. Nice change of directions. Using his rails. Look at this, bro. Gets the floater at the end, too. This could be the score.
Every wave seems to be. David's score come in right where you said, Mitch, at a 7.43.
Yep, good score. I mean, the kid's just been demolishing it. If it were up to me, I probably would have given him a pair of 10s already. That one air was legit, you know, and nobody else is doing that. Kid is heavy.
Okay, Red's got first priority. David's already back out. There goes Jesse. He's waiting for the scores. Now there's a red block on our screen indicating there's a judge's discretionary variety of points that are being put in right now. So they are recalculating.
Ooh. And it's going to be a close one, too.
Yeah. So what does Jesse need to get to second?
So a 4.77 is what he's looking to move up into advancing position.
I tell you, that wave score could be right on the line there.
It's going to be. It's going to be right there.
Is it above the line? Is it below the line?
And you need to be thinking right now as the pusher, okay, if it's close with a little over a minute, I'm not going to let fate decide it. I'm going to push him into another good wave and leave it out of the judge's hands. I'm going to get him on a wave that'll get him a score good enough to put him all the way possibly into first.
A 4.4, so not the requirement. What does he need now to get to second?
4.64.
So he needs a 4.64. Oh my God, they're splitting hairs right now. And here we go. With under a minute to go, Jesse's shot at a 4.64.
Oh, dude! He hit the lip, comes down cleanly, still riding. Look at him go, changes directions. Going right now. So he surfed to the criteria. Big three, speed, power, flow were there. Got a major maneuver on the outside. It was committed.
And did it with less than a minute to go.
It's clutch.
All right, Team USA thinks he's got a 4.64. There's the countdown. That's the end of the heat. Oh my God.
And look at this.
You thought the last heat was close with everybody in fives.
I know, I'm gonna have a heart attack today.
Here we go. I like that re-entry right there.
It was nice, it was clean, it was critical, and as you said, it's crucial because it's at the end of the heat, so you could even say that scores should be higher at the end of the heat because it's much more difficult to surf under pressure. Jesse did everything in his power. It's not official yet, but it's looking like it's going to be really close. It's going to be borderline.
Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the official results of semifinal number one. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla. Stay tuned.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AMP Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
All right, we've got a lot of news. Jesse Villar's last wave was not the requirement. He needed a 4.64. He got a 3.9. But remember earlier, Spike Kane and Angel, yellow and blue, the judges finally at the end of the heat called that a priority interference. So explain what happens now.
Yeah, so with the priority interference, the person that will actually get the interference does not get their second best wave counted, so they're only going to count their best wave. So Angel Curiel, his heat total was way below that of Spike Kane's and Jesse Blauer's. So since Jesse was in third, he moved up into second, and you can see the excitement on his face. He's looking to get another gold medal.
Oh, so the 2 world champions advance. David Texera and Jesse Villar, and Angel, who was going into the final, goes from second to fourth.
Yeah.
In team standings, that is critical.
It is, because Spain's leading.
Spain's leading.
Spain's leading, so they could have had at least one finalist.
And
now they're going to settle with a fourth place, too, in the semi.
And that's a seventh place overall.
Yes,
because
sir.
third place in this
Would have
round
been
gets
fifth.
a fifth. So where he could have had 1,000 points for a win, let's say, best case scenario, he goes all the way down to seventh place on the points.
Which
for
would be
Angel.
around 400 points, 500, I believe.
Wow. So a lot going on. All right, with the new mohawk and the braids, this has got to be Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, Jose just, one of the most inspirational guys I've met this week. He's a motivational speaker, gets a little barrel there on the inside. He was stoked yesterday. It's been 8 years since his accident when he was serving time in Afghanistan. And, he's done his duty for his country, and now he's competing for his country here at the ISA event.
Claudio there in yellow. Morales representing Chile. Buster Kawasaki from Pearl City on Oahu representing Team Hawaii will be in blue. And we also have Jose on the previous wave, and our Brazilian surfer, Eduardo Meyer.
Who's been the standout in this division the last couple of days. Claudio, it seems like he might be riding a Pearson Aero board. I saw a logo similar on the nose of his board, but when we're talking about four people with different backgrounds, you're seeing it in this heat. And look at Jose Martinez, just enjoying life out there right now. He's had a difficult time. Well, he had a difficult time, in the first year or two after his accident. After that, he's been all smiles. He went to school, got his degree, and now he's a motivational speaker for others, and he's just passing it on.
All right, let's watch our surfer in white, Eduardo. This is his opening wave. Good stall on the top. Big open face opportunity right there. Chances on the right-hander.
Little shampoo at the end, too.
Yeah. Let's go down beachside and check in with Brad J. I believe he's got David. Take it away, Brad.
And here, thanks a lot, Bo, with a very excited David from Brazil, the winner of the last heat and a winner in fashion. David, let's talk about, first of all, the claim, the triple poke. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm a claim guy. When I complete a good wave, it's my obligation to the claim.
And now let's also talk about in that heat, you had a nice free fall airdrop top to bottom. How'd that feel?
The airdrop is my favorite trick, and a big wave, and it's for me, it's the best.
Okay, you've made it to the finals. What are you gonna do in the finals? More airdrops, more claims, what?
At the finals, I will do my best.
Well, we look forward to seeing you. David here, the winner of the last heat. Brazil looking strong out here. Back to you guys in the booth. Take it away, Bo.
Oh, look at that. I think Gabriel Medina's a big influence on him.
Yeah,
seeing that rip curl wetsuit.
For sure. And, it's cool to see that he doesn't mind expressing himself.
No.
Some people are reclusive about what they want to say and how they want to say it. He don't care. He'll go out there, post a couple sevens, say he loves to claim. And you know what? You claim anything you want, because that airdrop, like, Bo, who's done an air in the event? Who's done an air?
David.
The kid did an air, and he got a 7.
I believe David's 14, correct?
Dude, he's young, and he's been a world champion already.
Yeah, and I met him at the 2015, and he brought me to tears about his inspiration. So he was 9 years old when he first came here and won the silver medal. And then the following year, he won the gold medal. But at 9 years old, I asked him in the interview, why are you surfing? And he says, I want to be an inspiration to everybody around the world. And for a 9-year-old to have that much knowledge and that
maturity,
ambition and maturity, it was moving. And now he has become a legit rock star and a celebrity down in Brazil. When he won the world title, there was fanfare. Gabriel Medina was at the airport waiting for him.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because he has respect for him.
And you're talking about a Pipeline Masters champion, a 2-time world champion, and he was receiving the world champion who just got crowned here in La Jolla.
Yeah.
That's rad.
How cool is that?
And he's been surfing since before he was 9, too,
Yes,
right?
yes.
No wonder he's so good.
Yeah.
Was he born in the water or something? Or like
I think he's got gills. All right, let's get everybody caught up here. We can see that Jose Martinez with a pair of threes, a 3.87, a 3.5 is in the lead right now. But Claudio Morales with a 4.43 and a 2.5 is in second place. Eduardo, one wave with a 4.5, needing a 2.43. And Buster Kawasaki also with one wave, a 2.23, now needing a 4.7.
Yeah, so Eduardo has the highest wave of the heat. Doesn't have a backup, just needs a 2.43, but Kawasaki doesn't even have a second wave either and holding down first priority. And, you know, coming from Pearl City, that's a place of fighters. You know, Louis Smolka being from there, some really nice skate parks, so I know Kawasaki likes to skate too, doesn't he?
Jason Shibatas from Pearl City. Shibots. We say aloha to Jason.
Bamba Calso being right down the road from Mililani too.
Yeah. Here we go. And look at the trim right here. Trying to go for the barrel. Jose Ramirez. There's the claim.
Pretty rad. I mean, a triple amputee, somebody that can only hold down with a hand, that's really hard to do.
Thank you, Jose, for your service. It was 8 years ago yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. That he woke up from, I believe, a 10-day coma, he was telling me. And doctors told him chances of you surviving this situation is not on your side. And the doctors told him, you're not going to live. And he woke up and said, I'm going to live, and I'm going to do stuff. I mean, the positive attitude from a triple amputee almost being blown up in war. Amazing. And look at him today. Could be, at the end of the day, a world champion.
Could be. Could very well be. And we're seeing our ladies suit up. They'll be coming up in around an hour? Or
no, the ladies, our first final coming up next. The women's Neal final.
So this is our last semifinal of the day. Everything else after this will be a final. Cool. So women's Neal final, then the men's Neal final. All 20 minutes, correct, Bo?
Correct.
Clean slate, too, in the majority of them. But there are a few heats that since they've only surfed once before, they're still going to take their top 2 waves from both heats,
Yeah, a couple of the visually impaired heats and the men's stand 3 also, yes. As we're watching surfer in white, Claudio Morales now has moved into the lead with his second wave of the 3.5, and this will be his wave number 3.
Yeah, Eduardo just going to town right there. Nice set wave. Good job from his pusher to get him into that one. And if I'm seeing correctly, it's gone a little offshore right now, so barrels might be opening up. You know, tide is coming up right now, so we might see a decrease in actual barrels, but it's a little offshore. There's possibilities for a few. And in this division especially, once you're riding the wave laterally, it's so much easier to actually fit into one because you don't actually have to bottom turn again and reposition yourself because you're already going down the line.
So we're seeing some competitors having difficulties with the smaller surf today. We're seeing others using it to their advantage.
Oh, yeah. Teixeira being one of them. Davi,
Totally.
He's used to these kind of waves, especially if he's hanging out with Gabriel Medina. Maresias in Brazil is a heavy wave. It's a punchy one. It's close to shore too, but it's basically like you're surfing Beach Park in Eokai.
Especially when the sandbar starts building up. Here we go in blue. Buster Kawasaki, good push off from Amanda, his therapist. And Buster's digging in the rail on the right side, so he's going to tumble there. And Team Kawasaki back up. So that'll be the second scoring wave for Buster. Needing a 5.7, not going to get it there, but still plenty of time remaining.
Lots halfway through the heat right now. Mayer backed up that 4.5 with the 3.6. Morales moved down to second.
So a change in the situation. Jose's gone from first to second, now to third.
Look at this, though.
Here we go, a bomb set for Jose. Beautiful trim, lots of speed. Can he get out to the open face? He's racing it right now.
Ooh, still might make it, though.
Yes.
Oh. Whoa!
Comes out.
Yeah. That was rad.
All right, let's see if he can do a turn here. Trying to dig in a pivot right there.
That was so sick.
All right. Hey, I can paddle myself back out.
Dude, I'm almost coming to tears again with, you know, his story.
Oh, my God.
That's why he's so inspired, and that's why he's just expressing himself every time he can. I mean, 8 years. Imagine being declared dead, Bo, being in a coma for 10 days, and then coming back against all odds. Like,
this was Jose's previous ride, where he almost got barreled on that side.
A 297.
A 297. Okay, so the other wave, a little bit longer, but first let's look at Eduardo's.
Yeah, this is a 3.6. Nice clean wave. Did the one carve, but caught his nose when he was coming off of it. But look at the size of this set wave. We haven't really spoken about the size of the wave that Jose got. Bigger wave. Didn't really get all the way out into open face, but it was critical because he had to control the exit out of that impact zone. That was hard to do. He achieved a really big task by overcoming that first section, getting all the way down the line, and actually making to the open face. And look at the score he got.
A 6.33. Jose goes back into the lead. So he goes from first to second to third, back to first again.
Dude, and that's a big score right now. Teixeira had a throwaway 6. His top 2 were 7s, but it's competing with that. And anything above a 5 right now should be something really good.
All right. Coach Chris Courtois coaching Buster Kawasaki on the outside. What do you say, Chris?
Morning.
Double shocks. Aloha.
Aloha, Hawaii. Hey, honey. Miss you.
Miki, his wife, saying hello back home. Chris has one daughter living in Japan.
Yeah, his youngest.
Yeah.
Right? And
well,
Luna.
no, I think the oldest.
Luna.
Yeah, Luna.
Luna's, yeah. Yeah, she started a bikini line, I believe.
Yeah, she's doing really well with that. All right, 7.5 minutes remaining. Wow, a lot of change here. You know, we saw the change happen because of the interference in the last heat, the first semifinal, where two gold medals, not two-time, but 2 gold medal winners making it into the final. Now we're going to have a couple of competitors here who have never been in the final before.
Yeah, and it could be an opportunity for Brazil to make up some points that they had lost before. But it's a big opportunity for Team US, too, because as of right now, they're having 2 finalists in the same division.
That's true.
So if the heat were to end right now and Martinez does sneak in, which is most likely going to happen, they're doing their part for their category.
And their team.
The most that they can do is get 1 and 2, and it's a possibility. But even if they ended up 1 through 4, they're doing more than losing out in the first round or losing out in the semis.
And 2, they could really leapfrog Team Spain by having that situation with the interference where he was in the final getting major points going all the way down to 7th place.
Yep, and if you're trying to defend, you know, your home country, your homeland, you're only behind by less than 1,000 points. So being down by less than 1,000 points and
potential points.
Yeah, potential points, and the fact that Spain already lost one of their competitors in this division, and they don't have a second competitor in the semifinal, they're going to make up a lot of ground. Team USA is.
Not only Team USA, Team Brazil.
Brazil. As of right now, they're having 2 finalists too.
Because Davi's already in the final, and right now Eduardo currently in second.
Yep.
So both
Good
Team
point.
USA and Brazil could have 2 members of their team in this divisional final.
Well, and now that it's kind of slow out there, let's talk about what could possibly be a strategic plan in those finals. Because say one of your guys is way out in the lead and your other guy is in 4th. Do you want that guy to still go for second, or do you just not want them to take out your guy in first?
You're overthinking this.
Dude, trust me, they'll think about it on the beach. I'm not the only one. If I'm thinking about it, they're thinking about it.
You're putting your team captain coach hat on.
Stand-up surfing, the Salazar brothers, Mateus and Alex. When it comes to surfing, longboarding, Rodrigo Seifer, Sphere, is it Rodrigo Sphere?
Don't know.
I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's difficult, but there are, some females too. Tatiana Weston Webb competing for them now. Silvana Lima. So I think when it comes down to actual competition, regardless of what category or division they're in, they're still always gunning for gold, or at least the championship.
All right, here we go, 3:45. It seems like the ocean has gone calm here
It has.
the last 5 minutes.
For a while, too.
I mean, we were seeing a flurry of waves playing catch-up, especially in the first semifinal. And now, this was that forecast potential for tomorrow, and that's why we elevated to excel the heats to finish a day early, because the forecast is for Lake La Jolla to happen on Sunday, but now we're starting to see signs of it today.
Yeah, it's supposed to be decreasing throughout the day. We're seeing it, especially with an incoming tide. It'll probably get a little slower too. Team Canada.
There's Tyler.
We were speaking to them earlier, and they have a possibility to win gold in at least one division.
Yeah. Of course, Victoria, she was competing in 2 divisions. She made 1 final.
Lin Pai coming up later.
Ling also. I was talking to Ling's coach, who's giving her instructions out in the water, David from Stoked for Life, and he says he's more nervous than Ling.
Yep. I would be so too. I would be so too.
I go, why are you nervous? Because she can win a world title.
I don't want that to be up to me.
I don't want to screw it up, he says. And that's the passion some of these volunteers have, It's great. It's great.
You're sharing the stoke with them.
Oh, I know.
And
he's part of Stoked for Life with Chaka's group. And Chaka's going for a world title.
Oh,
today.
yeah.
He was texting me at 5:30 in the morning. He was ready to go.
No, these guys, there's been people.
All week long.
Mono Stewart.
Yes.
He's staying in the parking lot. He's got his camper van and everything. He's like, mate, I'm good to go.
Wow, 2 minutes.
I know.
remaining.
It's been since Jose's 633. There really hasn't been a wave.
And that was around the 8-minute mark.
Yeah. So a big change. And how does that affect your mentality if you're Morales and Kawasaki, who are number 1 and 2 in priority, and they're both needing scores right now?
That is correct. Okay, so what is happening here? We need Claudio needing a 5.14, Buster needing a 7.34.
I was always told, live and die out the back bow, but I don't know if you can do that right now. If you're trying to make the final, last 60 seconds, go on the first wave you can. Go on the first wave that you can.
Yeah, we saw Jesse Ballard do that in the last heat. He went out the 58-second mark and caught that wave, got a 3.9, needed a 4.64, but he didn't know the interference was going to be called.
And you can't force one right now because Mars gonna hold his ground, and he's just gonna let you do your own thing.
Correct. Okay, 45 seconds, and Buster's going to pull the lever right here. He's got a shot. Down the line, right-hander. Remember, he pulled a 6.1 yesterday.
Oh, and Morales couldn't get in out the back. And Kawasaki just going to dock it all the way in the sand. 30 seconds. Not going to be the 7.34. But look at the stoke from Team Hawaii on the beach.
Oh, yeah.
Josh, Chris.
Josh Bogle down there, triple amputee. Has only been surfing for 2 years.
Yeah, I know. And he's been surfing Honolulu, like 6 to 8 foot Hawaiian, too.
Oh, yeah. And he'll keep us his normal break.
Dude, that was a tough one for Claudio and Buster, just waiting there at the end, and it never came to them.
All right, a 2.3 for Buster Kawasaki. That's not going to do it. And there's the horn. So we have our finalists. Brazil and USA will have 2 members on their team in this Prone 2 division final. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, our very first final will hit the water. You're watching the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships live from La Jolla Shores.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
'20 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, day 4, the final day of action. And now we're into the finals. Your women kneel division. Victoria Fage from Canada, Naomi Alvarez from Chile, Paloma Onete from Spain, and Audrey Pascual from Spain. 2 Spaniards in this one. Brad J, Roy Tuscany in the booth. And here we go. We are off to the races with our first final, Roy.
We have 16 of these finals, and this is the first one that we're going to see today. We're starting right at 10:15 a.m., and we're going to take this all the way to the end of the day. Now, look at this. Victoria, look at this wave, Brad J. She nearly got underneath that lip, really charging ahead. In the white here, Noemi Alvarez from Chile, really just kind of planning that board, and then grabs that hand, buries it in, and gets a big turn. So far, those are our 2 competitors that have caught waves here in this heat, and it looks like they're both going. What's going to happen here?
Well, we're taking a look at it right now. Let's see what's up. This is going to be red. This is going to be Victoria getting into this one off the bottom. That wave's going to kind of shut down, but she's going to still try and take it into the inside. And takes that all the way to the beach. Surf looking a little bit better right now. We're starting to see that high tide push, a little bit cleaner conditions too. Maybe we'll see a couple of open sections out there. This is the finals, though, because remember, this is where it all counts, all the marbles. And if you're Spain right now, you got 2 in this one right now. If you could go 1 and 2 in the finals, how important would that be?
And currently going through the semifinals, going into the final, Spain is actually leading the team competition. So it is really up to here where Spain could really set a precedent right out of the gate. If Paloma and Audrey, both of Spain, can get out in front and secure the 1 and 2. They're going to have a tough time, though. Victoria Fage has already caught 2 great waves here today. And being Canadian, she is not affected by the temperature of the water.
No.
So she has a massive advantage
because
over the others.
It's massively cold there.
It's massively warm to her today.
Yeah, 61. If you look at 61 degrees, it doesn't even get to 61 like in Tofino and places like that. It doesn't even get that warm.
You know, Tofino, that's cold.
That's
like
very
they should
cold.
just rename the town or the translation of the word Tofino to being too cold.
Too frio.
Too frio.
We'll call that one.
Too freeze.
So right now you're looking at it. You're talking about the placement of the nations right now, and Spain, like you said, in that #1 spot. So having 2 in the finals here, that's big news. And then you got following Spain in the #2 for the team challenge at USA in that 2nd spot. Brazil #3, Hawaii 4, and France in that 5th spot. That is your top 5 right there. Now, you had found out a little information. There's some Christian Bailey in stuff going on behind the scenes right now.
Which is playing a lot. You know, you're talking about this team score right here. And currently USA is sitting in 2nd as we move into the finals. However, Christian Bailey in his semifinal Prone 2 division, he actually got called for a priority infraction. And when that happened, only his top score transferred, and his 2nd score was an automatic 0. In the last second, Daniel De La Vega of Mexico caught a wave, pushed him over Christian's 5.43 in his combo, which then knocked Christian out. However, when we saw the replay, Christian was about 150 feet south of the surfer in blue. Christian hadn't dropped in yet. The surfer in blue had already peeled off, and by the time Christian dropped in, they called an infraction on him. When I left doing the beach reporting to come back in here, we were still talking. So there's a lot of controversy into that team. Now
we'll try and get clarification.
We will, because we got our guy. We got Bro Hodges down on the beach.
Speaking of Bro, yeah, take it away, Bo.
Thanks, Brad. We're down here with Mr. Enthusiasm, Mr. Excitement. Yesterday celebrating 8 long years of being alive and kicking butt. And now you have a chance at winning a world title. How does that feel?
It feels incredible. 2 years ago, I was here cheering everybody on. I had told myself that I was going to be here whenever we were going to have the next availability to do this, and now I'm here showcasing the world what we're going to do. And gracefully, it's my 8-year anniversary mark, and guess what? we'll be in first this weekend.
Let's talk about your waves out in the water. You almost got barreled, Jose.
I was trying to get deep, so we got into a deep one, and then I saw it open up again. I was like, let's dig, but I wasn't fast enough, but still got in it, was able to kick out of it, and held on deep, so it was great.
Now, here's the good news. You and Jesse made the final, 2 Americans. Here's the bad news. 2 Brazilians also made the final. So a lot is riding not only in your division of being the world champ, but team points for the team gold also. A lot's going to ride in this division.
It's going to be a dogfight out there. I hope me and my partner can actually dish out first and second. I don't care if it's him or me, but guess what? We'll be the top 2. Brazil, I'm sorry, but we're taking this one again this year.
How much love and aloha are you feeling out this community at this event?
It's so incredible. I love seeing how united we can actually be. This just breaks it down for the rest of the world that has hatred all over, like doesn't understand how to get along with other people. We're here with so many different kinds of peoples. They're trying different things. They have different type of adaptabilities because it's not a handicap. So we're out here trying to get the best out of it, and we're here loving each other.
Well, I think I buried the lead. You got a new haircut, bro.
Oh, it's amazing. We call this the war braid. This is to Valhalla.
You want to say hi to anybody watching the webcast?
Every single person that's out there supporting us, not just me specifically, but us, the whole team event, the sport. We couldn't do this without your support. We couldn't do this without everybody here. So thank you guys for putting on such a great show for us.
And thank you for surfing.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I love this guy. Back to you.
That was absolutely amazing. Did you see the look on his face when Bo said, well, here's the good news. You got the USA on top, and then you got Brazil that's in there too as well. And then, of course.
Yeah, but then you kind of end with the most stoked dude with the original king of Stoke, Bo Hodges. The two of them
King
together,
of Stoke. I like it.
Bro Hodges down on the beach, always delivering. Now,
so was the Stoke meter pegged on that one?
I think it actually broke. I think it broke the mercury ball at the top. The mercury went everywhere, and we are just fully pinned without ever seeing anything below full Stoke.
Well, let's give you an update what's happening out here. Victoria Fage from Canada. She's in that top spot. She's got a 5.67 and a 3.0. Naomi Alvarez from Chile. She's got a 4.14. She's done it with a couple of 2.07s right there. Paloma Onate from Spain, a 2 and a 1.97 in third. And Pascual rounding out in that blue in that 4th spot right now.
Right now, we are going to see this replay here from our current leader from Canada, Victoria Fage. Victoria really finding the waves that allow her to use her style of riding to speak to it. Now, here in white, almost that bottom turn was just hung out there a little too long. If she would have snapped it up the top, we would have saw a little bit more action. And unfortunately, that one right there, their hair got in the face, but she still gets up and surfs. Bonus points for not seeing where you're going right now is I think needs to be added to the surfer in yellow.
It just takes it as far as you could. That's Paloma from Spain. And you got two representing Spain in this one. And, you know, when you're talking finals and we're talking team challenge and you want to get the overall team win, the more competitors that you have in the finals, the better your chance of coming out with the team win at the end of the day. As we take a look at Pascual taking a look at this right-hander. Pascual going to drop in. That's going to close out. She's going to take this thing straight towards the beach and do whatever she can. So she's coming in towards this inside section, kind of redirects it to the right, and then she goes down right there. So Victoria Fage holding on to the spot, 5.67, the 3.0. That's the number 1 spot. Naomi Alvarez, number 2. Paloma, number 3. Audrey Pascual, number 4. Did you get a clarification from Bro Hodge right there?
Bro Hodge just came in, and Bo informed me that this is a massive blow to the Team USA and to our 4-time silver medalist in the Prone 1 men's division. Christian Otter-Bailey had a protest against a priority infraction that was brought against him. After judge review, the judges did not agree, and that infraction is going to stand. Meaning that Christian Otter-Bailey is not going to make the finals. And also, as the team leader, the captain of Team USA, those valuable team points just went from potential top 4 to nothing better than, I think that's a 7th, right? Or it might be a 5th, depending on how you scored. It's going to be a 5th.
Wow.
Because he ended up, no,
Heavy.
it's going to be a 7th because he ended up 4th in the heat.
That is some heavy news for Team USA.
and also for our competition, as it has always been Christian versus Bruno in that final. And again, as we talked when, we said, it's in the competitor's hands, that was one of the competitors that definitely had the ability to step up against Bruno. But look at that, almost a pull little cover up on Naomi. I think we're going to see, she's been very consistent. She has a 2.07 and a 2.07 for her scores. I think she's going to one-up one of those.
Yeah, she's getting rid of the 207, one of the 207s, I should say, yeah. She's definitely going to get rid of that. Good little clean place. So we're going to try to see if she could kind of get that little head dip, get in that pocket right there for Naomi Alvarez. But she is in second, needing a 7.97 to take over number 1 spot from Victoria. That wave's not going to do that for her.
But here comes Victoria looking in, probably looking at a couple things right now. Looking at the priority as the yellow jersey's right in front of her, and she's in the red, meaning that the yellow jersey has priority. Probably also looking at how much time is remaining. We're approaching 7.5 minutes in this first final in the women's kneel division. But look at this wave from White here, really getting back up in that pocket and just missed the opportunity to go underneath.
Had a shoulder, shoulder got in the barrel, though.
Yeah, almost had the full shower approach from that barrel right here at La Jolla.
And what Mitchell was saying earlier, with a little bit of cleaner conditions and a slight offshore, it may be small, but there's a chance for these things to open up a little bit, just a little bit. If you could find yourself in the right time, right place, right time, you might find yourself a little in and out right there.
Yes, that is for sure. Now look at this right here. This is getting interesting. The priority right now is to Paloma. The leader right now is Victoria. And here comes Naomi after catching that great wave. Is trying to step out there too in the third priority. So that technique of when there's not much area to surf, the bunching approach doesn't always work unless surfers are not familiar with how priority works.
And to be honest, there's some surfers that are new to the competition side of things, and that takes time. When I got into competing mode for surfing, you don't really know all that stuff until you've done it a little while, and you get burnt a couple times, and you make a couple mistakes, and you learn not to do it again. So a lot of these competitors, some of them are new to the game, and they sometimes have to learn the hard way.
You know what I think is always the worst?
What's that?
After you catch an awesome wave and, you get down, you look at the beach, no one's cheering for you, and you're like, what just happened? And then you look up and you see that you just scored an infraction. Nothing's worse.
Let's talk about the board you see to the right side. You see the 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is the priority board. You can also see it to the left top of your screen, the 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means surfer in yellow has first priority of the wave choice. Surfer in red has second priority. Surfer in white third. And surfer in blue fourth priority. That means they have the opportunity to get the wave. So if 3 and 4 are next to each other, 3 has the opportunity, which is right here, which is white, and that's Naomi Alvarez.
And that big board that we were showing you there is what the competitors actually can see.
Yeah.
So when they're out in the ocean, they can turn around and determine who actually has priority. Obviously from home, while you're watching on the screen, it's very easy to see who has priority. But it's very important for the surfers to best understand who has priority, because the worst thing that you can do is put a 0 up on the board for going at the wrong time.
I'll have that guy out there who's is paddling that boat to bring us some food.
There is Jerry from Team Canada, the manager of the team.
How happy is he right now?
That guy right there is fully pinned on the Stoke meter. Him and Jose Martinez can hang out. She has consistently – I see why she's gotten almost the same score every time. She surfs almost the same wave every time. She surfs it in the same direction, and she surfs it really consistently. It's pretty cool to see how much she has found her own little niche out there in the ocean today.
Well, who's going to come away with the win in our first final for today? Your women's knee final in the water. Victoria Face for Canada. Well, right now, could the gold be hers? Well, we got 4 minutes and 25 seconds ticking away to find that out. Naomi Alvarez in that second spot. Pasquale in that third spot. And we'll take another look at that replay here.
Here's Naomi Alvarez going down on that bottom turn, grabbing rail, and then hoping to just get a little bit of the face of the wave before the water drops on her. Victoria Fage out there talking to fellow competitor Paloma Onada from Spain. Victoria sitting pretty comfortably up there with a 10.04, catching a combination of 4 waves here today, with her top wave being a 5.67 and her second wave being a 4.37.
I saw Audrey Pasquale from Spain take just a really inside, just a little bit of a whitewater wave, and that wasn't much of a wave to take when you're trying to replace a 1.83 and basically your 2.2. So you want to replace both your waves, and you're going on a wave that's not going to get you any points right there.
Yeah, what's going on right now? It doesn't really look like she's charging that hard back out into the ocean, but she is making her way out. I wonder if she's going over that channel. Okay, here we go. Surfer in yellow, surfer in red. Yellow does have priority here. Let's see what happens. Yellow, they both go opposite ways on the peak.
Which is good. Look at this little section right there for Victoria. Another good wave. Driving down the line. Not going to replace her 5.6 or a 4.3, but still good that she's keeping busy out there. Judges take notice of that.
Yes, and there is Team Canada right there. Ty Turner, JD, and other members of that team. And there is the very clear to be team from Wales.
Not only do they have the flag, they have matching outfits that go along with it.
You can't
See, this is what I was talking about right here for Pasquale. You got a 1.83 and a 2-something, and you're going on that wave. I don't think that's a good choice.
It seems like she's trying to communicate with something with the beach. Like, that to me looks like when I'm paddling in for the day.
Yeah, there's no way that – and then here's the replay of this one.
Look at the way that she gets up and down into that pocket. She knows there isn't much face to play with today, but she's finding the longest amount of time that she can. Again, just can't displace enough water there for Paloma. Now, out the back, here comes White Surfer from Chile. And, we're going into another one for Victoria here. Look at her, truly in that knee form. Wow, we have not seen Victoria fully kneel, grab that rail, and really extend that arm and open the chest to get her up and down that waves. Now, that wasn't as big of a ride, but that right there was the perfect form for this division.
And stayed in that pocket, too, though.
Stayed in that pocket, grabbed the rail, and looked picturesque. This is going to be a whitewater takeoff here.
And going to try and get to those knees here on the inside, but that's not going to do much, too, for Paloma. And if you're Paloma, you're in the same situation as Pasquale. You really need to think about trying to find some bigger waves. And if you don't have priority, like Naomi Alvarez has priority, if I'm Pasquale and I'm Paloma, I'm going to go away from the crowd and try and find something of my own and just try and make the priorities not an issue.
And with a minute and a half remaining here, it's really going to come down to, what is that last wave that you decide to ride in this finals heat? These ladies, women's kneel division, first heat of 16 that we're going to see here today. And look at that. They kind of got a little too close. And instead of, the traditional bro, get off my wave approach, it's, hey, sister, are you okay? And really that, friendship. Now look at this. Look at the pocket that she stays in. Look at the amount of energy that she is using to stay in that position. She is a lower level spinal cord injury, which means you don't have much control of your trunk and ab muscles. However, that right there to kneel, to balance, and to catch, that is really big. And then how about that Bronco ride out there from Naomi Alvarez? And even says, see you later, board. I'm going to keep going. You're not going to get me out of my way.
Yeah, get out of here.
All right, 30 seconds remaining in heat, finals heat.
Did you see her bury the nose and was able to bring it up? Well, here we go. Like you said, 25 seconds to go here. Victoria Faye, she is in lock. Can she go ahead and grab the gold out here today? Naomi Alvarez in that second spot, gunning for that second place. Paloma Onete in Spain in third. Audrey Pasquale in that fourth spot. Time ticking down out here.
All right, 10 seconds. Final. Heat 1, women's kneel. And it looks like Team Canada is going to take home the first individual title for this event.
Well, there you go. Time is winding down. That's going to wrap it in your unofficial winner right now, Victoria Faye, the #1 spot. And then you got Naomi Alvarez in that #2 spot. And that is how it's going to shape out here right now. Your unofficial winner, Victoria Faye from Canada. And that helps Canada kind of try and climb back up, because Canada right now in the team side of thing is they're all the way down in 13th. Well, the president, of course, of ISA, Fernando Aguirre, has had a dream to get surfing in the Olympics, and he's succeeded in that. And for more about Fernando Aguirre, the president of ISA, let's take a look at this, because more finals are coming up. Stay with us.
My name is Fernando Aguirre. I am the president of the International Surfing Association, and I like to surf every day. The ocean is the greatest equalizer. There is no really admission fees, no membership fees. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, gender. weight size or anything to surf. The ocean has not been privatized, sold, rented, so we all have a chance to enjoy it. And maybe like a year ago, something like that, one day I woke up and I realized that the dream that I was having when I woke up, it was the reality. From having for the first time all the dream surfing teams of the world together, all the top stars, the guys that I met when they were 15 or 16 as juniors, and I saw them winning medals or gold medals, and they're all together now. Next to, the full team of Senegal. It's like a team from Thailand, Indonesia, American Samoa. I think this is a sensitive point, because I carry on my heart my parents, my grandparents, all the people that really made me who I am. And my grandparents on my mom's side were very, limited income. He was a taxi driver and she was a housewife that used to work as a maid on a hotel. I was maybe 16 or 17, and one day my grandma showed up and gave me the most expensive jacket that I couldn't buy. And I knew how life was difficult for them, how difficult life was for them. So I told her, I said, "You're crazy. This is like, why do you do that?" And she said, "I'm not sure you're gonna get it now, but eventually I think you're gonna get it." And giving is much better than receiving, because by receiving, nobody has ever become a better human being. But if you give, you might get a chance.
Instead of snowboarding.
2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. All about the finals now. 16 finals is what we got going on. One of them in the books. Victoria Page, unofficial winner from Canada in your women knee final. Now it's your men's knee final. And in the water, who are we looking at today there, Roy?
We've got a big class of heavy hitters here. Now, two Brazilian surfers. Right here, you've got Altino Neto from Brazil. You've got Henrique Savare in the white jersey. And then you've got Sponge in the red, who threw down yesterday. And then don't ever count out, not even try not to mention, the neon lighter himself, the man, the myth, the guy from down under, Mark Manu Stewart.
So there you go. There's a look at him, and a couple Brazilians in there. We saw it before. Spain ended up 3 and 4 in that last final. But you got to think right now, Brazil being in third place, if they could go 1 and 2 here, they could push USA possibly down below them.
And then you've got to remember, too, that in the men's stand division, Brazil has 3 incredible competitors.
Oh, man.
Roberto Pinho in the stand 2. And then in stand 1, Michael Vaz, who's been there. All right.
Let's head it downstairs. We got the winner from the last heat. Standing by. What's going on?
All right, thanks, Brad. Let me be the first to tell you, you are now a 2-time world champion. How does that feel, Victoria?
It feels amazing. I've worked hard to try to get here, and everything is paying off today, and I'm so happy. I had great support from my people back home, but also the other competitors, Sponge and Mono and Prado, especially Prado's coaching me and let me ride his board in the final. And I've learned so much from these guys, and I'm so stoked.
Talk about the adaptive community in surfing around the world.
It really is a community of people who want to help each other get better. We all want to compete. We all want to win. We want to get the best waves and do the best maneuvers. But I've learned so much from Spike and all the other wave skiers, and it really is a whole family. Ohana.
Well, you've learned that by your multiple trips to Hawaii, and we can't wait to have you in Hawaii for the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships. But representing Canada, representing, 2 different disciplines. I mean, you had a shot at winning 2 times here.
I almost made wave ski. I almost made it. But maybe next year if I get my own wave ski, and it's hard times getting specialized equipment, and so all the funding really makes a big difference. If we can get specialized equipment, the sky's the limit.
But there's groups like CAF, and there's a whole bunch of ways to get sponsorship. And talk about your sponsors.
I don't have any. That's the truth.
That's what we need.
So I would love to have even a little bit of support for boards or wetsuits, and I have to say anything could go such a long way, because we're building a community. Last year there's just 3 girls in my division, now there's 7, and we're all chatting, having a great time out there and supporting each other and cheering each other on for waves. So it's it's growing. The whole community is growing.
Well, Amp Surf is the sponsor of this World Championship, and now you're a 2-time gold medalist. Congratulations, Victoria.
Thank you so much.
All right, back up to you guys.
That's so cool. Victoria, borrowed board, and I am the world champ on a borrowed board.
You know, one thing that I think needs to happen, because that's the second time that she's been on borrowed equipment. She was using Tanel Bolt's wave ski in the wave ski division when she competed in there. Today she's using a fellow competitor from the males division in the Neil. Maybe, just maybe.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Where am I going?
It's probably time she gets her own equipment, right?
Or just keep running everybody else's because it seems to work for you.
You got to wonder if she does go get her own board and she doesn't have luck, she's going to go back to borrowing on that because she's a 2-timer now.
Yeah, and maybe she just gets her own equipment to share with others, and she'll use everybody else's.
Hey,
you know,
there you go.
It's the whole old barter system, the original form of trade.
Well, right now it's your men's Neil final in the water. Victoria Veish has done her thing for Team Canada, and this time in the water we got Neto from Brazil in that yellow, Sponge Williams from Wales in the red, Enrique Savaria from Brazil in white, and Mark Mono Stewart in blue from Australia. There's all four of them side by side.
Now, look at the priority score right now. It's got XX34. Does that mean it's because blue and white have not caught a wave yet?
Exactly.
Is that why we're not seeing them on the priority scale?
Exactly.
What's going to happen right here?
So red paddling one way, white's
they're going to go opposite, so it works. Look at Sponge. He switched over. He just went to a traditional knee board. He's not on this traditional board that he's been surfing, and he said ever since he's gone to this, he'll never go back.
That's what it takes. You get on a board and you start loving that board, and it's like, why wasn't I riding this all the time?
He just got that board from the famous Birds Surf Shack.
Yep.
Or Surf House. Went and got 2 different boards that he's been trying this week. His coach or girlfriend or support team is definitely making sure that she is being vocal in his positioning. Now,
Neto.
What's going to happen right here?
That's a good call. Not sure how the judges look at that one. I mean, there's no contact there. They're both up and down. A good, decent wave for Neto.
There was no call on the priority scale either. That was Mark's first wave, but it definitely, from my perspective, I would say that Mark infracted there at Alnicio.
Because if you go back to the traditional, what's kind of rules in surfing is the one closest to the peak has the right of way, is what you're saying.
Exactly, and you also saw that I think he dipped out. You know, I don't know if Neto continued to go because he saw Mono coming in. We're going to find out here.
That's why we are not judges. We are the ones, the mouthpieces out here doing our job out here. You know, we'll let the judges settle all that, right?
Yeah, we will definitely let that settle. We'll see if even some scores come in, and that might give us a little thing. Coming up next is the wave ski division, where we're going to see an entire dominated USA field. Jeff Munson, Elena Nichols, Ethan Carrier, and Charles Webb.
Yeah, that's an important one there. But remember, wave ski, though, and if you look at wave ski, you think, well, will that help out the team? No, because wave ski points don't go to the team. Yes, they're awarded their first, second, third, and fourth, but wave ski do not go to team points. So that's important to know because we have 4 Americans in the next one. So dropping in right there, that's going to be Sponge Williams. And Sponge right now, there you go. Here's yellow. Neto up again. He's racing this one. The left, off the top, back down. Digs a little bit of an edge.
All right,
here's the
look at
replay.
this. There's that one where we were wondering.
That's okay.
They split the peak right there.
Yeah.
Sponge just really finding every face that was available on that wave.
Yeah. And here's the split peak view here, and here's White's view.
All right, surfer in white, Henrique Savaria of Brazil. Not quite finding the same amount. Now, here's the one we were talking about. Let's watch this. Brad, give this one the call.
To me, with Neto, I would think as a surfer and you go priority close to the peak, I would say the interference would be on blue if there's interference on that because there was no priority listed at that point. Because you go back to the rule in surfing, the surfer that's close to the peak should have the right of way.
Correct.
And he was well into that wave.
Well.
Yeah. And snaps it off the top, too, which was pretty sick to see that lipper at the end, about halfway through that wave. So Sponge Williams on top right now, 807. That's his score with a 6 and a 207. Savaria from Brazil in second. Neto now bumped all the way down to third from Brazil. So Brazil 2 and 3. And now things are going to change. Neto's going to go back up to the number 1 spot, 5-5 and a 4-6-7.
Correct, and we're really going to see we're still waiting to see if that is an infraction call on Mono, as they still have not showed that little 360 that he did off the wave.
I mean, it's an interesting call. I don't know the clarification on that when it's not in a priority situation, which we saw X's all the way across the priority. So we don't have that clear determination on that.
All right, we got 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat. Still a lot of time for these 4 surfers, they're all finalists, to really go. Now, I am thinking, because we haven't seen that score, I'm thinking that Mono is going to get that infraction. He's still posting a 0 right there.
Yeah, you know they're talking about it for sure. Judges right now spending their time.
Wait, nope. They're not going to give him an infraction.
Score comes in, 4.5, so no infractions on that.
Now, look at that. Now, so far, all these guys are in the calibers of a 4.5 to about 6 range. Now it's really going to come down to who can put 2 of these together.
Look at this
and
line.
Look at this line as they're all look at all the movement out there in the lineup.
Oh, I think this is going to be
I think it's going to be Alcino Neto who's going to get this.
Oh, Neto, here we go. He's down the line, driving down the line on the right.
Oh, what
2 good turns.
Great right he's getting
off
right
the
here.
top there, and then goes down 3 decent turns right there. So that's going to help him out.
And you know what? He's got a 5.5 and a 4.67. It is going to land somewhere in between there. No matter what, I think his score is going to go up.
I think he's going to get rid of that 4.67 on that wave. That's 3 turns. Take a look. Talk to me about this.
Look at this. Really sees all the competitors saw this wave. And then he gets on it and says, okay, this is one of the better waves of the set. I'm going to ensure that I'm going to do as many maneuvers. And look at that. 3 redirects on it. And then, unfortunately, I would have loved to see him ride out because it would have been a nice little whitewash like victory, splash the waves, have some fun. But
I kind of look at that as a contest make because he did come away clean.
Yes, he did.
Well, once again, judges' hands on that. So Neto 5.5, 4.67. Sponge Williams 6 and a 2.07. See what the score's coming in on that. Priority going to White right now. So Savaria from Brazil, first priority. Second priority, Sponge Williams. Third is Mark Mono Stewart.
You know, Sponge right now with that 6 and then his adder being a 2.07, he just needs to get another wave that he's able to put a 6-style wave up on because that is really giving him – he has the highest single wave score.
Yeah.
He just has pretty much the worst second score outside of the zeros that the other 2 competitors have.
Good point there.
So it's going to be really up. But right now, it is –
you look at the first waves, the best score waves for all of our competitors, and they're all pretty close.
Yeah.
4.5, a 5.17, a 6, and a 5.5.
You know, we're still waiting for the final score from Neto's last ride to come in. And, whoop, there it is. Brad J., what has happened to our leaderboard?
Well, there we go. Things are shifting up. Neto back to that top. And look at Outback who got something to paddle. That's red into this one.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. White had priority on that. Red had second priority. But here's Sponge Williams. Nice off the top. Not able to get back in. But wait a minute now.
I really don't think White was going to make that wave. We've already seen that cost.
We'll have to look at that replay again to see if he had a chance to actually get in that wave and he pulled out because of it.
Now, here is something. If they don't call that on Henry, if they don't call that on Sponge Williams, let's watch this and then let's talk about it. Give this call, Brad.
It looked like, yeah. To me, that looks like that's an interference.
Now, if they don't call that on Sponge, then that's really going to it's really going to change what, you know, potentially, you know, the decision that was made on Christian Otter Bailey.
Oh, man.
Almost identical situation.
Yeah.
Here comes Sponge again on another wave.
Sponge.
He's a much more right, and look at this. Just going down the line again. Little reform.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. To me, just in my version of that looks like an interference to me. Because the way Sponge goes back up to the top of that pretty much stops White from being able to even drop into that wave. He kind of just shuts the door on him.
It really does. But, again, now if they don't call it on Sponge, how does then that uphold the, you know, decision that they made?
Are you talking can of worms? Is that what you're talking
I'm talking
about?
can of worms.
Okay.
I'm talking like silo of worms, actually. Are we going to pop the top on the corn silo?
Man, drama thick out here today. Savaria looking at this one. He's got a little bit of a runner on this one. He's going to go to it, work it down line, see how he's got that right arm on the rail, puts the left one on there, redirects it back around into the inside, kicks out. There you go. Savaria answering back. This will go with his 517. Decent wave. Here goes Sponge. Sponge dropping in on this one. And that one really kind of peters out. He's going to try and see if it goes into something else, and that's going to do it. What are you seeing? Are you seeing something that we don't know?
Yeah, it looks like they are going to give – they are going to call that an infraction, correct? Yes, it is going to be an infraction on red.
Yeah, it hasn't been official on our scoring yet, right?
Unofficial. The head judge has still not voted on that. We're going to get it on a little count here. Head judge.
Oh, very interesting. So as it stands before –
Nope.
there it is, Sponge
There it
Williams.
is.
Yep, there you go.
Sponge Williams has just basically – it is impossible for Sponge Williams to get a gold medal here now.
And then look at this. Sponge goes down to the number 3 spot because Savaria on this way from the replay has moved up into that number 2 spot behind Neto. So Brazil 1 and 2, and that really helps out the team
But
challenge
hold
right
on,
now.
here he comes, Mark Mono Stewart. This is Mono's second wave, really pushing on the front of that board to get some more speed.
Yes!
I got to say, that was a good solid four maneuver wave for Mono, waiting for the score on that one as well. But this is really going to change things. If Brazil finishes 1-2 in this division,
It's really tough, yeah.
that is really going to catapult them in the team standings because
they're in third.
Spain had the opportunity in the last heat in the women's kneel
and ended up
to
third
do
and fourth.
1-2, and they finished 3-4.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I do not think the team from Wales is going to take this news lightly.
Oh yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yep.
Just frustration. And you know what? That's why they're judges, because that's their job to determine whether that's an interference or not. That's not us to call. That's not the spectators, family members, friends to call. That goes down to the judges, and that's why we have judges in surfing competitions.
I would like to say, Ethan, pick that flag up, my friend. But you know what?
Yeah.
Sponge isn't stopping. He's still surfing out there, which is great to see. He could,
Do it for yourself.
come out of nowheres and drop a 9. If he was to get a 9 right now, which this is a great wave he's on, let's see what happens right here. Oh, Sponge, stay on it. It's just not quite there. But if he was to get a 9, we could see him.
He would replace his 6 with the 9.
Yeah, he would go to 2nd.
But watch this, Mark Mono Stewart.
Yeah, where my Mark Mono Stewart fans at right there?
Oh!
Boom goes the dynamite right there.
Wow, that is the Brad J exclamation point
I
that you
said it.
drop on a wave.
Yes, that's what you got to do. And Neto is not going to be happy about that one because Neto's sitting with a 613.550. You got to think, Stewart, a 713 puts him in the number 1 spot. To me, that's probably a 713. I got to think he's going to do it right now.
I do too. That air, oh my God. Mono came out of the sky and dropped back into the ocean.
Savaria on this one off the bottom, right into that lip. Makes the section, comes back down into that. So a good one-trick wave for him. Does Mark Mono Stewart go to that top spot and knock Neto down to 2?
Needs a 7.13 to pair with his 4.5.
Look at this. Here it is. Watch this. Watch this thing build. Straight up. Bam. There is no doubt about it. Smacking the heck out of the lip. Fist pumped. I'm happy about that one.
He was fired up on that one. Full drop out of the sky, down into the low.
He cracked that thing.
All right, here we go. Neto up on here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Count it 4.
Let's get 5. I love the number 5. One more
5.
time. 5.
Oh, that's a good wave, too.
Wow.
So Neto, he's coming in, 20-some-odd seconds left. So we haven't seen the Stewart score come in. So Neto's going to have another score. So if Stewart takes it over, I think Neto is going to get rid of that 5.50. There's no doubt about it. What, 5 hits on that wave? No one had 5 hits.
And watch this, probably just in pure competition form. Mono's going to catch one with 2 seconds left. That's
2,
not going to happen.
1.
Here we go.
So there we go. What we do know, Sponge Williams is going to end up in the 4 spot. That's unofficially, but we figure that's going to be pretty much right. Savaria, I think he's going to stay in the number 3 spot. Yeah, Wales is like, what just happened?
Look at this. Okay.
Okay, so Stewart moves up into the number 1 spot on that
But
wave.
wait, we still have one more score to come from Alcijo Nito.
Okay, so Mono Stewart goes to the top at the number one spot.
Okay, unofficially, Mono Stewart right now is in the 1 spot. We are still waiting. We are still waiting.
This is crazy, man. We need to get Neto's score in. So does Neto come away in second place? See, there it is. So Stewart number 1. Neto number 2, Savaria number 3, Sponge Williams can do nothing there.
And there it is. Oh, my God.
Neto to the top, 8-6-7 and a 6-1-3. Stewart goes into that second spot. Neto will be the unofficial winner. Stewart will grab second, Savaria third, and Sponge Williams with the interference in fourth. What a barn burner at the end, Roy.
Oh, my God. We counted each of those turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top turns from Neto right there, and it pushes him after Mono takes the lead from him. He then takes it back from Mono, and look at that. The Brazilians are carrying their warrior off the beach right now. I'm really hoping that Mitchell grabs this one for an interview, because I think the amount of stoke that is going to be here from the Brazilians are going to be rivaling a good football match.
Well, one thing that Mark Mono Stewart did is he broke up the 1 and 2 there, because Brazil was going to go 1 and 2, but Mark Mono Stewart had broke up the 1 and 2 for Brazil, so Brazil goes 1 and 3 in that one.
Yeah, but look at that. That one is worth it all. And you got to remember, they still have that guy who's right behind him, David Teixeira, in the men's assisted prone 2 division. Mono's got to be excited, but at the same time, has to tip his hat, because that was a barn-burning, deserved win there from Neto.
And some heroics right there at the end. So that's what it's looking like. Neto to that top spot. Mono Stewart's will get into that second spot. So Brazil will go 1 and 3. And we got another final coming up because we got a whole slew of finals on the way. Stay with us. Next up, it's going to be the Wave Ski Final. It's your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More right after this. Hang with us, man.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support Amp Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
And back to the action. 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Third final of the day right now, your wave ski final, and it is all USA in this one, Roy.
It is. We've got 4. There's my lady, Elena Nichols, grabbing an opening wave, just kind of getting started. she definitely is known for bigger waves than that. But here comes Ethan Carrier in the yellow jersey. Again, it really looks like these guys are just testing out what's out in the water. But I see on the scoreboard here that Jeff Munson has put down a 6.17, waiting for that replay. Here it is from Jeff. Here's that 6 from him, really digging down with that paddle and just kind of doing what other competitors have done today. You find the wave with the open face, you stay out in front of it, got his head washed. He's 6'5", and then here he is, Charles Chaka Webb. Charles just getting up and really just doing what Chaka does, which is he's got soul. Every turn that Chaka does has soul behind it. And that right there is a soul session with a little drop there at the end from Chaka. And he knew it. That's Chaka. That is a Chaka perfect. All right, here comes Elena Jane up on a much bigger wave than that first one, really trying to dive that paddle and get out in front of the whitewash. And, the whitewash got there. Look at this replay call I got, Brad. This is the 6th wave in this replay. They are only 5 minutes into this action, and we're already seeing each competitor catching a majority of waves right out of the gate. Let's hope this continues for the next 15. All right, here comes Jeff Munson.
Jeff Munson driving off the bottom of that one, sideways down in the whitewater. Keeps it going, gets that paddle plant in there.
All right,
wow.
All right, Elena Nichols, look at this. Getting a absolute beautiful wave here. Long ride, a big old right. This is very similar to the wave she got back when she beat all the boys. And look at this. We can't even go down to the beach with all this excitement, but
we got to set it down to the beach as Bo stand by with our winner. Bo, what's going on, man?
Well, it's going to sound like a broken record. We had a 2-time world champion in the first final of the day. We have a 2-time champion in the final of the second one. Peralta, the 2017 world champion in the Neil division, and the 2020 champion. And talk about your good luck charm.
Wow. Thank you, guys. I'm so happy for that event. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for all the team. Thank you for all the, I'm so tired. I'm so happy. But let's do it. I remember 17, that's my first young champion. I used the yellow jersey. I remember the Miley give to me the yellow jersey again. I'm so proud for you, Miley. I'm so stoked because you give me a yellow shirt. Maybe I come for win again. That's go to the ocean, I paddle, I'm looking, concentration for catch the waves, I wait, breathe. It starts making good score. That's the feeling, coming good.
Well, let's talk about the final. A lot was going on. An interference by Sponge Williams dropped him out of second place. He was the closest surfer to you on that back half of the heat. Mono was sitting on one wave for 3/4 of the heat. Then all of a sudden, he gets a 7. Talk about that 8-point ride at the end that you needed to go from second to first again.
Yeah, that's so hard for follow the waves that heat because it's too slow. The wave is not too much strong for everyday athletes in the water. But I'm finding some good run. And my surfboards thank the shapers and making the good run for that contest, special for that contest. That works well. Thank all the sponsors. Thank for all the head judges. Thank for ICA. And that is all the athletes training hard for that beautiful event. And yeah, everybody have some chances. That's mine now. I'm so happy. I come winner, gold medal, and Team Brazil.
All right, Brasília. Something in Portuguese for everybody back home.
Obrigado a todos vocês que estão assistindo. Obrigado, Time Brasil. Só tenho que agradecer. Mais uma medalha de ouro para nós. Brasil, Guarujá, São Paulo. Aloha. Aloha. That's the vibe. Aloha.
All right, back up to you guys. Congratulations.
Man. That was one of the best finals, I don't care, in surfing that I have seen, whether it's parasurfing or just surfing in general. I mean, to me, that was one of the best finals to be part of.
It had controversy.
Yeah.
It had last-minute excitement. It had world champions. It had kind of what I think we're predicting from the get-go is to see Mark Mono Stewart really up there on the top, which he was for about 11 seconds. And then the last wave by Nito came in, and it propelled him back up to that top spot.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, after an amazing semifinal, Sponge Williams got hit with that penalty, which pushed him back.
Munson, Nichols, Webb, and Kerr and this one. And How are we even going to keep track? Isn't there just – have the judges caught up to this yet?
Not even close. Ethan Carrier has, I want to say, 8 waves already under his belt from this. Still waiting scores from Munson. Still waiting scores from Elena's best wave. And we're still waiting Chaka's first score to be coupled with a second score.
There is a whole lot of scores still to come. The judges have their work cut out. I think in the first minute we saw, what, 6, 7 waves, you said?
You know, in that first replay, which was playing within 4 minutes of us taking over the broadcast, I called out 6 replays. So they're hammering waves right here. And we're waiting to see here. Oh my God, we are still waiting. Like, it's unreal. The number of waves Ethan's caught, the number of waves we're waiting to see from Munson, and a wave score we're still waiting from Nichols to be posted here. And then Charles Webb only has 1 wave, but his first wave's a 5.23. This is going to be a very exciting heat once the judges start to catch up to us.
Well, I got to think your wife's going to move to that number 1 spot. She's still waiting for a score, and the next score she gets is most likely going to get rid of that 1.5 for sure. And that should catapult her to that number 1 spot, bumping Jeff Munson down, I would think.
Yeah, exactly. And now priority, Elena in priority, Webb in second, and then priority goes to Munson and Ethan. Okay, here comes Carrier right now. Doesn't decide to go for it.
What do you do if you're your wife right now?
You know, for her, let's see. She's got more Olympic medals than most people. She has won more international and global competitions than most people. And the one thing that she likes more than anything is beating the boys. So right now, she is out in the water with a 4-time champion in Jeff Munson, a 2-time champion in Charles, and a reigning champion in Ethan. There's nothing that is going to be more sweeter to Elena than if she can beat all the boys and really drop. And we're still waiting for that score. And there it is. Oh, my God. We now have a whole new game going on here.
So now you got Elena into that top spot. She's got 11-10 with her 7-10 and a 4. Then you got Munson, who was on top. He goes to number 2. He's got a 6-1-7 and a 2-3-0, looking to replace the 2-3-0.
He still has 1 score, though. There it is. It just got posted. Look at this.
So he still stays right there in that number 2 spot. And Charles Webb is in that number 3 spot in blue with just 1 wave right now. And that's a big one, like you said, a 5-2-3. Take a look at your wife here on the replay.
Here's that 7.1 ride that she got. I mean, she found that wave that she loves to get on, stays out right in front of there, stays in the pocket, and then rides it all the way out, just turning up and down. That was a fantastic wave from there.
I really enjoy about her surfing is the way she works it down the line, but the way she lays it back to bring that board back and then get on the gas. She really stays in the sweet spot of that wave the whole way.
That's that's kind of how she lives her life. She always just lives life in that sweet
spot. Is she competitive at home with you?
Oh my God, I'll tell you what.
Because she likes to beat the boys. Does she like to beat you?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. At home,
don't play board games.
It's very clear who is in charge. But here we go. Charles Webb, who's working off a 5-2-3. Look at Chaka just get in there. He's got that side. This is right here. We're talking about the soul.
Look at that. Reverts it back around.
He's saying, I can't do better than that, guys. That was me showcasing.
I can't rip any harder than that.
This is really going to get exciting. That wave right there is going to move Chaka up. All right, here comes Elena paddling. Not going to get it. It's okay. 7.5 minutes left. Ethan Carrier there, not getting it. It's really, all right, Jeff Munson, he's like 6'7". He will get in there as he's just got so much power behind each of those strokes.
You like when you get that paddle plant? He redirects it back around. Floats it back down on the inside.
And now he's just going to play in this whitewash. Watch. Most people would say enough's enough. Jeff says, no. I'm going to ride this wave for as long as this wave's going to have me.
I'm going to get everything out of this one. Well, that's going to mix things up because now Charles Webb will have a second score to get out of that number 3 spot. It'll be combined with his 5-2-3, which is a very good single wave score. Now, Elena Nichols still in that top spot. You got 4.94 is what Jeff Munson needs to take over the top spot. 5.88 for Webb to get up into the top 2.
All right, let's watch this Webb. Let's watch Charles here again. Chaka just slowly rolls right in, and he sees this wave all the way, seeing that he's going to have a lot of time to play on it. Chaka's always got this soul style to him, and right there, that beautiful little revert, and he says straight up, he's like, that was a gift from the gods out there on a day like this. I'll tell you what, it is so much fun seeing an individual like Chalk out here, and then the barometer of wave skiing, the Jeff Munson. You can always tell how a wave ski competition is going to go by how Jeff
Sick
Munson
floater.
is there. Jeff is just an incredible individual who just loves. But I'll tell you what, you never want to be out in the water with him. He'll tell you to go for these waves that he tells you are the greatest waves in the world. They're usually dog. And then what you'll see is you'll turn around after you catch this dog wave, and then you turn around and what? Oh, Munson's on the perfect wave.
Rolls it back over.
Ethan
Holy
Carrier.
El Rolo. What
El
the heck?
Rolo right there.
I mean, he didn't stay in the wave. I imagine if he does that and completely barrel rolls that and comes back up and then finishes off, that should be a high-scoring wave. So wave score coming in for Webb.
We got a wave score coming in for Munson, too, which is going to disrupt some stuff here.
Webb stays in third, though. 5.23,
Webb does stay in
4.37.
third. He got a 4.37 for that last ride, his first one a 5.23. Munson's last ride, however, is going to be better than that 4.43, but we're waiting to see what that is and how that's going to change the leaderboard. 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat.
Oh, man, it is a very close one indeed. This is by far from over. The one person who needs to get to work is Ethan Carrier right now. The 2.9, the 1.93, you know, both scores below the 3 mark, has him in fourth. He wants to climb out of that cellar position. First, you got to get rid of that 1.93, and second, you got to get rid of that 2.90.
Yeah, exactly.
Because those aren't going to hold up. Now, what does Elena need to do right now, sending that she's in priority with 5 minutes to go, and she's in the lead trying to get rid of 4?
You know, unfortunately, she's out by herself, so priority's really not going to play into her advantage right here. Now, she was closer to the guys. She could really play some positioning, but I think she sees something over where she is. Let's see. She's paddling into this wave right now. Really needs to get something above a 4, especially now that Jeff Munson has just put up a 7.07. Elena not seeing that. Jeff Munson now with a 13.24 leading this event. Elena with that 7.1, which is the highest wave score, but really needs to find a second wave that's closer to that 7. Quinn Waverly's parents cheering everyone on for Team USA.
There you go. There's the update up on your upper left-hand side of the screen. Munson has moved up into the number 1 spot. A 707, a 617. Elena now relinquished to the number 2 spot. Webb still holding down number 3.
There's my little guy.
That's your dude right there.
There's my little guy. His shirt says, I'm going to be on a cereal box one day. And I agree, you will, Gunnar Owen. But right now, it's all about Mom out in the ocean.
Well, give him some time. For the first years, he's going to be eating cereal, okay?
I hope so.
Then you get on the cereal box.
Yes. Here comes Munson again, grabbing another one. Look at those long paddle strokes that he's able to use and really generate a lot of power. He's going to come down the left side of this right now. It's really going to be, that was going to do one of two things. He was either going to float that top section or he was going to do what happened. And I'll tell you what, when you're that tall, you've got to feel the recoil from that.
Yeah, he is a tall individual. What is his height, did you say?
I want to say he's about 6'4". All right, here comes Elena. I think this is her wave. Let's see, Elena. Come on, Elena. Dig for this one. Get on this one. Unfortunately, Elena doesn't get that one, and that was going to be a peeler right. I just want to put clear that Ethan Carrier just caught his 10th wave of the heat.
Okay, no more than 25.
No more than 25, Ethan. But Ethan hasn't gotten a really big explosion of a wave yet. But if it was off of wave counts, here we go. Elena, I think we're going to see it right here. It's going to go right. She loves going right. It's all going to come down to this paddle as she comes into this wave. Come on, Elena. Get up onto this thing. She is going to drop down in pure Elena style, and it's going to be no. She decides not to stay on that.
Yeah, it was closing out.
It was going to close out with 2.5 minutes left. It's really going to take a wave that's going to give her an open face to do as many maneuvers as possible.
That was a smart move. I really feel that was a smart move on her part.
That's what would have happened right there. Ethan, who is catching now his 11th wave, didn't really see what that wave was going to do, and when it did, it closed out and really eliminated the face for him.
If I'm Elena at this situation, I saw how much time is on that clock. You got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. That wave was closing out. I think it was smart of her. She knows she's not going to beat the 4 with that wave, so get back out there and get yourself set up. 2 minutes. You never know. All it takes is 1, and you know she can put up a 6.14 very easily.
Yeah, it is definitely a capability for her to do. The biggest thing that's going to happen is Jeff Munson is going to keep catching waves. And you never know. As Jeff's put up a 7, a 6, another 5, and another 4 today, that he's really capable of scattering his scores in many spots. It's really just how much of a wave does he have to surf.
But if you're Munson here with a minute 50 left and you got a 7 and a 6, you're not going on anything that's small at this point because you're not going to replace those scores. So if nothing comes in towards him at this time, you just sit, rest on your laurels, and keep those 2 scores and see if they hold up.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't see a lot of action building out there.
We are coming into a minute and a half. A minute and a half, and we're really going to have to find a wave. All right, here comes Elena coming into this one. She's going to paddle, and let's see if she gets up on this one. She's going to have to do a big drop here. She's going to go left. Not really her strong suit of going left, but ooh, look at this. Big old drop, turning something in here. What a great wave. Let's see if she's going to get a little bit of a reform here. I think that's going to beat her 4, but I don't think that's going to be a 6.14.
Yeah, I just have a hard time thinking that beats a 6. I mean, it's close, but I feel like you're right on that 4, Roy.
Yeah.
Look at that. Go, Elena.
All right, a minute left. It's really going to come down. Is she going to get back out and find one last wave? There are some waves starting to show up into the zone. Last year when she surfed against Mira and in 2018 when there was a women's division, she caught a wave with 11 seconds left and posted a score that was .11 above the score she needed to take over first place.
It comes down to this, taking a look at the left that she caught just a little bit ago here.
Elena not typically going left, waits for it to reform, keeps paddling, stays with it, and then gets this big drop and a bottom turn right there. Elena not seen to go left a majority of times. Let's hope that maybe within the last 20 seconds she can find a right that can throw down and maybe catapult her from second into first. All right, Charles Chaco
13
Webb.
seconds.
Is he going to close out our heat for us? Right now, Elena's family is all listening across America. I know more than anything they would love, and in the last 5 seconds, if a wave shows up for her, but I just don't think it is unless she's outside of this screen right now.
This one's going
Here
to catch
we go,
it by
Ethan
surprise.
Oh!
Gets covered up,
He
and
gets
he brings
covered
it back
up.
out. Oh, my gosh. I thought that thing was going to break right on top of me. Kind of puts his head in the head
and
dip.
then goes for the barrel roll out the back as well. Just to be clear, that was Ethan's 12th wave.
How many?
12 waves he just caught.
Well, and time is going to wind down on this one, and that's how it's going to look right now. Still waiting for the final score for Elena Nichols. That has not come in yet. The big score has not been scored. Doesn't look like, I'm not sure that that's going to need the 613 she's looking for. Well, we got more action on the way. So many more finals to come. Hey, you need to stay right where you're at. Stay at home and watch us bring it to you. It's your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More finals after this. Your women's V1, your V visually impaired 2 final on the way. Stay with us. You know.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AMP Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. So far, we've had 3 finals, Mitch, and we've had repeat winners. You notice that? Victoria Phage, 2-time winner. Parata Neto, 2-time winner. Jeff Munson, 5-time winner. And there's Elena, second place with the world's best.
Yeah, and
not talking women, talking men
yes,
and women.
combined. So
and she was
mixed.
1.14 away of winning this event.
And it could have even been debatable too that she could have almost even tied with him. You know, it was a close final. Munson just edged her out by a bit, but she has to keep her head up high. Competing against men is not something easy. But you know what? Inclusion was a big thing about this event. They got it done in the final.
All right, here we go. Ling up and riding on her board, representing Team Canada. Canada already with 1 gold medal. Could they be the first country to have 2 individual gold
I wouldn't be
medals?
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. And, you know, you were speaking to her coach earlier. He was so nervous being out there with her. And I think she's just having the time of her life. I think pushers and catchers are more nervous than the actual surfers.
Okay, we got Celia in yellow, Lou in blue. We're going to have Melissa in red. So this is going to be a fun heat. Now, in this division, Visual 2, these men and women have, these women, they're all women, they have partial sight.
Yep.
Everyone has a different viewing, maybe from the side, maybe only up close and things like that. So the V1s are the totally blind individuals.
Yeah, and this division, one person could be visually impaired only in one eye, in both eyes. As you said, they can be really good at seeing from a far distance and difficult up close, but it is different, and it's way more fair to have both of these divisions separate. And you can hear in the background, Bo, Team Spain.
Now, you're seeing all these scores already, and it's only 2.5 minutes into this heat. Only 4 individuals are in this round, so it's a round robin, okay? So we continue the scores from yesterday's heat, and if any of these scores get better than the current scores on screen, and then they'll be replaced. So it's the best 2 waves of 2 rounds of surfing.
Yeah, and if you're in the lead like Melissa is right now, she's got an 8, she's got a 5.13. Those are both scores from yesterday. You can just cruise them if you want. If you just want to be out there enjoying your day, and then once everybody else starts getting scores, you can kind of start to accelerate. But, you know, it's a fun format, and it makes it even more fun because you get to surf twice.
Are you telling a surfer not to surf?
No, I'm just saying. Well, she definitely didn't pay attention to me. But
a surfer's going to always want to surf.
Oh, yeah, especially if, you know, you're from England and the water's this warm compared to home. You're going to catch as many waves and spend as much time as you can in the water.
Now, any wave Melissa catches better than a 5.13, she'll increase her margin.
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
and even better than the 8.0 too.
Here we go, taking a look at Lou. No, she couldn't get into it. Celia will paddle back out. Where's Ling? There she is in the white. And Lou's up and riding, up and down.
Yeah, quick one for Mashish, and you know she's looking to really better both scores. She has a 2 and a 1.7. It's only a 4-person division, but still, you know, if you have short-term goals where you're just trying to get your personal best, better both scores, that's one objective. If you have the long-term goal of becoming a world champion, it has to be with each heat.
Let's go down beachside and check in with Roy and the 5-time world champion, Jeff Munson.
All right, thanks so much, Bo. I'm here with our wave ski champion, Jeff Munson, in the red jersey. Jeff, we saw you out there. You're about 6'4", I think, originally. How do you get your head underneath those waves?
That's a good question. I'm sitting. You're sitting. I'm sitting. I'm sitting, so easy tube. You're always looking for the tube.
Now, you train out of Puerto Escondido.
Always looking for the tube.
Always looking for the tube there. But my question is, do you have to train smaller waves so that when you have these conditions, you're able to be able to perform at the level you did? You scored over a 13 today on your combo.
Yes, you have to. Yeah, you got to train the crappy, mushy days. Oh, yeah, and that's the way you're going to do well these days, no doubt.
Now, how does it feel? Your points aren't going towards the team, towards Team USA, which you've been a member of, but you still just won that heat, a replica of the 2017 national championship when the four same people were in the water. How did you feel? How'd you feel today?
She beat all the boys. That was great. That was Oceanside, and it was good size, so that was good. That was good. That was probably our best heat of all of us. All of the heats that we've had together, that was probably Oceanside, the one that she won, was probably the best heat.
Anybody you want to say hi to? Anybody you want to send some stoke to?
I mean, if you're a surfer out there and you're looking at this group and you're seeing guys like Jose and Martin from England, and you see these guys, how they're, you've got some triple amputees, and these guys are charging. These guys are getting barreled and stomping big floaters, and these guys are surfing better than a lot of the able-bodied. No excuses. Love that.
All right, guys, this is Jeff Munson, a guy who just shares the stoke with everyone out there. He's also our 2020 Wave Ski World Champion. Back to you guys in the booth, Mitchell and Bo.
Thanks so much, Roy. Congratulations, Jeff. I want to correct that. Jeff, because this event is not tied into the team standings, he does get a medal. He will get the gold medal. So Jeff Munson is now the Wave Ski Open Invitational Champion.
Okay.
I just want to correct that, so I apologize for that. Got really excited for that, and I know Jeff for many years, and well-deserved, but 5 for 5 at the ISA.
Dude,
that's pretty impressive.
It's big. And you were telling me off air that he broke his back in Puerto Escondido, and that's still where he trains to this day. Dude, I've surfed big days out there, small days. Even if it's 2 foot, that wave has immense power.
My God.
So props to Jeff Munson. You're a world champion in my eyes.
All right, here we go. Catching you up on some replays, and look at this wave from Melissa.
Yeah, and Melissa trying to better an 8.0 and a 5.13. Conditions were far more different yesterday when she surfed, so it's a lot cleaner today. And here's our Spanish surfer, Celia Gramse. This is going to go into her top 2, a 1.73 for Celia. She's currently in 3rd, and Melissa again on the backhand. Doesn't better her low score because she didn't complete that turn, but for somebody who's visually impaired, that was something difficult to do. She actually did a bottom turn.
Let's watch Celia here, the goofy footer, trying to get her bearings. No. Good try, though.
Yeah, and it's tough when you're maybe not used to the board that you're riding. You could be using a borrowed board, so how do you distribute your weight? How do you like the thickness on it, the volume? It's a matter of practicing, too, with the board that you're actually borrowing from somebody else.
Well, that happened in our first final of the day. Victoria Fage was surfing on a borrowed board.
And from one of the local surfers, correct?
Exactly. And liking the design, and it really propelled her to win a second gold medal.
Well, it worked, so might not want to change the recipe right there.
I'm going to get borrowed boards around the world.
Kelly Slater's done that before. I remember Pablo Paulino in Western Australia. There was one time where he broke 3 boards in the same heat in 10 minutes. He came in, borrowed a board, and with 3 minutes left, he made the heat.
That's right.
So mentally, you have the ability, as far as cognition goes, to actually perform on something that you're not used to. It's just more difficult when your vision is impaired to actually feel the board in a different way as well.
I'm trying to remember the event, and I can't, but this is the situation. 3-time world champion Tom Curran borrowed a board from Kelly Slater at a contest.
And he ended up winning the event?
Well, no, he didn't end up winning, but he did well. But Kelly Slater, who was his idol? TC, Tom Curran. And he was just like, you can have anything you want. Kelly told him.
Yeah. It's like if Aki asked me right now, hey, can I borrow the board? Say we're the same weight, kind of the same size. Go ahead and do it. I mean, if you're doing it for the legends, there's a saying, idols become rivals, but at the same time, those idols were the reason you started doing this.
Correct.
So, props to Munson. He's paved the way for somebody like an Alana Nichols, and eventually we're going to see 2 different separate divisions in this wave ski.
Oh, yeah, well, we need a minimum of 3. We had 3 in 2018, and we only had 2 this year. So for the women.
So as long as there's 3, there's going to be a separate division. So let's spread the word right there. Ladies, get at least 3 competitors here next year, and each one of y'all are going to be judged on the same according scale when it comes to gender equality.
Okay, halfway mark in this final. This is the women's V1 final. Excuse me, V2 final.
Whoa.
Good drop there from Melissa. She hasn't improved anything on this second go-round, has she?
No, but good use of priority there from her pusher on a nice set wave. Got a hit off. Could better the 5-1-3 that she has with that last wave. Oh, and not able to push them in.
Yeah, so those are their coaches. The coach is basically saying, here comes the wave.
Yep, true.
I think it's a left. Go left, go left. Stand now. So those are the instructions that we were being told by the coaches here.
And it's the same in V1, too.
V1
right?
also. Even more important, V. So you see him saying, paddle, paddle, paddle. It's going to break before you. So she's anticipating the whitewater. We're watching Lou here from France. Guiding her balance. There she goes. Oh, it's going to be a good wave for her.
Yep, for sure.
Definitely her best ride.
Love her pink helmet, too.
Yeah, she's rocking it. There's Team England. Melissa just missed making the final in the last edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championships in 2018. She went all the way to the semifinals with men and women and placing 5th.
Dude, and
men and women.
That's big. That's big because maybe you have somebody that's bigger. One turn on their behalf could be a much larger score. So she's holding her ground right now too. And this is a big opportunity for Team England as far as points go. They're definitely not looking to get the gold because they don't meet the requirements as far as a complete team. But to your far left, the young lady with the flag in her hands. Let me get her name for you. Charlotte Banfield.
Oh, yeah,
from
Charlotte.
England too. She's going to be competing later, and she is the highest seed going into that final as well.
Well, scores are going to be dropping in, and if Lou gets a 3-2-6, she'll move out of the 4th spot and go into the 3rd spot. So that's, a medal position from copper to bronze.
For sure, and especially when it comes to points, Spain is, in the top 3 right now.
She gets a 2.53, so she remains in 4th place, but now only needing a 2.74. But so now she's improved her situation, dropping her 1-point ride and getting a 2.53.
Yep. And good use of priority there from Lou to get that wave, being in the number 2 spot with priority in that rotation and focusing on Melissa and her spotter right now. Did you see how when he's paddling, he's still instructing her while they're paddling? Because he needs to have his eyes on the horizon.
Yeah.
Looks back to the beach to see where they're positioned, then looks back to the horizon, and he's still instructing her. So that's good coaching from the water.
Ling Pai was trying to get up on that wave.
And so far right now, she's the only one that can actually achieve the gold medal in these next 6 and 30 because she's the only one that's not comboed.
Yeah. And looking at the results in 2018 when men and women had to compete together, we told you about Melissa making the semifinals and going into 5th place. Also, Ling Pai also competed in that 2018 edition when men and women were combined together as one visually impaired division.
Hold the phone.
Whoa, that was going to be a mean drop. And Ling also finished 5th place in the semis. Here we go, up and riding.
Celia Gramse from Spain and Lou Machiche from France up and riding too.
Ooh.
Oh, even the spotter was like, oh man, that was going to be a keeper right there. Dude, but, speaking to Ling Pai's coach, he's from Oceanside. That's where she resides now, so she goes back and forth to Vancouver and Oceanside. And it's something big having the U.S. Open there too, so it's kind of her home ground. It's a close drive from Oceanside to here to La Jolla. So you could even say this is her home ground as well. So, having the opportunity to possibly train in colder water, such as in Tofino and Vancouver Island in British Columbia, then coming to warmer water, dude, the change of pace when you're paddling, Bo, your equipment changes so much. It's so much nicer when you're wearing a lighter suit, you're wearing a board, or you're using a board with less buoyancy, because the more weight you have on top of you, the more buoyant the board needs to be to actually float you.
Well, Celia earlier scored a 2.43 on the wave prior, so she improves her situation. Now for Lou in blue representing France, still needing that 2.74 to go from 4th to 3rd place. So there's kind of two battles here. 3rd and 4th are battling each other. It's kind of like a man-on-man heat. You got two man-on-man heats. Kind of have the overlapping heats like we have at Aokai for the Pipe Masters. And you got Ling and Melissa going for gold and silver.
One of my good buddies, Tori Meister.
Yeah.
There were a couple finals before where, you know, we'd be surfing, and if we were comboed in 1st or 2nd, we'd always be, and somebody was down in 4th, we'd be like, we're going for 3rd. We're going for 3rd. We don't want to end up in 4th place. Like, you just always gun for 3rd if you know 1st and 2nd are out of reach.
Yeah. Tori has a great story. One time he broke 3 boards at sunset during the Triple Crown.
I know.
And his dad kept paddling back out. He goes, I got to go across the street and get one of my old delaminated boards.
It's crazy because even on the paddle out, you can be breaking boards. People don't know here in La Jolla, with such a short paddle out, it might seem easy, but the difficult thing is that once you start running in the sand, and if your knees aren't coming out every single time, you're losing valuable speed, so you're not advancing really.
All right, here we go for Lou. Her chance to move up to 3rd, needing a 2.74 or better. She's up, she's moving, she's wiggling, she's pumping.
Could it be? Could it be?
I think that's a completed ride. She didn't wipe out on that wave.
It is a completed ride. Celia did better. Her low score a while ago was a 2.43, so let's compare it to that.
Well, and there's the score. It's a 1.63, so not quite up to the par of the 2.74 required.
So they're being critical about taking off on the whitewater. If she gets on the open face,
exactly,
for sure going to be the score that she needs. And we saw Melissa go for that one set wave. Dude, she makes that drop, and it's already going to be way better than the 5.
All right, with priority, we're seeing Melissa Reed in position here. She's going to be on the shoulders. This is going to be a good spot for a left.
Yeah, look at this. Paddling, getting into it. Nice drop. Look at this, Bo. She might go for the hit. Nice bottom turn. Nice use of the rails. Still going. And this is going to be a massive score. Might even match the 8. Might go even higher.
Oh, my God. She's already got an 8 from yesterday.
Yeah.
And she's flirting with conquering that today.
Love it. That might be one of her best rides ever. That was a long ride. Imagine how tired her legs are from that. She was pumping the whole time, and I think it's case closed right now for this one.
Oh, my God. We are seeing above excellent range.
Close to perfection.
Close to perfection.
I agree with it. I mean, she did something that's almost impossible, and in the closing minutes of the heat, too.
Well, we interviewed her yesterday. She says she's been surfing for 6 years and has changed her life. She's surfing down in Cornwall, and she says the lifestyle is just amazing.
She's a triathlete, too,
yes,
isn't she?
and she's a triathlete.
So her conditioning is not a factor.
Oh, no.
Like,
and look at her. I mean,
pedal to the metal, Bo.
She's driving it hard. And Ling Pai has also put herself in a situation for moving up, too. So we're going to be on standby. Let's watch Melissa again.
Yeah, nice drop. And look at her sense of direction. Her shoulders are always pointing down the line. So it is lateral. You know, you're not seeing somebody with a more parallel stance, does the one really nice roundhouse, and she redirects at the end going right, too. So she went from Sunset Bowl all the way to Valves in one wave. Good on you, Melissa. Good on you.
And this is what we missed on the same side, way down the break. This was Ling.
And Ling Pai getting a well-coached wave right there. Unfortunately, it was doubling up halfway through the wave. Couldn't make it to the second section.
A 9.17 for Melissa Reed, so she drops her low score.
Which had been a 5.13.
A 5.13. And look at that, 17.17. And here's Celia.
Yeah, Gramse, she's defending the number 3 spot. It seems like she's going to stay there, Bo. This is a big moment, not only for herself, but for Spain, too, as a team.
Yeah. Here we go, Melissa on her last wave, victory lap.
second highest heat total of the event, I believe. Behind one of
Ricardo.
our Brazilian surfers.
Yeah. Amazing surfing from Melissa Reed from Cornwall. And Melissa, you are now a world champion.
Congratulations, Melissa.
Well earned, well deserved, and that team worked so good together.
They did.
The coach was coaching her, saying, hey, we got to go up to the north. And you saw them coming back. And then when they came from the north, they came down to the south to find that left-hander of that excellent ride of the 917.
Great coaching. I feel like there should be a medal given to the coach in this, in these categories as well.
There's David from Stoked for Life bringing in Ling Pai. Well, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we're going to hear from our new world champion. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla. Stay tuned.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
He continues to shock and awe. Support AMP Surf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Well, there you go, another gold medal, and this time to a first-time champion. How's that?
Yeah, and for a first-time team champion, too.
Yeah.
England taking the victory through Melissa Reed. Congratulations to her. It's a big moment. Look at the barrel. She's going to get barreled
Yes!
right here.
How was that 917?
Dude, it was sick. The 8 from yesterday afternoon was rad, too. She's got one of the highest heat totals of the event, male or female.
Oh, yeah, hands down.
17.17.
Oh, my God. I want to bottle her up and take her home with me.
Might end up becoming a triathlete world champion in the future, too.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I love this community. The possibilities are endless.
And you have people that have been baseball players in the past, softball players, basketball players. There's different kinds of leagues, so communication is a big part of this event as well.
Well, we have the defending gold medal champion. He'll be in blue. That's Matthew Fromstrom. And also out here is Roy Colleran from Costa Rica in yellow, but let's watch Surfer in white, our Japanese surfer.
Yep, Shigeru Fujisaki from the land of the rising sun. Nice cross step there to finish things off. That's probably going to be an incomplete maneuver, but here's 2-time medalist at this event, Matt.
Good carving turn to open up. Now again, this is the V2. This is visually impaired people who have partial sight, and everybody is different in situation. Let's go down and check out with Brad J. He's got a world champion to talk to.
Well, thank you so much, Bo. Yeah, standing by, world champ right now, Melissa Reed. And Melissa, what did it take to come away on top and take the win out here and be the world champ?
Yeah, this year was definitely a lot harder than last year, especially with the way that the 2 waves beforehand counted into the next round. So it put quite a bit of pressure on to get 2 solid waves in the final, and we managed to do it with 2 minutes to go.
Well, and also those 2 waves that you did get, those scored waves, that's the second highest wave totals, 2 wave totals of the event. How do you feel about that one?
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, right?
Oh my God. That's incredible. But I couldn't do it without Matt, who acts as my eyes, so he sends me into the good ones.
Matt, how do you pick the good ones to send Melissa into? What's your format on that?
I just look at the waves I'd want to surf myself, and we surf similar waves at home, and it's so tempting not to stand up on them out there when there's no one there. But yeah, it's good, and like we surfed against Ling, and I'd been surfing with Ling last week in Oceanside, and knew that she was going to be strong competition. So yeah, this girl's an absolute professional. She's off to Tokyo for the triathlon this year for Paralympics. So yeah, she knows how to run a heat as well. She's awesome.
Melissa Reed, how's it feel to be the world champ right now?
Oh my God, it feels even better than last year, to be honest, because the pressure and the competition gets harder and harder, so it's incredible.
Because the more you go into it, the more athletes start being part of it. It makes it tougher to repeat, doesn't it?
It does. It makes it so much harder to repeat, and then being the world champion, you always have that little bit of pressure going into it to retain your title. So
the bullseye's always on your back when you're the world champ.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations. Enjoy the win. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Brad. And Melissa, congratulations. Good luck in Tokyo in the Paralympics and the triathlon.
Yeah, and I think she has a big chance of becoming an Olympic champion too. And
oh my God,
you know, having the second highest heat total of the entire event is huge. You know, and she was able to adapt to conditions. She surfed yesterday in conditions that were completely different than they are right now. So good on Melissa and Matt, her coach inside the water. Teamwork really did make the dream work right there.
Yeah, it sure did. Now, in this series of formats, we've had 2 qualifying rounds in the men's V2. So the top 4 made the final, and these are the top 4 surfers.
Clean slate, as we like to call it.
So we're not carrying over the numbers as we did with the women.
Yeah, and if it were like that, Aaron Polk, our top seed in this one, would be out in front by a long shot. I mean, it's his first contest ever, first of all. Let's state that. Like, the guy hasn't even been competing for or surfing for more than 3 years, I believe. His first competition, it's a world championship. We're talking about the world's best surfers, and the kid's dropping 7s, 6s, almost an 8. So, top seed in red, but you have a world champion in Matt Fornstrom, who is a competitive guru. Like, the guy knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah. Matt comes to Hawaii and competes at Queens for the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships, and he goes up to Chaka's event over in Oceanside for the U.S. Open Adaptive Championship.
And that's big. Like, it means that he's had the ability to actually go to these events because he is a sponsored surfer. He's one of the only few parasurfers around the world that are sponsored. So the fact that you're able to compare yourself to other team riders such as Ethan Ewing, Taj Burrow, Joel Parkinson, what does that do for your confidence? It elevates it through the roof.
Well, just like Mono and his boss is a 4-time ASP world champion.
Mark Richards.
Mark up in Idaho, I found out. That's where
really?
He's been snowboarding.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good powder over there?
Oh, I would assume so.
Yeah. Pretty rad. And that's another cool thing that we need to talk about, too. How do these board sports connect to one another? Like, say it's flat. You can go inland here to Big Bear to Mammoth and practice on a snowboard. Maybe not the same actual technique, but a lot of similarities, though.
Yeah, I tell people I love snowboarding. Why? It's a never-ending wave. You can go all the way down the mountain doing surfing maneuvers left and right and never wipe out.
And the good thing is that it's always there, too.
Yeah.
So you can just take the trolley back up the mountain, go and practice again. But, you know, we saw Matt catch his first wave of the heat. Now he has actually a few on the board, a 4, 5, 7, and it seems like that last one going to come in the 2 range, I believe.
Yeah, 2, 3, 3, and he's got a third wave right now being registered.
And if I'm not mistaken, Aaron Polk is out there with one of our competitors from the island of Hawaii too, or the island of Oahu, representing Hawaii, Eric, who was a competitor in a separate division.
Yeah,
so
he was in the one of the stand divisions.
That's a big thing when you're coming to coaching, because this guy's actually competed in these conditions and at this break for 3 days, too.
And right now, Aaron Polk is in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.5. We're waiting for that third wave score. What does Matthew need? He needs a 5.77 to take the lead. Scores are just going to be really close to that. Here we go. Yellow taking a look there. He had first priority.
Yeah, so that is probably going to switch.
That was Roy from Costa Rica.
From Guanacaste. So his visual impairment is in his left eye. He is completely blind in his left eye. It's been that way for around 8 years. He hasn't let it stop him, though. Surfs on a consistent basis.
So Roy does lose priority, goes all the way down to third priority. We have two surfers splitting the peak here. Let's watch Aaron here in the red jersey. Nice carving maneuver before the closeout.
Almost finished it, too. And I like the equipment he's riding. Firewire, something really buoyant.
He's got two big fins and two smaller fins and kind of a twinser or quad design.
Yeah, taking a little setup from those Hana boys, which he hangs out with a lot. Olamana Elogram, Dejo Kano, Hank Gaskell.
Yeah.
Those guys like to experiment with a lot of boards. And in Hawaii, a lot of people tend to ride the largest board possible because of the power of the waves. He's one of the smart ones and actually brought a board that adapted better to conditions here.
Yeah. Maui's such a fun place for all type of ocean sports.
Oh, Hana?
No, Maui, the whole island.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you got such diversity over there. You've got Honolulu Bay, one of the classic right-handers anywhere in the world. You got the fun stuff over in Lahaina Town, and then, of course, Hokipa, Peahi, and all the little secret spots. And, of course, Costa Rica. But Roy never caught a wave.
No, and I would have to say that, without a doubt, Costa Rica has been the loudest team on the beach during this event.
Oh, my God. These guys, they're having too much fun. Okay, I guess Roy did catch a wave, so we never saw the wave riding when they were cheering. So scores are coming in. It's going to be a good, solid score. And Matt's also dropped a good score, too.
And look at on screen the distance between Eric, the coach, and Aaron, the competitor.
Yeah.
It allows him to coach him from a distance and a safe and secure distance, so that way if there is any contact, you're just not actually pushing him in. And here's the replay of Calderon. Whoa, got straight onto the face of the wave. Nice down carve. And even though it was a mid-sized wave, the score is going to be a decent one. Might even be the best of the heat so far.
Here we go. Our Japanese competitor in white not going to get onto this one. Fujisaki. Here we go. Aaron Polk. And that'll be a throwaway. But we are waiting for Matt Froststrom's. There's Team Hawaii. That's my Ohana. You have so many Ohanas.
Hey,
you got a part-time there, part-time here. And
we're the way I look at it, we're all one big Ohana, and that's the way it should be. I think we, especially as surfers, we just come from a culture of inclusion, and especially the connection that we have through the ocean. It's just something so beautiful. Like, I've been so grateful and thankful for everybody I've met along this journey.
Oh, it's far from over, dude. Here we go. 617. Matt Froststrom has gone from fourth to third, now to first.
And the highest score of the heat, it came on a bigger wave. Really beautiful down car from Froststrom. And he has the competitive experience over all other three competitors. So he's been there, done that. Two-time medalist, one-time champion. Calderon, you're pointing at the score.
That's right, a 4.9. So he moves up from fourth place into third place. So, again, we have two battles. Check this out. Matt Froststrom and Aaron Polk going for gold and silver. 10.74 for Matt. Aaron's got a 10.33, needs a 4.92. Roy and Fujisaki are all battling for third and fourth. Right now, they're 7.42 wave total to a 7.12 wave total. And now Fujisaki now needs a 6.91 to move up.
So if you're a coach right now and you're paying attention to the announcer, you need to be telling them what they want to improve on and what they need. Because if you're not getting what you need, at least improve on your low score.
I was hoping that would be an open face opportunity there for Aaron.
Well, still got a click at the end, though. So a 4.92, but look at this.
But when he dropped in, he had such good form.
And nice speed, too.
All right, here we go. Surfer in white, Fujisaki. Nice carving. Redirect turn. All right, he's trying to hold down that. Oh, he's trying to regain that third place. Here we go, Matt.
Oh, dude, the click and then the double shaka claim. But to me, what separated him on that wave from everybody else was his bottom turn. Just precise and beautiful.
Okay, here goes Roy again, who just moved up from 4th place to 3rd place into that bronze medal status right now. What's the time remaining in this heat?
We got 5:35 to go.
Okay, here we go. Aaron back out in the water.
Yeah, and he's got another quick one, but got to get on an open face, Bo. Got to get on an open face, especially with, the tide still coming up. You're going to see a lot more of opportunities with those open face waves. Can't be going on too many closeouts if you're trying to get back into good priority rotation.
Fujisaki's coach saying, come on, paddle, get over here, 5 minutes.
And for what I'm seeing on our monitor, on our scoring monitor, it's close. Like, he could get the 691 he needs. For sure going to get his best wave. And they judged him as a shortboarder on a longboard, sorry. So it's going to be a significant score, and it's going to impact the heat in a way that it could shake things up.
Wow. Okay, so we're on standby for scores. Let's see, for 3 surfers, red, white, and blue. For Matt, our Japanese surfer in white, Fujisaki, and for Aaron Polk. Okay, so we have discretion here. The judges are going to review this. So this could really change up the situation with 4:15 remaining.
And now everybody's going to have at least something better or close to a 5.
All right, Matt Folstrom, the 2018 gold medal winner from Australia, in the lead. Can he hang on to that lead?
Ooh.
3 scores are now in the judges' tower, needing a second look, correct?
Yeah, and whoa. I would love to be in Fujisaki's position, honestly. Let's look at Matt's replay. Nice click. Beautiful bottom turn.
So one maneuver, but that was critical.
And it seems like he is going to improve, but this is the one that we're talking about. He's on a longboard, but it's really hard to do what he's doing. Did 2 really nice bottom turn, 2 clicks on the top end of the wave. It's going to be a significant score, but I would like to be him right now in this heat because with 320, he has priority 1 right now. So his coach needs to be extremely smart about which wave he wants to go on right now.
Okay, we've got 1 score in, and that's our leader. Matt Folstrom improves his position with his second score. He replaces his 4.57 with a 5.23. So now the requirement for everybody else, Fujisaki now registers a 6.1, moves up into 3rd place, and now needs a 5.31 to go to first. Roy now needing a 6.5, and for Aaron Polk, now needing a mid-range 5 of a 5.58.
And good coaching right there on behalf of Team Australia. They move Formstrand to the other left, maybe seeing something that nobody else is seeing, adding a little pressure to Aaron Polk, who's currently in 2nd. But look at that 6.1 from Fujisaki. That one's sounding good right now because he only needs a mid-5.
Yeah, here we go. Roy up and riding from Costa Rica. Good carving maneuvers down the line, staying with the connection here. Not done yet. This could be a game changer.
And he was in priority 4.
Yes.
He was in priority 4. That was great coaching, beautiful surfing when he was on the face of the wave.
Okay, who has priority? We see red and blue paddling. Blue has second priority.
So the blue team is following the red team like if there were no tomorrow.
So we're seeing offense defense here.
And the coach cannot be in the athlete's way. So if Aaron's coach is impeding Matthew from catching the wave, that will be deemed a priority interference on the red surfer's behalf.
And look at Aaron. Now White has first priority, and White will take it. Fujisaki.
Fujisaki, an important wave, needed a 5-3-1. Don't think he's going to get it. Doors open for Polk. Look at this, Bo.
But Matt has first priority in blue. He's going to execute it.
Can he catch it, though?
He's got it. But did Aaron go left? No, he did not.
So good use of priority, really good coaching there. 60 seconds, though, and look at this.
Red has first priority.
Oh, a little too deep. Hold the phone. Calderon went to second.
That's right. I told you there was a game changer. That last wave for Roy coming in now at a 5.7. So a 5.7 and a 4.9 has him in second place.
And
now
he needs a 5.71.
He's moved from fourth to third to second.
And look at Costa Rica. They're blowing up. He's got 40 seconds. This can still change.
He could do it. He could totally do it.
And Aaron could do it too.
Okay, who has first priority?
So priority 1 is with red.
Okay.
So Polky needs to be going on something soon. There's 30 seconds left. Calderon can make it back out for one more.
Blue has second priority. White third priority.
And even Fujisaki, everybody's needing a 5 to overtake blue.
Where we saw this as 2 different races for gold and silver and bronze and copper, now is 1 race for gold.
10 seconds, though, and I dare say it's going to be Matt Formstrand being a 2-time champion.
Wait a minute. Aaron's paddling? No. And there's the horn. Wow. How close did this come down to?
This was a final. This was a final.
And we have our third multi-winner. Amazing.
3 in a row?
No, it got broken up by Melissa. 2-time. He won in 2018.
Yeah, so
we're talking about Matt Folstrom. We're just talking to Brad J off mic here. So Brad won Matthew won the bronze medal in 2017, the gold medal in 2018. So he has made the final for 3 times every year he's come here, and now 2 of those 3 medals are gold. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to check in with our gold medal winner and more exciting surfing here at the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And when you win a surf contest, you have to be cheered up the beach, right?
No, it should be illegal that your friends would
Don't
not
do
cheer
it.
you up the
Yeah.
beach. Like, yeah, it's the victory lap, Bo.
Oh, Mark Trostrom, look at that smile.
And best final we've seen so far today.
Oh, my God. It was like, it was slow, then it got exciting, and then it got slow again, and then it got off the charts exciting.
Back and forth.
Yeah. We saw 2 battles, and then we saw 1 battle. And then we saw almost Matt lose it.
And we saw how experience paid off in that heat, how competitive experience and world championship experience paid off to become world champion.
And remember, Matt Folstrom, he was in 4th place, and he caught his waves late.
And he was one of the lower seeds going into the final, too.
Right, as the defending champion.
Big props to Aaron Park, Roy Calderon, and Shigeru Fujisaki, too, who had the 2nd highest wave of the final. Everybody just killed it in that one.
Amazing. Okay, now we're in our V1 women's final. Okay, again, round robin. You're already going to see scores when we put up the scoring tabulation because each of these surfers have caught 2 waves yesterday. So those scores will be on the screen if they catch 2 better scores than their current scores, and then thus they'll be deemed even bigger. Now, Marta's not here. Team Portugal left early to get back home. So we have Carmen in red and Barbie in white. Carmen representing Spain, Barbie representing the United States. And those two are some of the top 2 teams going for the gold, silver, and bronze in the overall. But remember, Brazil, they've got already a gold medal, and they've got 2 finalists in the Prone 2 category, along with Team USA.
Yeah. So this could easily be something that could be a game changer as far as the actual point standings go for team at the end of the day. And, you know, I think as a coach being in the water right now, I don't know if they're thinking about that, but they probably should be.
They should be. Let's go down and check in with Brad J. down beachside. Take it away, Brad.
Hey, thanks a lot, Bo. Yeah, standing by with the, you ready for this one? World champ right now, a 2-time world champ, 3-time world champ. Matty Forsstrom, how you feeling, man?
Amazing. Yeah, so stoked. We had a good week, but we just couldn't get good waves in any of our heats, and we got the waves in the final, which is exactly when you want them.
We saw a little bit of everything in that final. We saw some strategy being played out there, trying to be in the right position. How hard is it with the smaller conditions to try and get the right waves?
Look, that's his job. I can't take any responsibility for that. It's completely his job. But yeah, I'm a bigger guy. I'm like 180 pounds, so smaller waves aren't my thing. So it is hard, but he got me into the right spot, and we got the right waves, and we got the job done. So.
Well, now you're not as big. You probably don't weigh as much as him. How do you pick the waves that you know are going to work for Matty?
I spent all week with him just kind of learning his ability and just making sure the communication's there when the wave comes. It's a very, very quick turnaround time.
Boy, it sounds like there's a lot of trust between you guys, right?
100%. Yeah. It's all trust.
Now, I heard you say something about cycling, that you have medals in cycling now. You have medals in surfing and matching. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, at home I've had a lot of medals in cycling actually, but 3 gold medals that I put up on my wall in my office. My wife doesn't let me put them in the house. I got too many trophies, but now I've got 3 world titles in surfing, and I can put them in a separate frame. So I'll have 3 from cycling and 3 from surfing. So,
you think your wife's going to finally maybe let those come out from the man cave into the house?
No,
not going to happen. All right, congratulations, you're the world champ. Back to you guys in the booth.
God, you got to love him, man. So enthusiastic. And so multi-talented.
Did you see how he corrected him to you?
Yeah,
God was like 2-time, and he's like, no, 3, get it right.
And that's my fault because I gave Brad that information.
But dude, I didn't know either. I thought he was just a dual world champion, and he ends up winning 3 now. And what can't this guy do? I mean, he's a cycling world champion. He has his own company. He's a small business owner. The guy is one of the few sponsored surfers in these divisions. Matty, respect.
Okay, now Barbie's improved her situation right. There she is. She scores a 167, so that helps her cause, now needing a 4.21 to go to first. Barbie Pacheco competed in the 2018 visually impaired in the women's division. We had 6 ladies competing that year. She finished in 6th. And for Carmen, she won a copper medal, making the final, going to 4th.
Yeah, and big props to Carmen. She's one of the younger competitors in the entire event. And look at her go. She's looking for something to better that 2.6 and just getting on the board right there. She kind of dug a rail when she was coming out, but there was some distance. And these are ladies who are quite visually, like, we're talking they can't see whatsoever. So hearing has to be something crucial for them. And we're going to go to a piece of how all nations are coming together through the opening ceremony. Let's see what they got for us.
Hello everybody and welcome to beautiful La Jolla for the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championship. This is a very, very special event since this year we welcome AmSurf as the title sponsor. Not too long ago, surfing didn't have a Parasurfing World Championship, and a lot of the parasurfers in their communities didn't have a way to surf for a national titles and to be part of a national parasurfing team. That has completely changed in the last few years. But the parasurfing movement belongs to all of you, and the parasurfing movement, it's all of you. The ocean belongs to all of us. The ocean wants all of us, and in exchange, we need to love the ocean, take good care of it, and be ambassadors of the ocean. That's what we are. That's what we're here today.
It is my great pleasure and honor to declare the 2020 AmSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championship officially open.
Wow, that seems almost like a week ago, but that was, what, 4 or 5 days ago? 4 days ago.
4 days ago.
4 days
Yeah.
ago. Well, opening ceremonies, guess what? We're going to have closing ceremonies, too, after all this. And
those
who's
will start
surfing right now?
Carmen Lopez from Spain, and she did better on her previous, a 3.9, so she's still out in front, and it does seem like this last ride she got on camera is going to be one of her keeper scores, too.
So what was her last wave score?
3.9.
A 3.9. Now let's watch Barbie. Back to live action. Can she get up? No. Coming up next will be the V1 men's final. We'll follow that with stands and prones remaining after that. We'll move from men's stand 3 to women's stand 2 to men's stand 2 to women's prone 2 to the men's prone 2 to the women's prone 1, the men's prone 1, and then finally we'll wrap it up with the women's stand 1 and the men's stand 1 final. Here we go. Carmen yet catching a lot of rides.
Yeah, she's staying busy, staying active.
She has really good balance.
Yeah, and her style is nice, too. Her hand positioning, a little bit more open-handed. Maybe needs to bend her knees a little bit more, but you can also see that she's riding a borrowed board.
Right.
So she's not used to that board that she's riding. And it becomes difficult when you're changing boards so much because everything's borrowed that you get used to one thing and then you have to jump onto the other one. So that's maybe why her stance is a little bit more
but it's a good floaty board and a wide board for her.
Yeah, and for somebody who's completely visually impaired, you kind of want them on a foamy too. So that way, if they do get hit, they're actually not getting impacted with something that's as strong or as tough.
Here's one of my favorite surfers, Henry Martinez.
Yeah, and how could you not like this kid?
Oh, my God.
I mean, he goes to school full-time. He lives in San Jose, which is inland. The kid is really an inspiring figure, and look at the camaraderie there.
Yeah, that's Aitor, defending champion.
Aitor Francesena. Aitor, that's a Basque name. Real cool one. That's actually one of the names that further down the line, if I do have a son, Aitor is a really nice name. Heitor Alves.
Heitor Alves, yes.
So Heitor is a derivative of Aitor, or just maybe a different way to pronunciate it.
Correction, Aitor, a 2017 gold medal winner here in La Jolla, back at the Parasurf Championships 3 years ago.
Look at these conditions. It's so glassy right now. Why does this always happens on finals day too?
Yeah.
Like you end up having the best waves on finals day.
Well, you hope to have the best waves on finals day.
That's for sure.
Finals day was supposed to be tomorrow, and the forecast is for complete shutdown on the surf.
So we're stoked on what we're seeing right now. I mean, look at that left on the outside. Maybe Barbie on the inside. Nope. Going to go back to her feet. Almost halfway through the heat, Bo. Lots of time. Wave count is far up for both ladies. And look at Team Spain, and look at those Basque flags within the Spanish team too.
I was in the Basque region last year for the ISA at the World Longboard Surfing Championships, and what great culture, what great camaraderie in the community down in that area.
Were you in Sopelana or
we were in Biarritz?
In Biarritz, yeah.
Yeah.
And Spain has the Canary Islands too, which are considered independent, but I mean they're part of Spain, but they're their own nation. I guess you could say the same thing with Guam and Puerto Rico, but they're all still part of the United States in a way. But it's cool to see that unity, even though they're 5-6 hours apart from each other in a plane ride. And I enjoy it. I think, having something like the Olympic Games where Hawaii is going to be included in the United States surfing team, John Florence being the representative or one of the two is massive as well, because you need that area of the world to be represented. I mean, Hawaii is the area of the world where surfing started. It got created there.
So people ask me all the time, why does Hawaii compete as an individual state against the United States? And it all comes from Duke Kahanamoku. And Duke was the grandfather and the forefather of surfing and introduced surfing to around the world. He took surfing to Australia. He introduced surfing to California. That's how Californians got into surfing, and all around the world on his travels. And when Duke won the gold medal in 1912, he was actually standing on the ground, and the king at the Stockholm Games was on the podium. And now it's reversed, where the athlete's on the podium and the presenter of the medal is on the ground. And when the king awarded Duke his gold medal, the king commented to Duke and said, "You are an amazing swimmer. I have never seen anybody swim that fast." And Duke had a world record at the time. And Duke said, "Well, thank you, Your Highness, but swimming is not my best sport." And the king goes, "What is your best sport?" And he goes, "Surfing." And the king goes, "What is surfing?" He goes, "Come to Hawaii. I will take you surfing." Now, that's one part of the story. I don't know if the king actually went to Hawaii, but maybe he did. And Duke finished the sentence saying, "I would like to see surfing in the Olympics." And Fernando Aguirre has taken that dream of Duke Kahanamoku from 1912 to 2020, and thus surfing is an introductory sport coming up in the Tokyo Games this July. And Fernando Aguirre has been working over 20 years, maybe even 30 years, on this project of getting surfing into the Olympics. And now, in 2024, looks like surfing will be a permanent sport for the Paris Games, and of course, LA hosting the 2028. I mean, all cards are there for where surfing could be there. But we've got a part here. I'll let Fernando tell this part of the story, and you're going to enjoy this. Check this out.
My name is Fernando Aguirre. I am the president of the International Surfing Association, and I like to surf every day. The ocean is the greatest equalizer. There is no really admission fees, no membership fees. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, gender, weight size, or anything to surf. The ocean has not been privatized, sold, rented. So we all have a chance to enjoy it. And maybe like a year ago, something like that, one day I woke up and I realized that the dream that I was having when I woke up, it was the reality. From having for the first time all the dream surfing teams of the world together, all the top stars, the guys that I met when they were 15 or 16 as juniors, and I saw them winning medals or gold medals. And they're all together now. Next to, the full team of Senegal. It's like a team from Thailand, Indonesia, American Samoa. I think this is a sensitive point, because I carry on my heart my parents, my grandparents, all the people that really made me who I am. And my grandparents on my mom's side were very, limited income. He was a taxi driver and she was a housewife that used to work as a maid on a hotel. I was maybe 16 or 17, and one day my grandma showed up and gave me the most expensive jacket that I couldn't buy. And I knew how life was difficult for them, how difficult life was for them. So I told her, I said, "You're crazy. This is like, why do you do that?" And she said, "I'm not sure you're gonna get it now, but eventually I think you're gonna get it." giving is much better than receiving, because by receiving, nobody has ever become a better human being. But if you give, you might get a chance.
Wow, that was touching. You know, Fernando Aguirre is a surfer. And in fact, he was competing for Team Argentina, I think, in the longboard competition in the, I think it was the late 80s, early 90s. And I hate to say this, but the contest was poorly run.
Mm-hmm.
And Fernando was, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? You should be doing this and doing that. And they looked at him and go, do you want to run this thing? And Fernando goes, yeah, I want to run this thing. I'll show you how it's done. And you know what? It turned out better.
Yeah.
And it turned out the next year he was elected president of the ISA, and he's been president ever since.
Well, look at how far we've come.
I know. And thank you, Fernando, for all your hard work. And, you know, he's not done. He wants to get all disciplines of surfing. He wants bodyboarding. He wants longboarding in the event. He wants kneeboarding. He wants all the different disciplines, maybe even juniors. I mean, you know, he's not done with his mission. He's trying to get SUP into the Olympic fold. So it'll be exciting.
Yeah, and I think longboarding for sure. I mean, that's how surfing was created, basically. And why wouldn't you want to see somebody? He is the human embodiment of Duke Kahanamoku in present day. Kaniela Stewart, I swear. He looks exactly like Duke did when he was his age. And he surfs so well on a longboard. I don't think I've ever seen anybody hang 10 for that amount of time.
Well, Fernando, I hope your femur's improving. He has a broken leg, and in fact, I saw him post a couple of pictures of him surfing in the prone division because he can't really put a whole lot of pressure on that leg with his accident. And so, you know, he knows what it's like with these prone athletes surfing out here in this competition.
Yeah, and he's also been doing some of the events that you do, Access Surf, hasn't he? He's come to a few with athletes like Keanu Asing and Brisa Hennessy.
Oh, yeah, we've had some of the pros come down. Carissa Moore, just 2 months ago, came to Access Surf and taken, you know, and all these kids and Wounded Warriors are saying, oh, my God, she's a world champion.
Well, speaking of.
Oh, a world champion. We're just 2.5 minutes away from crowning another one.
And you know who's worked with people like Carmen Lopez, who probably got her best ride right there? Aritz Aramburu, Goni Subizarreta. These are Spanish legends, and they're promoting a lot of these categories within their home country, too. You don't want to see somebody limited to only certain things in life. So if you're able to promote a sport that brings not only therapy, but happiness to their life, too, imagine what it's going to do for the entire population of the country, too.
Carmen just got her best ride in the contest, a 4.43. And look, she wants more. And you see her coach, okay, paddle now, paddle now. Now she feels the sensation. And she gets up, and she's got great form, great balance.
The way I look at your coach in the water is like a cornerman in a boxing match. You know, they're telling you what to do because they're saying things that you're not. And in this case, it actually is completely true. So good on coaching in the water for Spain. And Carmen Lopez is just doing an outstanding job. Look at her.
She is so excited. She goes, I'm done. I'm done.
Well, she's the gold medalist right now so far.
Oh, my God.
Just wait till she hears. We're going to have to keep the camera on her when she gets announced.
I think her team is telling her that right now. You know, there's 1 minute remaining in the heat. And I think she's absorbing all that energy right now.
Yeah, they're having the talk with her.
You're a world champion, sweetheart. Carmen Lopez. Carmen won a medal in 2018. It was a copper medal. It was a 4th place. But it was combined with all visually impaired. She had to surf against Melissa Reed. And she had to surf against Ling Pai. And now she's going to win her first gold medal.
And this is a rad moment to see on camera because, you know, watching it live, you can really see somebody's reaction to something they've worked possibly their entire life for. And he's even telling her the time.
Yeah.
There's 25 seconds.
It's not official.
No. But
Barbie King catch a 6.03.
Yep. But as soon as you're going to see it, her reaction is just going to be
explosive.
And good on to Barbie, too. Being out there in her 3rd or 4th event already. And
They're
they're
counting
down.
They're counting down in Spanish.
Look at this reaction.
Now she knows. Oh, you called it. And she's 14?
She's 14.
14. And she didn't win the junior division of this event. She won the world title.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look how happy she is. Look at that smile.
You want me out of here?
Okay, Mitch, I'm gonna send you down there. I don't know if she speaks English, but I know she speaks Spanish, and so do you, so you gotta go interview her. And we're gonna take a short commercial break. Brad and Roy are coming up next, and they're gonna have more exciting heats. You're watching the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
And a good day, everybody. 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Beautiful overhead shots here live from La Jolla, California in our final day action, day number 4. It's finals day here, and we got a whole ton of finals going on for you. But I tell you what, Spain taking a big win in that last one and currently ranked in the overall team challenge in that #1 spot, but another Spaniard in this one.
And with Brazil and USA right behind them, this isn't just going to be about the individuals in this. This is actually going to be for country placement. Josh, the Jedi Loai from Team USA, has definitely been known to sit on top of these podiums. But with on top of the individual, also the idea of the country titles as well. Or actually, we should call them nations titles.
Nation titles, sure.
Because we have Wales, we have Hawaii, we have places that are among other countries, among other places, but they are their own nations. So when we go back to that, the Nations Cup is really up for grabs here, especially in this heat. If Spain all of a sudden goes back to back,
my goodness.
They also had that one heat where they had 2 Spaniards finish 3rd and 4th. And then they've also been in other heats throughout the day. They've really brought a contingency together.
Well, you also got to look at, we have a Brazilian in this one. They're vying for that top team spot. And an American in this one, too, in Joshua Loya. And so here we go to the action. We'll get started right away. And we see 3 of our competitors quickly getting their first waves here to start things off.
Yeah, we saw a surfer in white, red, and yellow all go after that one. Surprisingly, Spain, USA, and Brazil. Still waiting to see
the hungry ones.
The
right?
hungry ones. Still waiting to see Henry Martinez, who is an absolute saint to watch on the thing from Costa Rica. Really excited. I'm thinking we're probably panning over to maybe him. Nope. Here he is. Henry, look at this. He surfs in the most perfect position every time that he catches a wave.
And you like the center of gravity solid. The knees are bent. He stays over that board. So good stuff right there. Your men's visually impaired one final underway right now. We set the clock to 20, and we got 16:34 in this one. ticking away. Big thanks out to Amp Surf holding it down. Great to have them as a partner. They're an organization that provides adaptive surfing therapy programs for veterans, adults, and children. I mean, you could talk about Amp Surf all day long, but what they do is amazing stuff.
What's going to happen here? We've got Surfer in yellow and Surfer in red both going after this one. Surfer in red just put together a butterfly explosion, and that was it.
What the heck?
How many turns did he just make there?
On a non-wave, you mean?
Yeah.
There was not even a wave there, and Ator was tearing that thing up.
I feel like Ator might have just turned 10 times on no waves.
I mean, if that's an example of what Ator is going to bring to the party when he gets a wave that has a little bit better of a shoulder, watch out for Ator. He means business. And after he's probably pumped seeing Spain, take the V1 for the women for the visually impaired one.
He probably wants to take it for the men, too.
Yeah. He wants to back that up with another Spain win out here today.
The other thing that we're seeing is, we've seen some waves, but we have not seen any scores popping up yet. So still waiting to see some scores loading here.
Well, if they wouldn't catch so many waves at once, Roy, we'd be able to keep track of what's going on.
Ator definitely has caught 2 really great waves, waiting for those scores to show up. The server from Brazil, too. This is really going to affect the Team Cup right here. I think this is really going to show where you're going to see kind of the end of the day looking like.
Well, because you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more finals to go after this one to upset the balance and to see what team is going to secure the win when it's all said and done. Still waiting for those numbers to come in. A bunch of scores. We're waiting for about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scores to come in. So the judges definitely got their work cut out for them right now, trying to put those scores, attach those numerical values. See? Got zeros.
Yeah. Now, in the priority category here, we do have priority, even though majority of the time it's a little bit harder to judge how an infraction is going to happen in this division. It really comes down to the communication. It really comes down to the communication. Now, speaking of communication, let's go down to the beach and talk to who, Brad?
We got Mitchell standing there with the winner of our last heat. Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Carmen Lopez from Asturias, Spain, your world champion in visually impaired Division 1. I'm going to ask her a question in Spanish, and then I'm going to translate to English. The first question is going to be, what was the feeling like when they were counting down on the beach with their team? Carmen, para empezar, muchas felicidades. Eres una campeona mundial. ¿Cuál era la sensación cuando estabas en la playa y estaban en cuenta regresiva con tu equipo?
Pues no sé, la verdad que yo solo pensaba en hacer lo mejor que sé y demostrar todo lo que he aprendido con mi entrenador.
So she's just been working on what they've been doing during the free surfs. It was a gratifying moment for her. She's only been surfing for 2 years, and this is a big accomplishment for her. Now the next question is going to be what this means for her life, because she's only been surfing 2 years. Para ti, lo más gratificante del surfing, me estabas comentando que era la sensación del poder estar viva. El haber estado surfeando 2 años solamente, ¿este es tu resultado más importante en la vida? ¿Crees que ha sido lo más grandioso en tu vida hasta el momento?
No, lo más grandioso para mí yo creo que será seguir mejorando y poder defender el título más tiempo.
So the most gratifying thing for her is becoming world champion, but it's not the biggest result. The biggest result in her life has been becoming a surfer, and now she wants to defend her title. Carmen, ¿quieres decirle algo a la familia que te está viendo en España?
Que muchísimas gracias por creer siempre en mí, por estar ahí siempre aunque estemos lejos y apoyarme con todos. Quiero muchísimo a mi familia y a mis amigos.
She loves her family, she loves her friends, she wants to thank everybody back home in Spain. Brad, this is an inspirational story. Roy, you've been here before. Carmen, muchas felicidades. Eras campeona del mundo.
Gracias.
Oh, thank you so much.
Mitchell.
Oh,
Disfruta este momento.
that was very good.
¿Quieres agarrar mi mano y te llevo?
Congratulations to her, the country of Spain. And
oh my goodness. And you know what the greatest thing is? Like her saying that it wasn't the greatest thing about being a world champ. The greatest thing is about becoming a surfer.
Yeah, and now you're also crowned a world champion in the thing that you think is the greatest. I mean,
my gosh.
This is kind of unreal.
That's a heartstring tug right there. I'm telling you what. It's hard to come back from that one. She could be take the route of like, she well-deserved. I'm the world champ. I'm happy to be the world champ. It feels really great to be a world champ. But it was all to her. It was like,
No, I just went surfing.
Yeah, becoming a surfer was the most important thing in my life.
All right, we're starting to get some scores. All right, here we go. We're going to start seeing how this heat is stacking up. All right, here comes the Jedi. That is not going to work.
Yeah.
Oh, that was going to be a good wave. But here we go, Blue.
Martinez.
Henry Martinez. Watch this. Talk about the perfect form. And he's going to turn right. This is just unbelievable to me. Henry cannot see at all. And he is now surfing a wave for so long.
It's all by feel, too. That's the great thing about this. He feels the section. He feels the pickup of the face of the wave, and he's able to keep his body in the right position just from the feel of that. That is awesome. And if you think about someone who has regular eyesight, they don't get to experience something like that, what he gets to experience, the feel of it, and to be able to tell where you are just by feeling the wave. That's amazing.
That right there is just – I'm petrified when I'm out in the ocean. I want to see everything that's around me. To see Henry just surf all the way – I mean, look how far he's surfing back to his guide. Like, that really just shows what you're talking about, Brad, how he feels, and from that, how he's able to go. All right, here we go. Surfer in yellow, surfer in red. This is the one where our surfer in red literally turns 10 times on no wave. I still don't know how he did it.
And that score, I think that was the score they gave him the 4.67 on.
Nope, still waiting for that one.
Are
that
we
was
still?
Actually that was that original one. Still waiting for that score for Aitor.
And then look, here we go. Back out there again. Martinez catching another, the replay of Martinez here. On the backhand, you see yellow up and riding on that one. That's Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil. So very important heat here for Brazil, Spain, and USA when it comes down to the team overall win. And it looks like score's coming in. Aitor, score does come in for him. A 7.33 he got on that wave.
So you pair that with his 4.67, and you're really seeing where he is separating himself from this field. He has put down 2 great waves. But here we go on that replay from Henry Martinez. You talk about perfect form. If perfect form was a score, he would get a 10 the whole time, and excitement. Look at that.
Do you see the thumbs up?
Always gives a thumb up right before he finishes his ride.
Notice the left arm. The left arm is guiding him the way to go. So if you watch him on that wave, he turns to the right a little bit, but he's keeping that left arm pointing straight ahead along with the board. He keeps the board in line with that arm as he feels the section through that. So Aitor, the top spot. That's a 7.3 and a 4.67. Giving him a 12 for Spain on top. Wow. Could Spain take back-to-back wins? Well, we got a lot of time to settle this one. Here we go. Look at that, Joshua Loya. Joshua Loya throwing a kiss to the crowd on that one.
He's not going to be slowed down, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, that is good. A spotter just like telling him how rad that wave was.
All right, here comes Joshua. I actually met Joshua in the Chicago airport. We were going by. He was wearing his USA surfing hat, and Elena said, "Hey, teammate." And Joshua said, "Who's that?" Elena said, "Hey, it's me, Elena Nichols, your fellow teammate from Team USA." And he was so excited. He, loves being a part of Team USA. Wow, look at that out of nowhere.
That was Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil, ERD, trying to get that thing going.
And, yeah, they're saying that was great, brother. All right, here we go. Here is the Jedi out of Team USA, Joshua. Joshua really needs to just keep doing what he's doing, keep incrementally increasing. Here we go in the blue. It is our man, Henry Martinez. Look at him just in that whitewash, riding this wave.
Watch that left arm here.
And he's going to keep going where that left arm is pushing.
It directs him exactly where he wants to go. He brings it over. Look, brings it over to the left so he can kind of go wide left here. You see him working it to the inside. There you go. Another good wave for Henry Martinez now. Trying to get rid of a 2.0. He is in third place. Joshua Loy is in fourth in white. ERD, Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil in the yellow in second. And Aitor in that top spot. And we're still waiting for Henry Martinez. We got 2 scores to come in for him.
Those Henry scores that we're waiting on are both of those last 2 rides. What is Joshua doing? Is he covering his eyes just to make sure everyone knows he can't see?
Yeah, I think he was having a little fun.
All right.
Is what I was doing on that one.
They didn't like that one. No worries.
At that Walden that he's riding out there, he's going to paddle back out. So still waiting for Martinez scores come in. The only scores we have not seen, there's 2 scores to come in for Henry Martinez to see if he can get out of that spot, that third spot. He would need a pretty big score, though, an 8.73. So, look, score comes in for him. So it updates. So a 3.67 and a 3.27 for him.
And then it updated again, 3.43. He's now sitting at a 7.1. Now, not the wave we just saw from him, but the one before, 3.67. Yes.
Yeah.
And what is happening right now is something that other nations might want to take notice to. We are currently, with 6 minutes remaining, about to have back-to-back golds for the Spaniards. Now, Aitor, in the men's visually impaired one, will be adding on to the women's visually impaired one that we just concluded and Mitchell did the live interview with.
Well, and if you look at it right now, when we talk about the back-to-back, you got to think that Aitor was so pumped after seeing – the win for Spain before him, that's got to be a driving force. Like, hey, look, we can put a couple more nails in this coffin. We can get one step closer to taking the whole team title if I do my part and take the win out here. And so far, so good. A 7.33 and a 4.67, Roy?
Yeah, really. And still, that 7.33, I would have given him even higher. I would have given him from the number of turns that he made on a non-existing wave. I still cannot believe how he kept
It's rail to rail, man.
And then also the amount of velocity that he got from turn to turn on his board.
ERD taking a look at one here. We're talking about Elias Ricardo Deal from Brazil. There's a little one trying to come through. No go on that. Maybe something for White out here for Joshua Loya.
I think this is going to be a bigger wave than Joshua might be predicting. They're paddling a little bit in with his guide. And here we go, Joshua. Let's see you get this wave and grab some points for Team USA. Up Joshua is. Unfortunately, the wave today just didn't have enough power behind it for him. But look at that. Turns right around, going back out for another go at it. With 4.5 minutes left, there's a good chance that he's got 2 waves to catch here.
So priority right now belonging to Elias Ricardo Deal from Brazil. He's in yellow. Priority 1 for him. And then red, Aitor Francina in that number 1 spot. He's got number 2 priority. Henry Martinez, who's got a bunch of waves out there too as well, in third for Costa Rica. And he's got that 3rd priority as well. Joshua Loya, after paddling for that one, has the 4th priority on this one. And with time winding down, if I'm Joshua Loya at this point, and I'm the spotter for Joshua Loya, I think I just move away from everyone like they did.
Yeah, and just catch your own waves. Have your own little session. Win your own heat over on your own outside.
Well, because you're trying to replace both your waves right now. With 352, if something comes over to that left-hand side, that Joshua Loya could be in position for it. So he's got a nice, good separation. So if you're Aitor right now, you're sitting in that number 1 spot, but you got 2nd priority.
All right, we're going down to the beach. We're looking at the folks from Spain right there. We're looking out and cheering on their countryman, Aitor, who currently is sitting in 1st place.
So 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go here with Aitor in the top spot for Spain. Could Spain go back-to-back? That would be a big blow to all the other teams that are really trying to challenge. And I'm talking about Brazil. I'm talking about USA. Because Brazil, you look at the team stuff. At the start of the morning, Spain was the number 1 spot. USA the number 2 spot. Brazil the number 3. Hawaii the number 4. And France the number 5 today. So 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Aitor in the top spot, 7.33 at 4.67. That gives him a 12. ERD. Elias Ricardo Deal from Brazil in 2nd in yellow, a 7.74. He's done it with a 5.07 and a 2.67. Here we go. Joshua Loya looking at this one. He's going to try and stroke into this one. Is he going to be able to get into it? Yes, he will. But digs that front end in. The nose goes under.
And here's our guy right here. Henry Martinez, not quite riding it as far as he has on others. But again, perfect form. Here we go. Surfer in yellow, ERD. Nope, decides to pull off at last second.
Henry Martinez, I think, has more waves than anyone else in this heat right now. So he's keeping busy and just trying to add on and replace scores as he can.
All right, here we go. Surfer from Spain.
Oh, look at that. Aitor again on another one. And getting some face to work with. A lot of the other surfers aren't getting face to work with.
I'm still just baffled away at, the amount that he's able to do and the amount that he's able to whip that board around and stay so stable. There's our winner from the last heat right there, hanging and cheering on with Team Spain. Look at this. The coach trying to tell him to duck dive right there as that wave just came crashing in on him. Minute and a half left. Wouldn't be surprised to see him grab another wave here.
And so it looks like we're waiting for another score for Aitor to come in, and I think that's going to take care of that 4-6-7. I think he's really going to extend the lead. Let's take a look. Talk to me about this one.
Look at this. He stays right in that pocket, so that he keeps the energy of the wave moving forward. About 4 turns up and down that wave, and then kind of got kicked out by the whitewash. Here's our guy, Henry Martinez. Look at him. It's like he knows where he's going, and he's pointing, and off he goes. Unfortunately, the whitewater got him to before he got to the beach. But, again, Aitor, I believe that 4.67 is going to get replaced after that last wave, just for the way that he sat in the pocket alone and caught a wave that we really haven't seen another competitor in this division catch a wave of that magnitude.
I mean, maybe not much does it go above that 4.67, but it's going to go above as Henry Martinez is back in yet another wave. And he kind of creeps up on that nose, just kind of make it into that next section. That's Henry Martinez,
and
Costa
while we
Rica.
were watching Henry right there, look at that Aitor score, a 6.87. He has nearly comboed the field, and he's going into another one right here with 13 seconds left. Is he going to get a better score than his 7 or 6.87? He's really fighting for it. He's going to have to push. There's a small double up, but he knows victory is his. World champion status is his, and he is completely fired up as Team Spain is really, I think, separating themselves from the other nations right now.
Well, this is how you do it. You take wins is what you do, and unofficially, Aitor's gonna take that win out here today, and Spain's gonna go back-to-back wins unofficially at this point. But I'll tell you what, when you're in the lead for the overall team title and you take back-to-back wins and you're visually impaired once, that's a good way to do it. And you can see all about the celebration right now, and you should celebrate. Good stuff at Aitor right there. Well, we got more coming up. We got your men's stand 3 final. That's on the way. Stay with us. More incredible surfing action on the way. 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Champion. Stay with us, huh?
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Oh, yeah. Back-to-back wins for Team Spain out here in your visually impaired. Good stuff right there. Aitor taking the win on this one. I'd say he's a little bit happy about that. Wouldn't you say there, Roy?
I definitely agree 100% with you. The exciting thing is we're about to go into men's stand 3 here after we allow this celebration of one individual that has followed up on the individual in his own same category, but on the female side for his own country and their own country, the Spaniards going. All right, here we go. Rider in red right here. This is Colin Cook of Hawaii. We also have members from France team, Eric Darjan, and from Japan as well, Nahimicha.
So we get things going here. Your men's stand 3 final now underway. We set the clock for 20. And let's see what happens on this one. Now there is no Spain in this one. In this one we have Japan versus France versus Hawaii on this one. And France in that 5th spot and Hawaii in that 4th spot.
How already 1 minute and 15 seconds into this heat does Colin Cook have 3 waves all over 7?
Yeah, Colin Cook. We'll have an update here for you. Colin Cook, he's wasted no time to go to work. Eric Darjan from France, he's in the white. And Naomichi Katukura from Japan is in the yellow. I had to think about that for a second.
Really good pronunciation, but here we go. It looks like Colin Cook, nope, he's not. I thought he was going to go for his 4th wave of this heat already.
A 14.9 is what he has, is 2 waves right now?
Yeah, he's got a 7.9 and a 7.0.
Someone should tell him we're only a minute and a half into this thing.
I know. And look, he's eyeing up something too as a couple waves are starting to roll in. I don't see him slowing down his pace here.
And nor why would you? But a 7.9 and a 7. Well, Spain has gone back-to-back, and Aitor is standing by with Mitchell down the mix. Let's send it downstairs. Take it away, my friend. Mitchell.
No. All right, thanks, Brad. I'm here with Aitor Francesena, defending champion in this category, and I'm going to ask him a question in Spanish and then translate to English. The first question is going to be, was it more difficult to gain the first World Championship or to defend it? Para empezar, Aitor, muchas felicidades. Es un logro muy grande para ti, para empezar. Pero, ¿qué estuvo más complicado? ¿El obtener el primer campeonato o defenderlo?
Yo creo que defenderlo, porque el primer campeonato era muy complejo porque me tocaba con chicos y gente muy buena y que veían, entonces se me hizo muy difícil, pero este ha sido más difícil todavía porque ya han pasado 4 años desde que gané el primero y quieras o no, la edad no perdona, tengo muchos dolores por todo el cuerpo porque al final este año cumplo 50 años y el mantenerte en forma cuesta muchísimo y con los años más, ¿no? Pero sí, estoy súper feliz porque para mí este año es un año muy especial, ¿no? Cumplo 50 años y con 50 años ganar un campeonato del mundo con gente muy joven es maravilloso, ¿no?
Well, being 50 years old this year, it was much more difficult to defend it, but competing against guys much younger and with different impairments as him, winning it wasn't as difficult. Actually, defending it to him was the most complicated one. The second question is going to be about what it was like to go back-to-back as a team for gold medals. Tu compatriota Carmen López quedó campeona en la categoría antes que tú. ¿Cuál fue la sensación de ir 2 oros seguidos para España?
Bueno, pues imagínate, ¿no? Cada uno de nosotros venimos aquí con un compromiso, que es trabajar durante todo el año para estar, pues eso, al mando o en nombre de nuestro país. Y al final el que Carmen haya conseguido eso es algo increíble y espero que todavía no sean los últimos, espero que haya más, ¿no? Porque por parte de la Federación Española han hecho un trabajo increíble para que este año por fin, después de 4 años solo viniendo los representantes, hayamos venido con 14 personas nuevas y eso es un trabajo y ha habido una inversión muy grande para poder venir todo el equipo de 14 personas, entonces, y más con todo lo que hay por ahí, ¿no? El coronavirus y todo, que eso también ha complicado muchísimo las cosas y no tengo más que decir eso, que también la federación ha hecho un gran trabajo para llegar a traer un equipo tan grande.
After 14 years of being in a difficult time with the Surfing Federation in Spain, they were able to bring a full team this year, and they went back-to-back with Carmen López and Aitor Francesena, so it was a good feeling as a whole team. Muchas felicidades, Aitor, te deseo lo mejor y feliz cumpleaños este año. Los 50 solamente es un número.
Ok, quiero saludar y dar las gracias también a la ISA, como no, porque al final, si no llega a ser por la ISA, creo que todos los que estamos aquí seríamos menos felices y por supuesto a nuestros técnicos también que están por aquí, a nuestros técnicos que han hecho un trabajo increíble y me encantaría, ya que estoy aquí, pues saludar a mi hija y a mi sobrina, que son sus cumpleaños. A Paushue y Ane Sorionak Suri, Sorionak Betty, Sorionak Aneri, Sorionak Suri.
He wants to thank the ISA and the Surfing Federation, but I thought it's having a great time down here. Brad, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Now that sounded like the birthday song to me.
That sounded like he was singing happy birthday to someone to me, too. And
yeah, we need to also prepare people, too. Some of these divisions were just 2 round-robin heats, so actually scores carry over from the other day. So when we talked about we missed the 7-9 and the 7, those scores were the other day because you get to carry over your 2 best scores.
It would have been pretty impressive for Colin Cook to score a 7-9 and a 7 in less than a minute and 15. But I'm not going to put it past him. I'm not going to put it past him.
Not that he can't do it, but, yeah, that's the deal there. So your scores can carry over on a few of these different these different disciplines that I'm talking about. And so what Colin Cook could do now, since he brought over the 7-9 and 7, now he can replace those with bigger scores.
He really can, and he can also kind of do what I think he's doing out there, which is mostly just protecting his lead. He's seeing what the waves are offering today. But the one thing that is for sure is it hasn't been that many choices so far in this division. Still waiting for a couple scores to come in from our surfer in yellow and our surfer in white. The one wave that our surfer in white caught could disrupt some stuff here, but we'll have to wait to see when that score comes in and what that looks like compared to the scores from yesterday added to today.
Got another little set coming in here. You got to wonder, is Darjean kind of looking at this one? Is he seeing something here? No, not enough to be able to get into that one. And you can see Colin, he's paying attention to Darjean. He's like, okay, well, he's in second, and I got priority, so I'm going to keep an eye on Eric here.
Yep.
And that's a good idea. That's a good strategy right there. But you see, look at those lines. Look at that second line right there.
Ooh, look at this. I think Colin Cook might have to look up at the score, actually. Eric Darjean's first wave of today, 7.83.
Oh, indeed. And look at this. He might be in position for one. Eric Darjean looking at this. Will he be able to get it? I don't know if he can get into that yet.
I think he's just a hair off. But
that could have been something.
Yeah, that could have really changed the surfer in yellow here. Namamichi Katakara from Japan. Look at this one that he's gotten up on. Big old cutback staying right up in there in that pocket. That was a really good wave in this division. Now, with that longer prosthetic that he has, actually, nope, he's got a congenital disorder.
Yeah.
With that, he's got little to no function in that leg. So he's basically kind of surfing on one leg and really allowing the other to balance. To see him maneuver that cutback there.
Kind of like planting that one leg just to keep that sturdy and keep it into one spot.
And myself being an individual who's got one leg that's so much stronger than the other, the second that I try to rely on that bad leg, there's one thing that happens. I fall over. So to see him balance out there on the ocean, be able to make that turn and create that rail-to-rail transfer, that guy's got some incredible balance on himself.
And you definitely would know that. That's good insight, Roy, from you on that.
Look how this is changing now. 2 minutes ago, Colin Cook was very relaxed, kind of in his own little zone, really looking through his scores yesterday.
Not anymore.
Now, all of a sudden, with the scores being less than 0.9 away and Eric putting down a 7.83 today, we're going to see some surfing here, and we're going to see this priority rule come into effect here as well as how to position. And I think that's what's going on right now because Colin has position right now and really just kind of snaked Eric on that one.
And you look at what's going on with the tide, too. The tide now is starting to push up on it pretty good, so it's going to be breaking a little closer in, and some of these waves might carry farther than you think they would. A wave an hour ago that might break in a certain situation might just roll through, and that's what we're kind of seeing with this double up right here.
Yeah, and it's really going to come down to, does Colin decide to go or does Eric decide to go? Okay, here goes Colin Cook. Nope.
No.
Decides not to. That's not going to change the priority, though. All right, here we go. Surfer from Japan kind of surfing his own zone and just finding a bunch of fun little waves here. Now Michi Katakura is kind of surfing his own style, own area, and he's slowly creeping up this leaderboard.
You know what? If you pay too much attention to the other athlete you're trying to keep out of waves, you got to watch out because you can't keep both of them out of waves. You can't follow two people at the same time. And Katakura is just kind of, okay, well, if you're going to leave me alone, I'm just going to find my own waves and do my own thing.
Now, here's the thing. Now out in the back, priority doesn't go to Colin Cook. The priority now goes to Eric, meaning Eric has the lead. And look at what Colin's done. He said, I'm going to get as far as humanly away from you, so there's no chance. There's our man, Dana Cummings, right there from Amp Surf down on the beach.
You don't want to mess up now. You got a 7-9. You got a 7. You go and make a mistake right now, you could throw it all away here. So smart move, Colin Cook paddling away from Eric Dargent, who has priority right now.
Right now, the other thing that's going on is it's not the first time it's happened today. We saw it happen in Christian Otter Bailey's semifinals heat. We saw it to Sponge Williams in the Neal heat. We saw it in the semi-assisted pro heat with Angel Coyer and Spike Kane, and how it's really knocked people out that were probably going to end up on the podium.
Whether you like that part of surfing competition or not, it's part of surfing competition. There is priority, and you have to play the mental game. You have to play the strategy. You can't just go out there and just paddle around and get waves without paying attention what the rest of the field's doing.
You know, we talk about etiquette. We talk about professionalism. Look at the way the South Africans dress.
Oh, look at this.
And look at this little sneaker.
Katakura.
That Katakura.
Katakura.
I mean, he just did 11 turns there.
My goodness. See, like I say, you can't pay attention to everyone in the water.
You can't. That's going to change. That has to be his best wave yet.
So Katakura.
I really like that wave.
I really like by what he's doing. He's sitting on the inside because the waves are getting fat. That's the problem. The waves are getting fat. They're kind of rolling longer than they were earlier when it was at that lower tide. They did a little bit more face side. Take a look at this right here.
Look at that. Look at the way he swings that outer leg, the leg that just doesn't have as much muscle strength behind it. And look at what he does with that back leg. That back leg provides all the power, all the movement, and all the motion. And as he went down that line there, he made sure to know that he was in control, in the pocket, and also going top to bottom on each of those turns.
It looks like Dargent and Cook are kind of in that little rib, kind of deep water section right there. You see the whitewater stain to the right, how that's kind of an A-frame, and then you go over to the left here, you don't see any whitewater because it's a little deeper section. They're kind of sitting in a spot they might want to move out of to try and get some more waves.
Yeah, their cat and mouse game is going to not work out for too much longer, especially if Eric puts up a higher score than that 617.
I think Colin's too far outside with this tide coming in right now.
I haven't seen a wave come anywhere into the venue for where Colin has been sitting.
I feel like you got to make the decision. Are you going to go to the right? You're going to go left. Look at that rip is pulling Colin out a little farther. So he's going to adjust and kind of try to paddle back in a little bit. But Eric Dargent's not far away. Look, a 708. That's all he needs. And one wave could change everything right now, and Colin Cook could be bumped to second.
And here's the thing. He has caught 2 waves today that have increased his score. Colin's caught 1 wave today that didn't increase his score. So when you really look at it, who is the fresher, who's experienced more of the surf today, it's actually Eric.
Yeah, because Colin's just 1 wave.
Okay, but here we go. There's something Foreman. Maybe he sees something that we haven't.
Oh,
definitely Foreman, a great left right here.
No, it looks like a right.
Is it? Yeah, no, you're right, 100%. First it started as a left. I think that rip turn, and look at that beautiful turn.
Because that goes into that deep water right here. See how it gets flat? It gets kind of fat in this section.
Look at this wave. Colin staying right out in front of that whitewash. He's going to have to get out and get going a little bit more, but I think that is going to give him a score, but I don't see it increasing as 7-9 or a 7.
That's not taking out a 7 or a 7-9. So he's probably going to want to be updated here, but there's Dargent with time winding down, 5 minutes, 50 seconds, tide coming in, conditions changing. Remember, they talk about the surf just dropping off completely tomorrow.
All right, here's our surfer from Hawaii right here. Really finds that initial pocket, but then kind of gets tied up in that whitewash. Would have loved to see him stay a little bit more in the pocket, and right here could have probably gotten around and made this a little bit longer. But when you're looking to catch a wave, sometimes you've got to take that initial wave to get going. And here's a sign. Here's a sign for today. Every day before today, there was not any other surfers in the La Jolla surf.
Yeah.
Today, there's probably about 50 surfers down there, which means conditions are improving, conditions are getting better.
Oh, Dargent.
Here we go, Eric Dargent. Look at the way he has to move that leg and get it out in front on that board. And then it's a really straight leg out front, but it allows him to really be able to put a lot of pressure in that leg. This is a really great wave right here.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Wait
gonna
a
have.
minute.
I think we're gonna have 5 minutes of fun right ahead of us here, Bo. I'm sorry, Bo. Bo, I did it twice. Brad, we're gonna have really fun.
Starts with a B, dude.
It
It's
starts
all right.
with a B. It ends with a. Doesn't end with a D.
It ends with a bro.
It ends with a bro. We're gonna go with Bro Hodge and Bro J here.
I like that, dude. You can call me that all day long.
All right, so we're waiting to see what this score is that's going to come in. I think it can be bigger than 617, but I don't think it's bigger than 783. Here's the here is the replay shot from our drone. You see where Eric positions himself, and then he sees a little bit of a reform. Gets out in front and makes sure to stay in that pocket. The whitewash does get ahead of him, but look at that big bottom turn out in front. I'm excited to see what this is going to come in at.
And Katukura, the silent assassin out there. He's just doing his thing.
He's catching waves.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's staying busy. He's got a 5.5 and a 4.57.
He's caught 9 waves. 9 waves.
Are you kidding me? He has 9 waves to his credit.
Yeah,
right
he
now.
has 9 waves. He only caught 1 in the opening round, and he's caught 9 today.
So Dargent needs a 708 to take over the top spot. He's trying to replace his 617.
Still waiting for the finalization of that last score
I don't
from
know.
that there.
It is going to be so close to that 617.
Yeah, it's not a 783. I'll tell you that much.
No, and I don't think it's a 7. Let's say a 708 or a 79. I don't think it's going to be that. If it was a 709, there he goes, top spot. 708.
I'm going to say it's probably going to be somewheres. Look
There
at
it is.
that! Wow,
so close.
We are now.
Yeah.
Now what he just did. There are more waves like that.
Yeah.
If you can get out a little bit more in front of that whitewash, stay in the acceleration pocket of that wave, and get a little bit more so we can produce probably 1 or 2 more maneuvers, I really could see him probably popping up to that 709 zone.
Here's the game plan here. I'm going to go ahead and help him out right now.
All right.
Okay, Roy? So here's what Dargent needs to do.
Let's see if he's listening, because he is moving right now.
3 minutes left. You need to wait for a wave that can actually give you that kind of score.
Here goes the priority game, though.
Oh, Colin Cook up and riding on the back end. Here we go.
Look at that with priority. Stay up, Colin. You're going to have to stay up. He stays up. Look at that. That back leg really lost some of his balance.
So he pushed that nose down to stay in that wave, too, but that's not going to change anything with the 7.9. So what I was saying, if you're Dargent right now, you need a 7.08 to take the top spot. There's no need to go on anything that's not even close. Like, you don't even go on a wave like this right now.
Now, this wave from Colin here, I think if he would have found and maintained his balance the whole time, because, look, by the time he does, the rest of the wave breaks, and the force of the wave is way down the beach.
Look at that. Yeah, I had a little section in front.
Which I think he could have got to, but not when you lose your balance like that.
But not trying. I mean, you're still not taking out your 7.0, I don't think.
Oh,
Even if you
no.
made that section, you're not taking the 7 out.
No. But it really comes down to your advice for Eric right here. He's got to sit back there. He knows what a 6.83 looks like. And he's got to find an equivalent wave. I love the way he swings his leg. Here's our guy. He's just searching.
Nice.
Slaps the top of the lip right there and keeps going. Just so we're aware, that is the 11th wave of our friend's escapade here. And he's still got 1:40 left.
Katakura, another wave for him. Still the same situation, 1 and 2. 1:30 to go. Colin Cook, top spot in first. Eric Dargent in second for France, 7.08. France is in fifth in the team challenge. Hawaii is in fourth. So this is you're trying to finish higher. So France, you really want to finish above Hawaii to kind of leapfrog them.
Ooh, look at this.
The smart call. That way it wouldn't do nothing for you.
But look at this. With 1 minute left, Eric has priority. They're both going to want to surf kind of waves forming in the same spot. I don't see Colin getting another wave here. So if a wave comes in and Eric catches it, which I see one brewing.
Don't go too far out. Dargent sees this. He knows he's in priority.
There's one behind it too.
Just ignore Cook right here. Don't even pretend he's there. Just do your thing.
All right, here we go with 45 seconds left. Brad J., this is all your call because this is a pretty one.
Here we go, Dargent. And it went to that fat water section. See, that's a deep section.
Yep.
They've been sitting in that little zone right there, and that's not the place you want to be now.
And now he loses priority. That was a very risky move right there. Watching how that wave just sucked up the deep water.
Now get away from him, exactly. And
Dargent, and there it is. He's trying to get away. This is going to be close. This is going to be down to the buzzer beater.
If you're calling right now, you get right on him.
Just get on the wave. And give him the chance to not even have anything. Colin, it's all you to take. And they're both going to pass, and it's going to end right here.
3,
so unofficially,
1. There you go.
Unofficially, Colin Cook, your champion. Eric Darjan, second place for France. In third place, Namamichu Katakora. Coach Chris is claiming it right there. Usually when Coach Chris claims it, it's not usually unofficial for much longer. He usually goes to official.
And Coach Chris, they're doing some amazing things out there in the island.
Next, ISA Amp Surf Adaptive Surfing Championships. Team Hawaii. Aloha.
Coach Chris, thank you, sir. Yeah, your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. And Colin Cook can come on in right now, because unofficially he is going to take the win out here today. And it shows you with those 2 waves when they carry over from your previous heats. That's an important thing. So when you have a carryover, like, you want to be as strong as you can on that first day, and he did just that. Brought over a couple of 7s and kept them on way to victory out here. So Colin Cook, unofficially the top spot, taking the World Championship out here. Eric Darjan from France finishing in that 2nd spot, and Katakura from Japan in that 3rd spot. Well, more coming up. We got your women's Stand 2 final. That is on the way. Thanks for being out here. A final-filled day out here for your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Hey, I know those guys. That's Jerry on the right. That's Greg on the left. Who's the guy in the center?
Colin Cook, your world champion.
Oh, how cool is this? Colin Cook, a gold medal winner at the Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships for 2020. Oh, I know he is so stoked, so stoked.
It's a big moment for him.
It's a huge moment for him. And it's been a long 5 years for him with his shark accident on the North Shore.
Yeah, and he's been living in Florida for the last couple of years. He got a job over there. He's planning to move back to Hawaii. And, you know, I asked him yesterday, actually, in the competitors area, if he plans to go back to work with John Peisel. He says, if there's an opportunity, I'll work a couple days a week. Why not?
Okay, we are in the final of the women's stand 2 division. Charlotte Banfield from England in red, Malo Mendez from Brazil in white, Jimenez Ruiz will be from Costa Rica in yellow, and Maria will be from Spain wearing the blue jersey.
And how rad is this that 3 of the 4 ladies that are in this final, I want to say they're below 20 years old, because Charlotte's 21. So everybody is 25 years or less. Actually, 25 I think might be the top end in this heat.
Well, here we go. Charlotte Banfield up and running. Goofy footer. Showing a little bit of poise and style right there. Grabbing the rail.
Nice.
She's got a handle there. All right, you want me to go back out? Okay, Coach, I'll go right back out. All right, let's go down beachside and talk with Brad J. Take it away, Brad.
And thanks a lot, Bo. Yeah, standing by world champ Colin Cook in the mix. And how important is it to have those carried over waves in the conditions like we saw here today during your heat?
That made it for me. Yesterday I was able to get 2 good waves, and today I couldn't quite find the same waves, and really tough competitors out there. So luckily, our scores carried over, made the difference.
Now, we saw this from the beginning of this one, that you and Darjan, it seems like you kept him in your sights because he could have really challenged you for that top spot. Was that the plan, just stay on him?
Well, I knew he was close, and he's such an incredible surfer, and I knew, I kind of was going to sit on the other side, and I saw him get a good one, so I was like, got to keep him clean. I can't let him go too far, and just nothing but respect for those guys. They're incredible.
Well, you surfed great. Do you want to say some hellos to people back home that are watching you right now?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, everybody watching, my sister, and just thanks, guys. See you soon.
He's the world champ right here. Let's hear it for the world champ. Colin Cook in the mix out here. Back to you guys in the booth. Bo.
Thanks so much. Congratulations, Colin. Colin's a very quiet guy.
He is, dude. He's humble.
But the nicest guy you'll meet.
He is the nicest guy you'll ever meet. He's and he gives a lot of tips to everybody else too about their situation, because he works in prosthetics now.
Mm-hmm. Here we go, getting up to the position that she rides her waves on.
Yeah, let's see if they'll count that. If they do, it's for sure going to be your best wave, and it seems like scores are trickling in. Definitely going to be her best ride so far.
Yeah, she's missing a right foot.
Yeah, so basically from her just below one of her knees, she's missing
maybe halfway through the shin.
Yeah, I would say so. So the femur area beyond.
Malu up and riding.
Yeah, Malu Mendez from Brazil. She's got a nice style, good size wave, nice drop, and staying centered right there on top of her board. So she's going to get not only her opening ride, but a ride that could be considerable looking at the scores on the board right now.
All right, underway with this heat. 14:24 remaining. Coming up after this, the women's stand 2 final. It'll be the men's stand 2 final.
And Malu looking for instructions on the beach. Now here goes Jimena. She's staying at the same hotel we're at, and I gave her and her coach a ride the first day of competition. I saw them on the side of the curb, and I asked them, hey, are you guys going to the event site? And I spoke to them. Jimena's super young. It's her first event, and it was a trek for them, coming from San Jose, Costa Rica. They went through Denver, Colorado, and then subsequently flew to San Diego. But it's a huge opportunity for her, and she just smiles, and she's quiet too. She's super reserved and shy, but when she goes out there, she's enjoying herself. And look, she's already posted a 5.
Yeah. Looks like we have a little bit of a south wind blowing in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it was predicted from everybody at Surfline. And look at this, Maria Martin Granizo. Once again, she actually stood up all the way this time too, so she got a 2.5 on her previous wave. This is easily going to be better than that.
Okay, red with priority on the outside with a 4 and a 3.73. So all tallies that we read needing scores are for first place. So that 5.5 for Malu has her in 4th place. But what does she need to go to first? Only a 2.6.
Yeah. So every score that we're going to be saying is basically to go to the lead. That's what's going to get you the gold medal. And look at this Jimena scrapping for it. Couldn't get it. Going to go back down on the priority order. But, you know, talking about Charlotte Banfield, the interview that I had with her yesterday, she was really nervous and a little anxious to actually get it over with, because she's like, no, you know what, I'm not really a superstar. I'm just somebody that goes out here and tries to enjoy myself as much as possible, because, you know, coming from England, she surfs waves super similar to this on a daily basis, so she just really wants to go out there and surf.
She probably wanted to stay out in the water and keep surfing.
Yeah. Well, water temp here is probably 20 degrees warmer than back home.
Here we go, surfer in white, Malu Mendez.
Nice.
She's got an open face opportunity here. She needs to keep her weight forward. Does she do so? She does.
Crucial. Look at that. Whoa. Dude, that's going to be a high score. If she got a 5.5 on the wave before that, this is only her second wave too. How's her positioning inside the lineup?
Oh, yeah. She was like drawn to that right.
And she's the only one on it.
She's got a good chance to go from 4th to 1st place on this wave.
She needs a 2.6. Undoubtedly going to be it. And now it's going to be a tall ask for the people going to drop down to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th now. So look at this replay, Bo. Nice size set wave. Gets the connection right here. And it seems like it's going to be done because she gets a little held up. But she goes back into it. Kind of looking like Pupukea, a little bit same, but different. And Malu just went to town. I mean, and that's the separation from her and everybody else. Coming from beach breaks in Brazil, she's much more used to these kind of serves.
Here we go, Charlotte up and riding. This will be wave number 3 for Charlotte. Good style. Redirects on her forehand. She seems to like to grab that handle down below her left foot.
Kind of looking like Damien Hobgood a little bit.
Well, she's got the Derek Ho armpit in the back. The wing, the pumping
the chicken wing. Yeah.
The chicken wing. Remember Full Point, the old Gotcha Pro? He'd be pumping that thing going from full point to half point.
Dude, that's cool, though. With her Union Jack helmet, too, and she has the flag on the nose of her board as well.
Hey, Uncle Derek was surfing at the Volcom this year.
He was?
Yes.
Dude, he was charging.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he always is, though.
All right, we're still winning that score. You thinking excellent?
I think so. I think actually going to be in the 9s. That's me personally. And we just saw Jimena for sure going to back up that 5.17. And look at Maria now. Couldn't get to her feet completely there. But, you know, if we're comparing to you know, fighters here, Charlotte Banfield from England, got to go with Tyson Fury. We're going with a Latino with Jimena Reis, maybe Julio Cesar Chavez, Maria Martin Granizo. Dude, Europe has some good fighters. She could be a Leon Edwards kind of type fighter. And then Malu Mendez, you know, let's go Joyce Gracie.
Yeah,
she's going to be the pioneer of
the jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So seems like with this next score that's about to drop in, she might be putting on the rear naked choke right now.
Okay, a 4.67 for Charlotte, so she improves the lead for now, right?
Yeah, this is
because you're thinking Malu's going to go the first.
Yeah, and since she has a pretty good backup, I think it's going to be really difficult for everybody else to play catch up unless they move to that wave where she's at, and she's sticking with it.
Yeah, she's there by herself with first priority. And there's Team Brazil, looking good.
Yeah, it could be a real important decision on behalf of the judges. They're probably reanalyzing this wave over and over again, watching replay. You can do it up to, I mean, I've done it 6 or 7 times before when it is a wave that has grave significance on the heat. So far, looking like it's going to be pretty high. And look, it just dropped in.
An 8.33. So Malu Mendez from Brazil goes from 4th to 1st on a one-wave score of an 8.33. Combo that with her 5.5, a two-wave tally of a 13.83. So she goes from the copper medal to the gold medal, but still 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, but, you know, that Mata Leon, the rear naked, applying itself right now with the 833. And as far as the points race is concerned, this is huge for Brazil right now.
Yeah, oh yeah, because Brazil already with 1 gold medal from Pirata in the Neil division. Let's see what they can do here in the women's stand to them. Yeah, and we've got Davi coming up, along with his fellow countrymen, also in the assist-prone 2 division. And Team Brazil, Team USA with 2 members each in those categories. We got Ricardo coming up in the stand 3. So, you know, Team Brazil, Team Spain, Team USA, I think are the top 3 leading teams heading into this afternoon.
And I think Spain is the team to beat because they already had 2 gold medalists. They have a person in this final. And if Maria can move up in at least to 3rd, but if she moves up into 2nd, dude, that's
those are
points. Those are points. And we're talking like big amount of points. And, you know, Brazil might have the experience and maybe the best level of competition when it comes to beach breaks, but Spain is up there. Spain is up there, and the U.S. obviously too, with a lot of surfers still yet to come, but don't count them out. Don't count Spain out.
Here we go, Maria. Whitewater takeoff unsuccessful there. So she may get this backup wave, Mitch, as we're seeing yellow on the whitewater, not able. There's Charlotte. See what she can do here. She was leading early, having some good style redirects.
Ooh, there we go. There we go.
Good balance there for Maria.
Nice.
And she goes down.
So just trying to better a 2.5, but to move her up into 3rd, she needs a 5.51 though.
All right, here we go. Malu Mendez, your new heat leader. Explosive, excellent score on her last wave of an 8.33. And here she goes pumping. Doing the Huntington hop in La Jolla.
Yeah, and for our audience watching online, just some clarification on why Malu Mendez got an 8.33. Just compare it to the score that Jimena Ruiz had gotten on her 5.17 and Malu's previous wave that was a 5.5. The degree of difficulty, I cannot express this enough, was so hard on the 8.33, the drop especially.
I don't know about you, Mitch. I already have tinnitus. I have ringing in my ears 24/7 for the rest of my life. But he takes it up a different octave.
Oh, my God. That was the funniest thing I've heard all week long. Thanks, Bo. I appreciate that one. And Costa Rica's had at least 3 finalists already, too.
Yeah.
Roy Calderon, Henry Martinez, Jimena Ruiz.
So Costa Rica could be looking at a team medal
Yeah,
also.
they could for sure go up into the copper.
So they're flirting with top 5.
They
but
are.
You want to be top 4.
Yep. To get a medal, you got to be 1 through 4. And it doesn't matter where you are, but as long as you get one, it means that you did something to add to those team points. So
People always ask me, you know, the ISA, why do they give a copper medal out? Well, the reason why is because we have a lot of 4-man heats. So what are you going to do? Give 3 medals to a guy and one guy doesn't get a medal?
Exactly.
So, you know, it's about achievement. The goal is to get to the final. And in the final, the goal is to win the event.
Exactly. And we've seen people lose with a pair of 2s, a pair of 3s in finals because they're just going so hard that it's either going to be those 3s or 8s. So it doesn't matter if you're getting 4th. The real reason is getting there. And, you know, when it comes down to actual competitive experience, the only way to get to know that too, Bo, is by having those 4th, those 3rds, and those runner-ups. The only real way you're going to get to those championship wins are by having that experience being in the final too.
Okay, 3 minutes to go for Malu's dream of being a world champion.
It's looking pretty good so far.
Okay, those are free surfers down to the right side. And some of the competitors who are in the next heat. And we're seeing to the second to the right. Is that Yeah, that is Malu. So Malu up and riding. This will be wave number 5 for her. Working down the line, tagging
Ooh.
off the white water.
Yes.
Oh, she wanted more.
Mm-hmm. And got the claim, too, just like your teammate, David Teixeira. 5.5 on her opener, which was a wave that she just really rode. She did have a couple redirects, but here she actually went up into the lip, engaged. Is she going to extend her lead? Most likely. And Bo, this could be case closed, because if she gets anything above a 5.5, the requirement is going to be almost to a 10.
All right, Maria looking for a chance to move up into the 3rd place spot, just needing a 5.51.
And Charlotte, just a quick one there for her, less than 2 minutes. Look at that, 5.9. And this was Maria's replay, a 2.7. This is her 2nd best. Still not enough to put her into 3rd, but look at that. Look at the style. And see how she kind of even drops her back leg a little bit too?
Yeah.
She stabilizes her weight.
Yeah.
So when she's doing that, imagine if she actually gets on a point break and learns how to drive off of her rails better. She's going to have to learn how to bring that back leg in a little bit more, kind of like Bobby Martinez does. Have you seen how he kind of brings his knee into the center?
Oh, yeah.
So it'll just stabilize your weight a little bit more. But good technique there. For somebody that young, that's an experienced surfer.
Well, even the foilers are bringing their back knee over for that bounce because they need their weight on the front foot.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Israel's getting ready for the next heat.
Do you think a lot of these athletes could be foiling in the future too?
Adaptive foilers, why not?
Could be, yeah. Maybe we can get Kai Lenny to take them out and practice.
What Kai Lenny and Austin Kalama are doing these days on the foil
And
will
how
just
about
blow your mind.
Zane Schweitzer, too.
Zane Schweitzer. All these guys, they're doing loops already.
That was a good wave that Malu couldn't catch. But, look, 30 seconds to go. The stoke is going to be for real when she hits the beach.
Important wave for Jimena. Here she goes. She's kind of doubling up. Can she stay on it? No, she does not. All right. Where's Malu? There's Team Brazil. There's Malu. 10 seconds to go.
And you know what the best part is?
What's that?
Roberto Pino is paddling out right now to compete, so he's probably giving her props while she's out there right now.
Well, there's the horn, and it's official. Your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Champion in the Women's Stand 2 division is Malu Mendez from Brazil. Their 2nd individual gold.
Yeah, and she was an underdog going into this heat. Charlotte Banfield had a heyday yesterday. It was a come-from-behind win, too. You know, she established at 8.33 and never looked back after.
And in the qualifying 2 round, Jimena actually beat Malu.
Yeah.
But
big win.
But the one that counts is this heat.
Yep.
Well, congratulations, Malu. We're going to get a word with you down on the beach side. She's celebrating, and we're celebrating. And thank you for tuning in. We'll be right back with our men's 2-stand final. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championships live from La Jolla.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
That's how it's done. First class style for a world champion getting cheered up the beach by your teammates. Malu Mendes from Brazil is your 2020 Amp Surf ISA world champion in the Stand 2 division. Now we're going to move into the men's Stand 2 division. And let's introduce our competitors here. Roberto Pino from Brazil will be in red. Felipe Nod from France in white. JP Baudry from South Africa in yellow. And Adi Klang from Israel in blue.
So Adi Klang is the defending world champion, correct?
Not correct.
Okay.
He won a world title in 2017 in the Stand 1 division. Okay, that's when we didn't have them all separated. And he was a bronze medal winner in 2018 behind Jonathan Borba and Anthony Smythe. And he beat Anthony Smythe for his gold medal in 2017.
Well, and so far, looking at our numbers, you know, the first 2 rounds were basically just qualifying rounds, but Roberto Pino in red ended up in the first place every single time he has competed so far.
Yeah, he's been the dominator, but here's the former world champion from 2017. Let's watch him on this first wave here. And we can tell you that Roberto's already registered a near excellent ride.
Yeah, and Adi Klang with some good surfing right there too. And coming from Israel, I mean, they're not really known as a surfing nation. And I mean, besides Tel Aviv, I don't really know how many spots there are that could even compare themselves to here to La Jolla. So for somebody, you know, who doesn't come from a surfing country, you know, per se, he's doing pretty good.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but last year in 2019, Israel hosted a QS event.
Well, they've done it for like 3 years now.
I know.
Yeah.
It's off the tour this year, correct?
Yeah. Matt McGillivray, one of our tour rookies, actually won that event last year.
I thought it was Eitan Osborne.
Eitan Osborne. Oh, he might have won the previous year then.
The previous.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're catching up on our winners. Here we go. Let's go down and check in with Brad J. and our world champion.
Thanks a lot, Bo. Standing by world champion Malu Mendes, and we have her father here to help us translate. The first question is, what does it feel like to be world champ?
O que você está sentindo por ser campeão mundial?
Be happy and be blessed. Tô muito abençoado, tô muito feliz. É uma sensação que eu não sei explicar.
She can't explain the feelings. It's a blessing for her. She's so happy, you know. That's it.
And the way she came out of the water, and the screaming and the celebration, that must feel really good right now.
Do jeito que você saiu da água berrando e comemorando, que isso deve ser demais, né?
É uma vitória minha e do meu pai, assim, eu sempre surfei e foi muito magnífico estar com ele aqui. Acho que os dois, se eu sou campeã, ele também é.
She said it's an unbelievable feeling. She's very happy. She said it's a victory for her and mine as well, because she's been surfing for all her life. You know, she began to surf with 3 years old, so she's very stoked for that.
And what does it feel like out here with all these special people that you're competing with, and how much fun has she been having out here during this competition?
Como é que é você estar aqui competindo com todas essas pessoas, a diversão que é, a vibe, como é que é?
Pô, é uma sensação muito boa, assim. Eu amei o campeonato, amei a vibração, tudo. Eu tô meio sem palavras, assim, sabe?
She has no words to express, but she loved the vibe, all the nations and all the histories behind each athlete here. So she's very, very happy with that, and she would love to come back again.
And what does she want to say to the people back home that are watching?
Ok. Fala aí o que você quiser para a galera que está assistindo em português.
Obrigado a todo mundo que torceu, todos os meus amigos, isso é nosso, é de todo mundo, todos que torceram, e é isso, eu amo vocês, que agora é voltar para casa e comemorar com vocês, uhul!
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot for ISA and the MP Surf and all the teams and everybody's. This is amazing feeling. I used to coach a lot of Key West and World Tour Brazilian surfers. So this is learning for me, and it's my first time, and I'm very happy to be here and be part of all of this.
Malu Mendez right here, your world champion. She has done it. Back to you guys in the booth.
I love her enthusiasm.
Yeah. And there were...
Hey, thank you, boss. Good to have you, man. Thank
I
you for
picked
that.
up the word gratificação, which
What's that
means
mean?
gratification. So she is so grateful just to be able to compete against people like herself, and she became the world champion, and she was the underdog leading or going into that heat. So congratulations, Malu.
Okay, so let's get you updated on this heat. 8 minutes into this heat, Roberto Pino with a 7.67 on the opening. He's just registered a second wave that could be near excellent.
I mean, I'm kind of speechless because we were looking at it when the interview was going on, and look at the drone shot of him. It seems like he's looking for another one.
Well, here's our leader right now because that second wave score hasn't dropped for Roberto. JP from South Africa. Let's watch a replay. Second wave. This was the first wave, the 7.67.
Whoa!
So one maneuver.
Ay, ay, ay. And then JP, that to me was quality. You know, had a really, really nice engagement with the lip right there. And this is Roberto's second wave. So this is going to be the highest score of the heat. Just beautiful flow, Bo. You know, transitions from rail to rail super well. And I have to be on the upper end with this. Look at the drone shot from above. Goes up into the lip, does the one nice carve, and it's even a setup for the last one. But the way he's able to hold his rail, release his fins, and come back with the same amount of speed at the end is just, it's gorgeous.
Combination of maneuvers, variety, speed, power, flow. I mean, he checked every box on that wave. 8.77 in the excellent range, and he's already got the field combo for the gold medal.
And I don't think that's going to change. Unless JP can get a combo going, Roberto's just walking away with this one right now.
Well, someone needs at least a 6.44 or better to break the combination, and Addy Lang is going to give it his try.
Yeah, and Klang just, you know, throwing up the double claim right there, trying to better a 4.33. And at this point, when you're hearing this as a competitor in the water, it can be heartbreaking. But with halfway of the heat or half of the heat still to go, you need to be thinking to yourself, I can at least get a 6.44. So I can break combination. A 10 might be extremely difficult, but I can get at least a 6. So if
Roberto wanted that way.
He
Did you
wanted
see
it.
that?
He wanted it. I mean, and he has to be careful to not get a priority interference because that could be a way that they could beat him. But Adi's doing better. You know, he just improved the situation, and he dropped Philippe down to fourth.
Okay, let's see what the wave score's coming in. So the 4.5 was that last
Yep,
line? Okay.
yep.
So has third place, but no one in striking distance on one wave can catch Roberto. Correct?
Yeah, and it needs to be a combo or at least one maneuver where it'll just make your jaw drop.
Well, if you're going to beat this man right here in red, Roberto Pino, you're going to need an excellent rain, maybe two excellent waves.
Well, because there's a very big possibility that he could better his 7.67.
That's right.
He has first priority. There's still 9 minutes to go. And as you saw, he's hungry. He wanted the wave that Adi went on.
Yeah, but he didn't have the priority for it.
No, he didn't. And it was smart to let it go, not even keep paddling for it.
Even if JP, Ali, or Philippe caught 2 8s, they could still not catch Roberto.
Yeah, because
you need high 8s.
And there's a possibility that Pino could even better both scores.
But right now, Roberto has first priority.
And he's smart because the earlier heat in the morning, he was surfing the left. Now that it's high tide and he saw Malu catch that 8.33 on the right, that was his wave of choice yesterday. So he's a smart guy. He's the one that's actually looking at everything from a different perspective. And look at Philippe now. This is a good-looking right.
Oh, nice carving back snap. Redirects into the whitewater section. These guys are surfing.
That was like better than a lot of guys I know.
Wow.
Philippe went to town on it. 2-stage carve, but really strong, really nice. Engaged his rails well. And, you know, these heats are the interesting ones because you have somebody so dominant like Roberto Pino, but then you're also seeing guys fight back. they'll throw the 1-2 cross combo, and then all of a sudden, if they do break free from combo, even though it's still a large sum of points that they need to move to first, Roberto's got to be thinking to himself, okay, if they can get out of the combo, they can definitely get the score that they need to beat me.
All right, 7.5 minutes remaining. We're in the men's stand 2 final. Coming up next, it'll be the women's prone 2 final, so stick around. We got men's and women's prone 2 finals, men's and women's prone 1 finals, and then we'll end the day with the men's and women's stand 1 final. Well, with 7 minutes remaining, white, that's Philippe. So basically, if you're the other 3 surfers, you're going for silver now.
I mean, you should still be aiming for gold, but realistically, yeah, you're basically going for silver. And remember, Philippe had the buzzer beater score in the semifinal. He got the score in the last 60 seconds. So there's not anything that these guys can't do. The waves just need to be there for them to be able to do it. And interestingly here, Bo, priority is red-blue, and look at where Roberto Pino is sitting, inside of Adi Klang. Any wave that comes towards him, he can block him. And now look, he's going to follow him. He's going to follow him. He knows that that could have been a left.
4th priority there. That was JP. He's in 2nd place. Adi's going way outside. Here he goes. Split peak, right, lefts.
Could be.
All right, with 2nd priority. Adi up and riding in the white water. So let's see Roberto on his backhand. You mean he's human? He falls off?
I don't know.
I've seen Kelly Slater fall off a wave. I've never seen Roberto fall off a wave.
I'd kind of be down for a heat between Kelly and Roberto. Let's get into the ISA Games in El Salvador.
Wow.
Italo Ferreira move away. He got competition. He's just as determined as those guys.
Totally.
If not even more. I actually think he's had a stone cold face. I don't think he smiled at me this whole week.
Saying Kelly doesn't smile?
Not to me. He hasn't smiled at me. He smiles less. Let's just put it that way.
Up and down for Philippe. Okay, coming up on the 5-minute mark. Here we go. Roberto, again, attacking on his backhand, redirects, slashing through the white water. Now down the line, one more. And he's able to make those connections a lot easier than other surfers.
Yeah, especially because he has the base of and the support of both of his legs, too. He's able to drive off of his rails a little bit easier, which, you could say is less difficult for him, but let's face it, the guy's just really good.
Okay, Adi goes left, now goes right. Mixing it up here, you see yellow out the back. That's JP, our South African surfer. Asking for a situation update from our beach announcer.
Yeah, and, defending that 2nd place, 4 minutes to go, holding down first priority, and if you know that your low score is just a 4, maybe get up into that 12-point heat total and make things, a safe bet for silver at least.
Okay, so analyzing that, what you just said, JP has 2nd place right now. Adi needs a 5.78. Philippe needs a 5.61 to go to that 2nd place spot.
And they're attainable, both of them.
High
especially.
fives.
And Philippe's been sitting on that right, and the scoring potential on that thing has been pretty large throughout this heat and the previous one too.
All right, we got the Israeli flags out here for Adi Klang. Yeah, Philippe's pulled off a wave at the end. Adi, I think 2 days ago, did the same thing.
Yep. Came from behind too. Could we see an air? I would love to see at least an attempt. I think they can do it. Dude, if it weren't for Roberto surfing, JP's one single turn in the 6s would have been higher than that. But you just have to compare it. Same thing with the kid on screen, David Teixeira. The one air that he did earlier, Mike Morrissey was stoked on it.
Oh, yeah. And you just saw him do a 360 spinner right there. So he's practicing his motion and his body to do those tricks.
You think we're going to see at least an attempt of
totally.
an air reverse?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe even an alley-oop?
Let's see what he can do. Here we go. JP from South Africa. Pumping in, pumping in. Here he goes, open face opportunity. Back into the pocket side. Down the line, needs to snap a turn, couldn't get on the open face there.
So did the one down carve, but look at this. This is the one right I'm telling you about.
And we're seeing the regular foot.
Oh!
We're seeing the regular foot rider and JP go backside, and we're seeing the goofy footer going backside.
Mic drop. You see that claim where he threw his board towards the beach too?
All right, Philippe currently in fourth, now needing a 5.61 to go to second. Needing a 4.16 even to go to third.
Adi can generate speed like super easily.
Okay, so we're on standby for 3 wave scores. Here we go. And here's the king.
Here's number one. To me, as far as the whole event goes, he's the Felipe Toledo of the event. You know, when it comes to being the king of beach breaks, that's what Roberto Pino is. And I just want to see him smile when he comes in. When he gets cheered up, I think he's going to have the biggest grin he's ever had.
Okay, Philippe needs a 5.61 to go to second. It's going to be close. Is on the number. Is on the bubble. All right, 1 minute 20 seconds away from a dream that this man's been surfing for 30 years, Roberto Pino.
I know. And how crazy is it that it's going to be his first world championship? Like, that to me is outstanding, and I just want to go back to this wave. This is the one that I want to see because, you know, he needs a 5.61, maybe not a ton of speed, dude, but he drove through all 3 of his maneuvers. Look at that. Uses his back foot super well to release those fins. Does it 3 times, too. And look at that, Bo Hodge. He did move up into second.
He needed a 5.61. He gets a 5.67. So 0.06 of a in between.
It's enough.
Oh my God. And that's the difference between Philippe and JP. 10.34 for Philippe, 10.27 for JP. Now JP needs a 4.24 to regain second.
And he did it in the semifinal where he got it in the last 60 seconds, and he just did it in the final too. But, you know, we're speaking of the king. This is victory lap for him.
Oh, this is going to be the funnest wave he's ever surfed in his life. As they're counting down, the heat is over.
Yep.
There's the claim. Look at that picture. He's going to have that picture for the rest of his life. Looking up to the sky. Roberto Pino, your stand 2 world champion gold medal winner.
And if Felipe Toledo has been the king of Africa before, Roberto Pino is the king of La Jolla.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Now Brazil has 2 individual male gold medals.
It's heating up.
3?
It's heating up, yeah.
Now 3 gold medals for Team Brazil in the individuals.
They could be in first now.
Well,
they could be in first.
Them, Spain, USA hasn't.
And they got 2 in stand 2 as well, 2 finalists in stand 2.
Oh, yeah. But we're just counting golds that have been won right now. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to talk to the man of La Jolla right there, Roberto Pino, momentarily. But until then, you're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Well, there you go. There's a world champ right there for you. 2020 Am Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Roberto Pino from Brazil. Look at that. Waving that flag. Talking about that equipment. That board's a 5.2 that he rolls on right there. He's smiling. He's not so serious anymore. What's going on?
I'll tell you why he's smiling, Brad.
Oh, because he's
he
the world.
knows 2 reasons. 1, he's the world champ.
Okay.
And 2, he knows he doesn't have to do a beach interview with you or I. He's going to go do it with our boy
Did you have
Mitchell.
to say that?
We had to say it. We both tried to crack a smile out of him. He hasn't cracked a smile all week. I think he was waiting for this moment. Mitchell's going to have this glorious interview with him. But cheers to that champion.
It's funny because I'm glad you bring it up here. Roberto Pino from Brazil taking the win out here, in your men's town too. But we have interviewed him a couple different times, and he's been so dang serious, man. I just couldn't get him to crack a smile at all. And then I see him coming out of the water. It's, I guess, because you're a world champ. It's a reason to celebrate.
Yo, and we're taking it serious too because we're wearing matching shirts now, my friend Brad
Oh
J.
my gosh.
We went to the pink ISA collars
Why
for the.
did you do that?
I went to it because I actually had to run back to my hotel room because I had to use a bathroom break.
Okay, all right. Well, we go to the water now. This one's your Women Prone 2 final now in the water. And on this one, we're going to be looking at Sam Bloom from Australia in the red. Taking that wave right there, Georgina Malatini from Argentina in yellow. And there is blue, Nalo Makalima from South Africa. She is so fun to watch her do her thing. Cattell Rapport will be in white from France in this one.
This is a really fun heat. All 4 of these women have had some standouts in their Prone 2 division. We saw it yesterday with the surfer from South Africa.
Yes.
We've seen it Sam Bloom in both of her heats, and Cattell Rapport and Georgiana have both been there throughout the whole week. This is going to be one of those finals that really – I'm not 100% who's going to win. The last one all week we've known Roberto Pino was going to, if the wave showed up, he was going to stay on top.
Yeah.
Is his surfing, as Mitchell was saying, the king of La Jolla. Now, right here with these ladies, we've got 4 ladies who all have the deserving title of queen, but who's going to end up with it at the very end here?
And that's what it comes down to. That's why we run the heats. That's why we have the finals to determine your world champ for your 2020 Am Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships out here. And in the water, Sam Bloom in red, Cattell Rapport in white, Georgina Malatini from Argentina, yellow, and Nalu Makalima from South Africa in that blue. And I've had a chance to catch up with Nalu a couple different times, and she is just amazing. The energy that she has, the stoke that she brings to surfing, it's just great to see her out in the water.
The coolest thing, I haven't gotten to do a beach interview with her, but I've had at least 2 to 3 conversations as she's come to the beach. She comes all dressed, keeping that South African tradition. She shows up in these beautiful pink shoes. She shows up in a beautiful sport coat. She is not only representing professionalism off the water, she also does it when she gets in the water.
Dude, I mean, Roy, that's South African steez right there.
It is awesome. It is just
It's what
so
they
cool.
do, man.
Yes, it really is.
Well, you don't see any other nations, and I'm not harping on any other nations, but that's the one nation that it dresses to the T when it comes down to it. Here we go. Cattell Rapport from France. She's going to get into this one. Now, she has a good thing. She pulls herself up over that nose to keep that board, trying to plane to get as much out of that wave as she can. I've watched her technique throughout this whole 4 days, and it's fun to watch her surf.
Yeah, that technique you're talking about is where she really pulls her shoulders to the front, utilizing the muscles that she has at her full capacity. And when she does that, it really accelerates the board down the face. It gives her that little bit of advantage that if she's not quite in the pocket, she has the ability to change position and get into that pocket on each wave.
Well, I tell you what, it's all about getting that plane going. And we talked about riding the fishes because fishes tend to be kind of flat boards. But you have to be just centered over a fish to keep it on that plane, to keep it going. And
But then you want to talk about the opposite of fish. Look at the board that our server from South Africa. She's running basically a traditional sup.
Exactly. But that thing has been working for her.
And look, here she is again, Brad J. Give this one a call.
Look at how she pulls up on that right arm just to stay close to the face. Now she's going to redirect it back to the right. And you can see her catcher is telling her what to do. Like that, go to the right, go to the right. Now go to the left, go to the left.
And she says, okay, I think I've done everything. I don't think this wave has anything left for me to do.
There's no wave left.
There's no wave left. I did exactly what you said. Let's get back out there and surf another wave.
All right. Well, we got Mitchell down there. Stop it, Roy. We got Mitchell down there right now with Roberto Pino. Mitchell, take it away, my friend.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with the king of La Jolla, Roberto Pino. Roberto, first of all, congratulations. You are the best surfer I have seen at this event so far. What does this moment mean for you?
Que você é king aqui, que você que é rei, né? Que você representou, como é que é, o que representou esse campeonato para você, você sendo o melhor surfista do campeonato nesse momento.
Eu vim treinando bastante. Em 2017 eu vim competir aqui e na final eu não consegui pegar as ondas e jurei para mim mesmo que eu ia treinar bastante e na próxima vez que eu vim aqui na Califórnia, no Mundial, eu ia levar esse ouro para casa. E isso mostra um pouco de muita dedicação, treino em casa, foco total. Esse campeonato para mim está sendo a minha vida, porque daqui para frente pode ser que muda muitas coisas e está sendo maravilhoso.
He's saying he came in 2017 and he don't had the best result he wants to get, and he promised himself to get in the next one. He's gonna be the champion, and he trained a lot to be the champion on this 2020.
What do you say this is the biggest moment of your life?
O que você pode dizer desse momento, o melhor momento da tua vida nesse momento? O que você diz? O que você acha?
Pô, isso aqui está sendo o melhor momento da minha vida porque a luta é muito grande. Eu já pensei até desistir de correr campeonato, porque estou sem patrocínio e as condições são muito difíceis, mas parece que corre sangue, corre água salgada nas minhas veias. E isso também eu faço para o meu filho que vai estar na minha... Eu vou me aposentar e ele vai dar continuidade ao surf. Mas isso aqui está sendo muito especial e vai ficar pro resto da minha vida.
He's saying he almost stopped surfing, and he represents his family, and this is all about his son. And he's saying, he has a South in his blood, and he dedicated all his life to the family.
On behalf of everybody at the ISA, Roberto, parabéns, congratulations, and enjoy this moment, my friend.
Muito obrigado a todos, meus parceiros, meus copatrocinadores, meu empresário Dedé, Steve, o americano que me cedeu a casa dele para ficar, tá me dando maior apoio. O meu amigo Roberto, que veio comigo da cultura inglesa. Felipe, da Federação de Surf Adaptado, toda a equipe brasileira da seleção que estão aqui comigo, me apoiando, me ajudando a escolher as valas para chegar até onde eu cheguei agora. Eu só tenho a agradecer a todos, principalmente a minha família que está em casa. E amo vocês. Valeu.
He's very thankful for all the competitors and all the staff came from Brazil with him and represent with him, and he really helpful for his family, and he dedicated all this moment to the family and all the people around him right now here.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Brad?
Oh, man. That is a very moving moment right there. You see that he said that he's doing it for his son, too, as well. So, Roberto Pino, hats off to you, world champ. And I know sometimes it's hard to celebrate when you're dealing with issues with your son, as I've been in that situation a couple different times. And Roberto Pino, much props to him. And now I know why. He's been so serious the whole time, and now you know why. So he did this for his family. Good stuff, Roberto Pino right there, a world champ. Let's go back here into the water and take a look at this one. Sam Bloom in the top spot right now from Australia in red, a 7.93 and a 4.17. We got Nalu Makalima from South Africa in second, a 5.60 and a 5.17. Catel Repair from France, a 4.63 and a 3.13. Still waiting for another score to come in for Georgina Malatini from Argentina. She's got 2.83 and waiting for another score to come in. I think 2 scores have not come in.
We're currently waiting for 2 from her.
Yeah.
Another score actually from Sam Bloom as well, who put that
Oh, Sam.
7.93 up. We actually have only seen Sam being pushed back out, hoping to grab a replay from her, especially of that 7.93. She's this little Aussie, and she knows how to control that board and how to sit in the pocket of the wave. Here we go from France, the rider in white, Catel Rapport.
There we go. So Catel driving down the line on this one. She's going to get around this corner. She does just that, trying to level it off to stay in it. But a nice little section made from Catel Rapport from France, trying to get rid of that 3-1-3.
You know, talking about the positioning on her board that we've spoken about a couple times in there, you really saw how she got ahead and how she accelerated as she got around that whitewash. The wave just ended on her, but majority of the time her positioning is really allowing her to accelerate and decelerate on the wave to stay in that exact pocket.
And we talk about that because of the way she's able to pull herself forward, get that board on a plane so that thing can just move uninhibited through the water. You don't want to push that water. You want to be able to be free-flowing and keep it going. And she pulls herself forward. She pushes herself back when she needs to stall, forward when she needs to put some pressure on the nose to make the section. And that's how she's been doing it pretty much all 4 days, and that's why she's in the finals.
You know, the other thing we've seen is the differences of handles that this division is using. If you look at the handle that Makalima is using from South Africa, it's a loose kind of can pull in many directions. Now, Catel is using a very rigid handle, and I think the reason being is she pulls so much on those, she can't have any give in there. So if there's any give, she'll lose some of the forward momentum. So you also see that not only how the boards are set up, but the style of the actual devices that they're using, from a soft to a rigid to a very loose, really depends on the maneuverability on top of the board for the rider.
And we've seen all kinds like you're talking about. I've seen just ropes. I've seen people have ropes on the front, ropes on the side, and those are what they're holding on to. I feel like the handle, you got to have it for Catel, like you're saying, because she really just cranks on it and pulls herself forward.
If there's any give in that handle, the handle's going to give.
She's going to break the nose off the board.
Yeah.
Slap that thing all the way off, and she's going to be holding the nose of a surfboard.
All right, currently Sam Bloom from Australia in red with a 13.83. Okay, that second score did come in, and it eliminated her lower 4.17. She's now with a 7.93 and a 5.9, basically an 8 and a 6.
And then Nalu in the second spot, a 5.6 and a 5.17. So very similar scores right there, needing an 8.23. And Nalu can put an 8.23 up. Oh, I kid you not on that one. Georgina Malatini from Argentina, a 5.27, trying to get rid of that 4.37. And here's Nalu on this one. Is this one going to give her much of a section? She's keeping the turns. She's going right. And then she'll bring it back. And you can see as her catcher will just, and a big smile on her face as she edges back down the line left.
You know, what I really like to see here is the communication that we've seen with her and her catcher. Her catcher has done on multiple times now, told her to continue going, go past her, and still grab onto those waves in dictating really, okay, start turning your right here, you're going to see a reform, and you'll start to get a farther push out. A really great communication. Now, look at this. The weather is finally improving, and from that, look at the crowds that are starting to form down here.
Yeah, a very good crowd on hand here in La Jolla. If you're listening to us and watching us at home and you're close by, hey, you know what? It's not too late for you. You could come out here and catch about 3 or 4 more finals before end the closing ceremony. So if you want to come down and join us out here, we would love to have you out here. Big thanks to Amp Surf for holding it down. They've done a great job. Our first year with them as our partner, and they provide adaptive surfing therapy. They do programs for veterans, adults, and children. Look up Amp Surf. Follow them on Instagram, too, as well. And I love having Amp Surf as part of this major event out here today. Day 4. Day 4. Hard to believe. You think back to our opening ceremonies back then on Wednesday, and here we are Saturday. Now, we originally set to finish on Sunday, but because of the dropping surf, it's supposed to go completely flat tomorrow. So we really hustled and had to shorten some of the heat times just to be able to make this happen so we could give them the best possible waves that they could showcase their talent in.
And then we also got to do 36 heats yesterday where we really
36, man? Wow.
I think what that did for us, not only it got us to here to be able to hold the championship, but it really got us to see and learn who these competitors are. When you see 36 heats, sometimes 2 to 3 heats, depending on if they're in multiple heats, like Victoria was yesterday, you really got to see people, out in the ocean and start to see their surfing style. Here we go. Nope. I thought we were going to see a wave drop from Surfer in Yellow, but the pusher said, no, we're going to wait for a better one, Georgina.
That's probably a good idea. That thing looked to be a closeout. That didn't look like it was going to offer much of a section, but with 5 minutes and 50 seconds, Sam Bloom looks like large and in charge right now with a 7.93 and a 5.9. Nalu would need an 8.23 to be able to challenge that #1 spot.
And then our surfer in yellow to challenge that front spot is going to need close to a very high 9 to move up into the first, 8.56 to move up into second.
So, and then you look at Cattell Roper in that final spot there, you see needs the 9.2 to get up there into that top 2. But right now, this is the final, so we'll be awarding the medals for first, second, third, and fourth. We'll be doing that at closing ceremonies. Also, the team award will be given out. And here comes a set on the out back. Let's see who's in position for this. Looks like it's closing out, though. Kind of one line all the way across.
Yeah, it looks like everything's going to kind of come down at once, and
south wind
it did.
The south wind not helping right now.
We are seeing waves. We're just not seeing what we would call an enjoyable, rideable wave.
Because we saw good conditions. We saw clean conditions. I mean, look, 1 to 2 foot for sure, but definitely we saw clean, a little bit of offshore conditions earlier in the day. But, with the weather we've had, with the rain we've had, we've seen the conditions go all over the place. And it looks like that's a left out off to the side right there.
And it looks like we have Surfer in Blue out of South Africa.
Look at that. Nalu right into it.
And there's her catcher way to the bottom of our screen.
The catcher's
telling
like,
her to come over
come
this
back
way.
to me.
Start turning. And you can see her start doing that right now.
And she works it to one side, works it back to the other. There's Georgina Melitini from Argentina. She's trying to hustle and get in front of that section right there.
And she does.
Look at this.
Look at that. Her catcher saying, keep going. And she's going to
get
get on
around
this
it.
reform.
Get around it. Look at that. Taking that one all the way in. Georgina Melitini. That was a needed wave for her, trying to replace that 4.37, trying to say goodbye to that. See, she's riding a quad out there, a swallowtail quad. And she's got that big handlebar that goes all the way across that nose, as you can see.
All right, we are awaiting her score, which I think is going to best that 4.37. We're also awaiting.
I think so, right?
We're also awaiting a score as well from our surfer from South Africa.
And Nalu after that wave. So we'll see what that one does for Nalu. But right now, Sam Bloom in charge. 3 minutes to go, standing between her and being a world champion here today. Some great surfing action we've seen all 4 days. For everything ISA, always remember that you can always check out isasurf.org for the website for upcoming events. That's isasurf.org. And for your hashtags out there, hashtag ISA Worlds if you're taking photos. If you're kicking back at home and showing us what you're doing, well, hashtag it ISA Worlds, post it up on social media, and hashtag it Inspired Surfers. And always remember to follow ISA Surfing at ISA Surfing on Instagram and on Twitter and on Facebook. It's the International Surfing Association. And here we go. Cattell Roper is going to be on this one, driving down the line on the left. You see her with that tight grip right there. See how she pulls her body forward to stay into this section. She keeps pulling forward and trying to take this one all the way as far as she can. Look at this. She's milking this one all the way to the beach. Cattell Roper looking to replace the 3.97.
She's went way past all of her catchers, and actually, she's going to be caught by one of the AMP Surf
and
water safety.
You can't touch her. She's not done yet.
No, exactly. And actually, only those, look at this, Sam Bloom. This is a very Bruno Hansen-esque type of wave right here.
Nice, Roy.
And you can see her also, look at that. She just moved her body position up to the front, and look as she gained that little bit of speed, staying on this wave. This is going to be another big wave from Sam Bloom. She's already got a 7.93, a 5.9 that she's adding with. Let's see how this is going to add to her score.
I like those fade backs that she does too. So waiting for more scores to come in. I got to think that that's going to be a pretty healthy score, maybe one of her best ones.
You know, there he is, Mark Mono Stewart, cheering on his teammate. Mono, earlier today, ended up in second place in the Neal division. Just barely, as the event ended, he went from first to second as everything closed out.
And that just goes to show you, man, it is never over. You could have 10 seconds left. Here we go, Nalu on this one from South Africa. She's going to drive down the line on the right. Then she's going to bring it back to the left. And then she's going to pull really hard on that inside rail and try and bring it back.
And look at that, Sam Bloom with an 8.33 on that last ride. She has now comboed the field, and she has an 8.33 and a 7.93 for her two totals.
That's not even fair right now.
And here she is catching another wave. I think she's actually just catching one in.
Yeah, she's coming in.
Because as that flag is showing, we have a new world champion.
Yes, we do. Time winding down. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is going to be time right there. Now, the only thing up, we still have not seen Cattell Repair get another score in for her. And Makalima waiting for another score to come in for her. But tell you what, Sam Bloom unofficially is going to take the win because she had some of the best waves of the day, 16.26 total. Still has one more score to get. I don't think that's going to beat her top two. But unofficially right now, Sam Bloom will grab the top spot. And Nalu will grab that second spot. Georgina Malatini.
I think she might get bumped to fourth once this post from Cattell's last score comes in. It's going to be incredibly close.
Yeah, well, we'll have to keep things moving along because we got more finals action on the way. Stay with us. Congratulations, unofficial winner Sam Bloom on that one. More to come. Next up, Men Prone 2 final on the way. It's your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. More surfing action. Don't go anywhere. You'd be blowing it if you did. It's next right here.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Absolutely awesome. It's not awesome, that is for sure. There is Sam Bloom. Look at her setup. That's a good setup you can see right there for the world champ, Sam Bloom.
That is Bloomtastic right there.
It's Bloomtastic?
That is Bloomtastic. Sam Bloom, your female Prone 2 champion, as they take her off the beach and bring her up. We're going to hopefully grab an interview with her because she just did an amazing job. Oh, didn't quite get the kiss from her husband, but that's okay.
There it is. There's a rebate kiss right there.
Yeah.
Got it. There you go. Sam Bloom. I like that setup. You see how she has that?
Yeah. You know, that's a very rigid handle right up front that she has. She has just one. Doesn't disrupt any else on the board. And, you know, we've looked at a lot of different setups, and it's obviously what setup works best for the competitors. But you're seeing kind of a common between kind of the top competitors in each of these divisions, that their boards are set up very close to each other.
And that's the coolest thing. I mean, just walking around the board area in the boardroom zone, seeing all the different setups, Roy, and all the different handles and all the different grabs and the foam blocks and all that, it's just really cool to see the different designs come out just to give them every opportunity to rip the wave as hard as they can.
Yeah, it really is. And I think you also, once you get all those boards together, it gives you ideas for your board to maybe make your board a little bit better, especially if you see the way a world champions board is set up. You know, it might work for them. It might work for you too. All right, in the water now, in the red jersey, Davy Teixeira from Brazil. I got to talk to him as we were having lunch from our great friends at Dukes of La Jolla. Davy and I got to share and talk about what he was preparing for in this, and he said he's preparing to win.
He also says that he loves to claim.
Yes,
so
he does.
if he gets, he told me straight up that if I get a good wave, it's what I do. I will claim that wave.
You know, as Mitchell said when you were doing that beach cast with him, it's sometimes really great when a competitor is open to show their vulnerability of success. Ooh, you know what that's called? That arm of Jose Martinez, he calls it Little Fin, and he loves to drive it in, and you can see him right there.
Look at this wave!
Jose Martinez is saying, I am fired up right now. That is a great first wave from Jose Martinez of Team USA.
Well, if that's going to send a message to Davi and Brazil, that's going to send the message right there.
Yeah.
Davi said, what? I got some of this. Floats it off the top, comes right back in. Davi on a good one. Maybe not quite as long, but he really hit that thing.
And look at him, still fired up. I think he's looking to get his claim in, I think is what he's looking for.
He said, I don't have my claim yet. Where am I going to get my claim? Maybe right here? And there you go.
They are fired up on the beach crew with him. I mean, how can you not be? Every single one of these guys in the water right now bring the stoke to the event. They bring full energy and full surf.
Look how fast the catcher grabs Davi and just starts pulling him. Let's do this. Let's get you back out there and let's push you into another wave.
Now, Davi runs kind of these two smaller handle setups where he has both arms gripping, very loose grips that are on the far outside rails of the board. And what that allows him to do is as he pulls and pushes on them, it allows him to naturally use the surfboard and be able to drive the rail into the wave.
It'll be interesting to see the scoring exchange on that one between Jose Martinez and Davi Teixeira from Brazil. So 2 Brazilians, 2 Americans going to battle this one out.
Still waiting scores. Jesse Bauer has catched the score, but here is that one that everyone got excited for. There it is, Little Fin right there, as he likes to call that arm. Little Fin, look at him drag it in there and really pull that board around. It's a long ride from Jose Martinez.
So he calls his right arm Little Fin, and he uses that as we look at the replay. Davi straight up into the lip, clean back down into it. But as he puts Little Fin in the water, that helps him bring it around and bring it back to going right.
You know, he says Little Fin is his secret weapon.
He does say that?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me it is his secret weapon.
You know, I had some great conversations, you know, yesterday being his 8 years celebrating his Alive Day. Now, in the military, when an individual almost gets, gets blown up from serving our country and they survive, they call that day their Alive Day. And it's something that they celebrate.
I did not know that.
For the longest time, a veteran did not celebrate that day. It was almost a day of recluse. But over the last couple of years, they've really started to celebrate those days and live their life to the fullest. Now, here we go. Jose Martinez in the yellow jersey. Are we going to see him go? No.
No, but we are going to see Eduardo Meyer go from Brazil. He wants to get one going. He's going to go off the top. Little foam climb right there. He's going to head back down into this little section. And that's going to be it right there. So kind of a one maneuver way for Eduardo Meyer on that one.
All right, we're starting to get some scores in. All right, we've got a score from Jesse, we've got a score from Jose, and we've got a score from David. We're just waiting for them to post. All right, here we go. Little Fin going right this time. And look at this. He's able to dive it right into the face of the wave. Jose Martinez, look at that face of stoke. He knows that he just made that nice little bottom turn around that reform, and we have heard it from Bo Hodge all weekend. This is the king of stoke. The king of La Jolla may be Roberto Pino, but the king of stoke here in La Jolla goes to one man, Jose Martinez.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness. All right. Good stuff there. All right, let's check in with Mitchell, with the winner, our world champ, standing by. Mitchell, take it away, my friend.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with Sam Bloom from Australia, two-time gold medalist at this event. Sam, you had an excellent heat, more than 16 points, but the experience you felt when you were coming in, people embraced you. What was that like?
It's the best feeling ever. Like, I think this event is so much fun. I think my favorite is like just meeting people from all around the world. And yeah, like you said, everyone gets so excited when you catch a good wave.
Well, you have two guys on your sides. They helped you out tremendously in the water. What is the experience like? It's kind of like a team format within one division. You want to explain that a little bit?
I love the fact that it's a team. It's unreal. I mean, I rely on Cam, my husband, to push me onto waves, and Seb, who's just a legend, to get me back out. So no, it's unreal. I love the fact it's a team.
Second time better than the first one?
Yeah, just as good. I must say the first one I was like blown away because I've never won gold medal before.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's awesome.
And last but not least, what are you going to say to everybody back home? Two-time medalist now, two-time gold medalist to be specific.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm so stoked, obviously, that I won gold for my country, and I wanted to win gold for my boys. My 3 boys are at home, and hopefully they're watching. So yeah, and for my sponsors. Like, I wouldn't be here without my sponsors. So.
Thank you for your time, Sam, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Brad.
Oh, man. I'm a huge fan of Sam Bloom right there.
I'm a huge fan of Sam Bloom, too. And I said that before the heat, just the way she enters and exits the water. She enters with so much gratitude and leaves with so much stoke.
Well, let's take a look at things right now. There you go. You see the scores are coming in. David at the top spot. He's got an 8.33 and a 6.
Oh, look at that. Things really just jumped around, actually.
Jose Martinez, he has got himself a couple waves in this one. A really big one, that 8, then a 4.17, has him in second place. Bill Auer, he's making a charge. He's got the second highest wave in this heat, an 8.17. So Bill Auer in the number 3 spot. Eduardo Mayer holding down at number 4.
This is a really contested heat. We have 11 and a half minutes remaining. David has really put together 2 really nice heats. But the thing is, Jose and Jesse have already dropped 8 plus wave scores. That means that they have the capability of doing another, and if that happens, all of a sudden, David's 6, which has been a pretty good score throughout this week, is not going to be there. So
true that.
It's really going to come down to right now, we see Jesse out here. Jesse's in priority. Here's one thing that Jesse has on top of all 4 of these surfers.
I think I know. Go ahead.
Surfer knowledge.
Yep.
He grew up a surfer. He got hurt a surfer. He started a foundation that gets people back to surfing.
As a surfer.
He spends time looking at the ocean. His family is rooted in the surf culture. Jesse sitting in priority 1 right now is kind of dangerous, but you see Jesse's not around anybody. So priority's really not going to get into play unless Jesse's coming down the line, someone sees it, and they don't have anything to do other than allow Jesse to score.
So Eduardo's going to get into this one. He's going to head down the line on this left. Nice little top turn there. He's going to work this little section, try and get in front of this corner. He does just that, works it back, lets it build back up, tries to get another little section on it, and that's all it's going to give him. So that should replace the 177 and get him up there a little bit, but he's got some work to do with halfway through this one.
I feel like that's going to score pretty much on par with that 3-3 that he has. All right, here we go. Jose Martinez in the yellow jersey from the U.S. He got a really great score on the last left he took. There it is, that big turn to the left that he does with Little Finn, and there it is. That he is definitely loves going left as he continually rides. He's fired up again, but there he goes. Every wave that he has done, David has been on the next one to say, hey, I'm right here. If you're going to pace me, I'm going to pace you. All right, Jesse Billard, we did not see that first one. This is all you, Brad.
Look at this. Jesse Billard on a good one now. He's heading down the line, making some progress on that. Going to try and see if he can get around that section. Jesse Billard already has an 8-something in this one. This will be combined with this. He needed a good second wave score, and I think Billard's going to get a decent score here because he's only got 1 wave so far. That's an 8.17.
You know what? Jesse usually doesn't show much emotion. Look, he is smiling. He actually brought up a left hand to show a bit of stoke, and here comes his pusher right here to get him back out. I think Jesse, who is a man that is not usually showing emotion, would love more than anything to go back as the Prone 2 World Champion. Let's see what this is going to score is. I don't think it's going to be as high as that first one, even though we didn't see it. But look at the way he starts right here. His pusher sets him up for success. His catcher knows it instantly as he's out in front of this whitewash and really styly dropping and rising that board up and down on the wave. He does get out in front of that whitewash. His catcher's fired up. His pusher's fired up. You know this is going to be a good score when everybody on the team is celebrating before you even finish.
Well, what is he going to need? That's what we're talking about right now. So he has the 8-1-7. Got to see where that's going to put him. I got to think that's could put him up in the top 2.
Yes, I agree. We'll wait for this score to post, but his first score of an 8.17, anything you add to it is going to be a good score.
Yeah.
All right, surfer from Brazil in red, Brad.
Davi off the bottom. Good turn right there. He's going to set it up for another turn. Boom. A little floater in the white water. He's going to foam climb that. He's going to keep going. The double dab. He didn't go the triple poke on the dab this time. Now he's going to head down the line a little bit more. I love how he can claim in the middle of the wave and still get more maneuvers after the claim. Oh, was he going with the hand behind the head, relax mode?
What was that, the tan on the beach?
Well, don't leave it open for this man. Here comes Jose Martinez on this one.
I really like this wave, Brad. I'm going to have you call it.
Down the line. Here we go. In the barrel, he goes down. Gets the full cover up, full shot right there at a Jose Martinez, but not able to squeeze out of it. That's one of those things when you get in that barrel, you want to edge it out and kind of punch through that white water towards the shore.
He would have had to come in there with a heap of steam to push out of that. That was just closing on his head.
How much speed did he have? Jesse Billauer's score comes in at 5.6. So Billauer in the number 2. So Brazil number 1. USA 2 and 3. Brazil 4 right now.
Davies' last wave that he did a double dab and a beach tan claim on. We're waiting for the score on that one and still waiting for that other score from Jose Martinez. We need to see Jose get another left where he really gets the opportunity to turn back into the whitewash. His beauty is driving the little fin in and then pivoting and turning around it.
What a matchup right now. This is such an insane matchup. You're talking about it beforehand, and this is the matchup now. Billauer have priority now. Davi number 1 with an 8.3 and a 6. Billauer with an 8.17 and a 5.6. Martinez with an 8 and a 4, but he's still waiting for one more score. And I got to think what's going to happen here is Martinez is going to knock Billauer down out of that second spot.
I think we're going to see that as well. And then we're going to see them battle for the last 6 minutes here.
I don't think that he is going to be able to challenge Davi, but I think we might see a switch up with Jesse and Jose right there in that number 2 and that number 3 spot.
Not a switch up, but basically let's get our scores as close to as humanly possible so that our next waves will really make it intense for the announcers here.
Boy, it will definitely get intense, and it's getting intense right now. So score coming in. Jose Martinez, so he has the 8 and the 5.4. So no, Jose Martinez will stay where he's at, still waiting for another score to come in for Davi, but I don't think that score will best any of his 2. So he's not going to wait for that. He's going to drop in on this one. Here we go, off the bottom. Davi, a little foam climb on that. Down onto the inside. Is this wave going to give him something to work with? He's getting swallowed up by the whitewater. Trying to make a run at it right here. Davi, a couple extra strokes. He sees a little bit of a section on the inside. Working it towards the inside. Stroking in. Best he can. Davi right there. Another wave for him. He's your current leader, and he keeps catching waves. But then we go back outside. Martinez.
Here is that left that we were looking for, and look at the speed that Jose Martinez has. He's got to do a big cut back to bring back, and there it is. Jose Martinez is excited. Keep the excitement contained, my friend. Finish this wave and get another big maneuver. Drive little fin in and see what happens.
Oh, he is pumped on that one. And wow, look at the exchanges. It's like a heavyweight brawl out here today between Martinez and Davi. They're switching up here left and right. And look at them paddling side by side. It is a paddle battle out here.
Full paddle battle.
What is going on?
God, I love Prone 2.
One of definitely my favorites, so we'll see if that score does anything. I don't think Martinez's score will beat the 5.4, but it could be really close, so not quite sure. I'd love to have seen him get that board up on the lip there. And then here's the push in there for Eduardo from Brazil. He's got a good little section in front. Can he catch up to it? That one's going to close down, so Eduardo will just make his way to the inside and trying to get a few little S-turns in here.
Man, we've been so excited about Jose and Jesse and David. Truthfully, our surfer in white here, Eduardo Meyer from Brazil, is still surfing a great heat. It's just there's 3 heavy hitters who are paddle battling, who are going wave for wave against each other, who are literally trading 8s for 8s out there in the water.
Wow, unbelievable. Men prone 2, the final in the water with time winding down. Looks like about 3 minutes and some change on that. Women prone 1, a final coming up after this. But this one is far from over now. Bill Auer still holding on that number 2 spot.
But he is also holding priority.
But we still have not seen another score come in for Jose Martinez. That's something we got to keep in mind. So he's still waiting for another score. So it's David, Jesse, Jose, Eduardo. You're 1, 2, 3, 4. So David in red, Jesse in blue, Jose yellow, Eduardo in white. So it's like a Brazilian sandwich with a USA filling right now.
It's the Brazilian USA Oreo.
Couple of lines on the outback now. Could this provide a little something?
All right, we have 2.5 minutes. We have been fully ecstatic for 17.5. The only thing that I think would take us to like the highest level possible is what happened to Mitchell and Bo earlier during the men's, I believe, stand 2, where Philippe Need caught a wave. Oh, look at this. They're staring at each other as this wave comes in. David grabs it. He did have priority.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. David taking it. I don't know. Yeah, see, it's closing out.
I think what the thing is with David, he really favors those lefts.
Oh, he loves lefts.
And that looked like that was a right that he could have got into, but he said, nope, I'm going to go left on this one and see if I can get some.
Now, you know who likes rights is Jesse Billauer.
Yep, Jesse Billauer right here.
Here we go, but we're going left here. But I think with his wave knowledge, he might cut this one back right if he sees it. But, oh, what a drop right there. That was – it didn't look much from our camera view, but the way that board recoiled up onto Jesse – yeah, that was definitely a more aggressive drop than I think we were anticipating from the wave we saw.
Yeah, that was one of those things because it was such a steep face to try and cut that back and bring that back around to the right-hand side. That was going to be hard to do. It was a good-sized wave. It was a good idea to go for it, that's for sure.
All right, Jose Martinez needs just 0.08 to move past his teammate into second and needs just a little bit more than his highest. Then he just needs a little bit over a 6 to get into first. 1 minute left. We are going to be on our toes for 55 seconds here.
Well, is David going to take the win? Is Jesse going to end up at second? Jose third, Eduardo fourth? Well, 45 seconds.
Look who has priority, too.
Oh, my goodness. Yep, Jose has priority.
We are talking about just setting up matchups here. It's really going to come down to, is a wave going to come into the zone? And guess what? Jose Martinez. Oh, my God.
Can he get him into position?
Get him into position. Send him. Let's go. If he does, you're going to hear Team USA erupt out on the beach. Here he goes. Jose Martinez. He's got to go right, though. I just don't think this is going to have a face. I don't think it's going to get it. It is going to be a long length of ride. He's going to have to do a lot of maneuvers and make do with what he was given here. 11 seconds in. Stay up on the front of that. It's not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to do it right
and
there.
Here goes Jesse, though. Last wave. 3, 2, 1. He is on this wave. This is an official wave. And oh my God! Jesse Billauer!
Oh my goodness! Floats down the lip and brings that one down. The landing gear was down. Jesse Billauer redirecting
Scoring's down for us, so we are just going to have to wait here in anticipation to see. Wow. I would love more than anything to see Jesse return. There it is. I'm seeing the scores coming in. We are going to be down to a nail-biter here.
Yeah, it is going to be anyone's game right now. Billauer with a buzzer beater at the end of that heat. So Jesse's score yet to come in. Jose has a score to come in. Eduardo has a score to come in. So 3 competitors with scores to come in. So this has not been decided yet.
He's like, I don't care that the heat's over. I want one more wave. He's going out for another.
He saw, I'm not done
Look,
yet.
here he is. This wave will not count from David, but look at him. This is his other style that he loves surfing. He loves getting up on there and really seeing how we can twist that. Oh, man.
A little showboating.
Still waiting for this score from Jesse to come in because it is going to disrupt potentially our 1-2 seed right here. Look at Brazil and USA on the beach as they are awaiting these scores.
All right, so here's the deal. Let me break it down for you. Jesse Billauer needs a 6.27 to take over that top spot, and he might have just done it on that one. Davi right now is in the lead. That's wave that he just caught. That will not count. Jose Martinez, all of his scores are final, so he is going to stay in that third spot. Eduardo Mayer, he is going to sit and wait for his score to come in, waiting for it to come in for Jesse Billauer. Well, he beat a 6.27. That's the number that he needs. If he can get past that 6.27, he'll take over that top spot.
And return as the world champion. Waiting for this. Oh, my God. I know the beach hasn't announced it. No one knows right now if Jesse is going to take over first. We were waiting for this score to post. Look, David just celebrated. I don't think David knows that Jesse has a wave sitting that hasn't been scored yet. We are going to see an eruption on the beach here.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it comes down to this one right
now. Look at Jesse, all calm and collected, arms crossed, just waiting for this score to be announced.
He knows. He's been in this position many times. So the score coming in, you got to wonder, is it going to be enough? If that score is better than that, a 6.27, Jesse Billauer will be the world champ again. And Davi will have to look to next year to see if he can challenge him. So
they're looking on the phone. It has not been announced either. The beach announcer has not announced this. USA and Brazil both waiting right here.
Nobody knows.
Look at them, just waiting for the phones.
Everybody, look, phones are out, waiting for the update. Here it comes. Update coming in. And he's done it, Jesse Billauer. Jesse Billauer, the score. Look at the score right there. He's done it.
Jesse Billauer is the new crowned world champion, Pro 2 division. Look at him. He is fired up. Brad, I'm going to go down the beach and grab him.
Oh, my God. You get out of here. I'll wrap this thing up. Oh, my goodness. So it came down to that one right there. Jesse Billauer ends with 16.07 in his two-wave final. Davi, who looked like he had that thing all wrapped up. Well, Jesse Billauer came out with vengeance, got a big floater, dropped in, hit the lip, and just solidly took that one all the way in and takes the win. Jesse Billauer, unofficially your champ. Davi in that second spot. Jose Martinez in third. Eduardo Mayer, he's going to end up in fourth. Oh, my gosh. Oxygen here in the booth, please. All right, Women Prone 1, the final. That is coming up. Jesse Billauer is going to celebrate. We'll get a word with him. More's coming up at your 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Parasurfing Championship. More action on the way. We'll turn things over to Bo and Mitchell after this. Come on, people.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Years after serving his country, he continues to shock and awe. Support AmpSurf, rehabilitating people with disabilities through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, live in La Jolla Shores in beautiful La Jolla, California, on a non-rainy day. I haven't gotten used to that yet.
I know. It's
well, it kind of sprinkled a little bit misty this morning, so we'll count that as a non-show. But what's showing up? World champions, gold medals, silver medals, bronze medals, and copper medals. And we have moved on into our next round. This is the Pro 1 Women's Final.
And this is our surfer from Uruguay, Isabela de Seno, and she was fired up. She said she's so nervous. She was so nervous before she paddled out. She was about to go get her jersey with her dad, and she was like, "Dad, take it easy. I'm the one that has the pressure right now. Like, it's." Did you take somebody like her and put her up against Dr. Yoshida, who's been doing this for years?
We got Tracy McKay from South Africa in the white. Sarah Betancourt will be in the red jersey representing Team USA.
Why wouldn't this be an intimidating experience for DeSeno, right? Having somebody like Sarah who is energized.
Well, here we go. Here goes Tracy on her wave. This will be wave number 1 for Tracy. Leaning back into the left side. She falls off in the backside of the wave. She'll go back out.
So this is the opening score for Sarah, 4.67. Scores have dropped in already. Nice hit on the backhand right there for Sarah going right. And she does say that she doesn't have a real preference when it comes to going right or left. Her top score has been on her right, though, and look at this. Isabela. Nice use of the rails, and she's one of the only few people in this category that actually doesn't have any handles on her board. And here's Dr. Yoshida. Her opener, too. Nice combo, but can't get the finish at the end. So scores trickling through, and it does seem like Sarah's going to get the better of the opening exchange, but a little over 4 minutes have gone by. Still lots of time, but, when you start off with the right foot, like Sarah's doing with the 4.67, it makes things easier as the process of the heat goes on eventually. But look at this shot. Different peaks today, Bo.
Yeah, you see I love this drone angle. You can see where the swell's coming from. Talking to a lot of people who surf out here, they say, a good northwest can come in.
Oh, yeah.
But that south is blocked from the cove. So different angles, and they say the west wind's the worst.
Yeah, it is the worst because it's straight on shore, but it is the best swell direction for here.
Yeah, it is.
If you are getting to south, might as well have a lot of west in it, because if not, you won't actually be able to get that swell in here.
That's one of our free surfers outside the zone. As we get back there, it's white Tracy McKay scoring a 2.27 on her opening wave. So with priority will be red Sarah Betancourt, our leader, opening up with a 4.67.
Now we're still waiting on Isabela's opener. Went back out there, got second priority. I mean, that 4.67 of Sarah looking really good right now. But Dr. Yoshida in second with a 3.6. It's a decent score to start things off, too. And it did seem like things were slowing down a little bit at the end of last heat. So I'm interested to see if anybody actually picked up on that.
Well, the two-time gold medalist, Ann Yoshida in yellow, currently in second place, winning the golds in 2017, 2018. And here goes Ann on her second wave. Opening up with a 3.6.
Ooh.
Tracy with a nice, beautiful set. Here she goes. Which way will she go? It kind of closes out. She's going to redirect on her forehand here on the right side. Back over to the left. And back over to the right.
Solid one there for McKay. Strong opener. Especially when it comes to getting the feeling of your board on a new day with new conditions, a different tide compared to what you were surfing yesterday.
Okay, Tracy has a 3.5 and a 2.27. She has now moved into first.
that 3.5 is a pretty good score for right now. I mean, especially considering that it was basically a closeout that she went on. So if she could actually get on the face of the wave, things might change for her.
And Yoshida, her second wave, a 1.83. And for Sarah Betancourt, her second wave puts her back into first with a 3.03 and holding first priority.
Yeah, and I think with the paddle there, it might switch. We can't see our surfers in yellow and white, so maybe they haven't made it out to the lineup yet, but priority 1 and 2 did switch. So she went to number 2, but the energy that she has is just absolutely impeccable, Bo.
Well, we've got time right now. We're going to send it to Roy Tuscany down to the beach to talk to Jessie Ballard, our new gold medal world champion.
Bo and Mitchell, I am here on the beach. We've got a crowd around us. Jessie Ballard just won the Prone 2 division here at the world title. Jessie, you've been in this position before, but what did this feel like?
Oh, it was awesome, man. 2-time world champ. I was like, I kind of was eyeing the right down the beach, and no one was over there. And I was like, I'm going to live and die off this right. And I just sat on that right, and I got a really good score. I like an 8.17 on my first right. And then we were just waiting, you know, like we were just like, all 3 of the guys were over on the left. Nobody came over to this right, and I was so stoked because that was my little honey hole.
Your honey hole is definitely a great way to put that. Actually, when we were in the announcer booth, all of a sudden there's about 7 seconds left. The camera's not even on you. The camera switches over 3 seconds. The booth erupts as we're all like, Jessie's on a wave, Jessie's on a wave. And we weren't sure what this wave was going to do. And then talk us through that last wave.
Honestly, I was like, I hope the judges even see me. I was like, I really hope that no one's catching a wave over there, because they won't even see me. And I was just trying to go right, but the left came in, and I was like, this is my shot. And I just hucked it up. I hucked up a floater and literally like air dropped, and I pulled out, and I was like, oh my God, I didn't pearl. Thank you, Bob Hurley, for making me that board that didn't pearl. I really appreciate that. It was a shorter board, and it worked.
Because actually, about 2.5 minutes before that, you took a very similar one where the board actually didn't do that for you, and we thought maybe, okay, that was the last wave. You guys hustled, and I mean, you guys hustled back out there. And then what I want to talk about is the way this beach erupted. Everybody wanted to see you. There's so many of us out here, adaptive surfers, that without you, I don't know if the progression of this sport would really be here from Life Rolls On and your whole dedication to being an adaptive surfer. Like, how did that feel to have this whole beach just surround you when you came in?
Well, first and foremost, I do ride the waves, but I can't win this, man, without my two guys, Jesse Baxter, Greg, my boys right here. Come in really quick. Hey, these are the guys, my pusher, my catcher. Without them, I can't even get these waves, dude. So I'm no hero, I'm no champion without these guys helping me out. So these guys, thank you so much for helping me out.
So stoked to be here.
And honestly, when everyone was going loud, I thought it was the Brazilians, bro. I didn't even know the Americans can scream that loud. So it's an honor to know that they were screaming for me. But I was like, dude, the Brazilian just comboed me or something, you know? But it's a 2-time world champ, man. But hey, you know what? One more thing is like, my surfboard is the color of Brazil. So I love the colors, man, and I love Brazil, and I love everybody. I want to also dedicate this to one of our good friends in San Diego that's recovering from a heart attack, Chris Brady. We love you. I talked to you yesterday. I said I was going to win. This is for you, buddy. Heal up. And that's for my wife, for my family, for my kids. It's good. And just for adaptive surfing. And thanks to Hurley and Channel Islands and Bob Hurley for believing in me. And yeah, I just look forward to doing more.
Defending. All right, Bo and Mitchell, I don't know if we can get a better vibe, but sending it back to you two right now.
Jesse, well-deserved, well-earned.
Yo, I can't, like, if I wish you could.
And sometimes these are the better conversations after.
Yeah, I know.
You know, Jesse said everything that he needed to say, but then he says all the fun stuff afterwards.
Yeah,
you know?
he does.
And we get that all the time.
It's a regular conversation afterwards. Like, you feel pressured once you're in front of the camera, but off camera, it's easy.
Jesse forgot to thank one more guy, and this guy is very important because he had a priority interference that allowed Jesse to go into that final, and that was poor man from Spain, Angel Corral.
Yeah, and literally in the last 45 seconds that occurred. So, bummer for Spain, but the U.S., as Jesse said, he loves Brazil, but it's the first time he's seen Americans be this passionate. It's really awesome, and, congratulations to him. He really is the pioneer of the sport.
Yeah, and he won the inaugural in 2015, and it was very emotional for him when he won that year. When we interviewed him, he was so proud, and he finally achieved his goal. Rob Machado was down on the beach to greet him.
Yep.
Kelly Slater was sending him texts right away. I mean, all of his best friends knew he had the talent to be a professional CT world champion going through the 90s before his accident, and then all of a sudden he achieves his goal in 2015, and now in 2020.
He was going there, and just like the momentum generation you were speaking of, Sarah Betancourt, who's on screen right now, that was her best ride so far, a 7.5.
A 7.5 from Sarah.
She's leading the thing right now, 6 minutes 35, but getting into that, this could be the momentum generation for women's parasurfing. Could Sarah be the Kelly Slater or the Benji Weatherly? Absolutely. Could Isabella Deceno be, a little bit shorter stature? Could she be the Pat O'Connell? Absolutely.
Well, she's from this area, right? She's got to be the Taylor Knox.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe the Rob Machado. More Taylor Knox.
She's a power surfer. Sorry, Rob. I love you.
Hey, Sarah last year was runner-up to Ann Yoshida in 2018. So it would be her dream goal to beat the two-time defending champion in this final.
100%. And, same goes to say for Tracy McKay, who seems like she's just enjoying herself out there. Like, she's just been catching wave after wave after wave. And as far as Isabella goes, she's the youngest out of all four of them. She's the one that you could say, South Africa is pretty far away, but Uruguay is a pretty far distance too. And I was speaking to her mother. She says they love to travel. She has two siblings, and it's both of her parents, and they just love traveling the globe. So this was an opportunity for them to get to know San Diego better. They're going to go up to Venice and L.A. later to see some friends. So see what the ISA events do for people. They bring everybody together. And, just having people like, Bruno and Jesse Belauer and what David Teixeira mean to their countries and how they can unite their countries and then eventually unite the entire globe. That's what the ISA is all about, Bo.
Aloha, I'm Bo Hodge. This is Mitch Salazar. Welcome to the webcast on the final day of competition here. And we are crowning world champions, gold medalists, silver medalists, bronze medalists, and copper medalists. And also, we're crowning a team champion from a country.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. That's literally in less than a couple of hours. So we could be seeing a new team become the world champion. It could be Spain. Could it be Brazil? You never know. You got to stick around.
We have 3 more heats remaining after this.
Yeah.
Hard to believe.
I know. It's kind of bittersweet.
Yeah. Let's get back to the action out in the water. And when I interviewed Sarah Betancourt, she was a spark plug. She had so much energy, so much excitement. I can't imagine if she wins a gold medal what she's going to say after this.
She's like a Ford Mustang. That's what she's like. She's got the horsepower.
And she's beating the Ferrari right now.
She is.
Of Ann Yoshida.
I love that reference because that movie was awesome. Yeah, and I think just having something in her scoreline like a 7.5, and, the other shot really allowed us to see her that she loves to be off of her board and look out onto the horizon. Like, I wouldn't recommend that to any competitor because being on top of your board, sitting down, is much more elevated as to being laying down as she is on the side of her board. And it just goes to show you the level of comfort that she has inside the ocean.
All right, 3 minutes to go. You see her nervously patting down on her board, knowing she's in the lead. She has the 2 best waves of all the competitors in this final right now with a 7.5 and a 4.67. So the other girls need excellent rides to get the gold medal. Tracy, an 8.67. Ann in third, needing an 8.57. And Isabella needing a 9.5, and here she goes.
Yep. Sarah, missed that one. A little bit too far out. Priority's going to switch. But, Tracy's needing something pretty high. Dr. Yoshida's needing something pretty high. Isabella as well. But if you're looking at the battle for second, third, and fourth, DeSeno only needs a 3 to move up into second. Same with Dr. Yoshida needing a 2 to move up into second. And how's the silent assassin in this heat? Tracy McKay kind of coming out of nowhere and taking the number 2 spot right now.
Right now, she's hovering over there with a drone, but no priority change. I guess they give a little bit of leeway in this division on paddling.
Yeah, and you want to encourage people to actually paddle for waves. If you're going to switch it, it has to be a legit paddle. If they're not, in front of the power source of the wave, it shouldn't even really be considered a paddle. Once you're actually attempting to catch the wave with intensity, that's when you should switch it.
Okay, 2 minutes to go to the end of this heat. Sarah Betancourt in first with a 7.5 and a 4.67. Where's Sarah? She's way down to the north side.
She's flying solo right now.
Yeah. She's liking that little right-hander down there. Here we go, Tracy McCrae. Let's see what Miss McKay can do.
Yeah, she's got a big opportunity here. I mean, she needs an 8.67 for first, but if she can hold on to number 2, first of all, it'll help her team out. And second, you're going home with a runner-up finish at the World Championships. That's something huge.
All right, Sarah's found a nugget down on the north side, stroking in, double paddle. Look at that. She's not going to get into it.
She almost had that, though, and we were talking about the Ford versus Ferrari, and she's got some power.
Yeah, she's going to lose that priority now. Here we go, and then she goes down the 4th priority. Blue up and riding, Isabella.
Doesn't need much to move up into second or third. Needs a 3.07. She's already got the 2.67. Good use of priority in the last 90 seconds.
1 minute remaining.
And now McKay, this was smart. Knowing that it's coming down to the wire, there's less than a minute.
Can she improve on the 2.77?
She definitely could. Had the 1 tag going left, redirected. I'm interested to see what DeSeno's going to get because I think Dr. Yoshida could get the worst of this if she actually doesn't catch a wave in these last 35 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds to gold. And there's the smile. She realizes she's almost there. Holding down second priority. And Yoshida in yellow. Don't count her out.
She needs a set wave, though. And Bo, I think it's going to be consecutive gold medals for the USA. Look at Micah Picator
in that beautiful USA suit. There goes Ann with 5 seconds to go. She's watching Ann. She realizes she may have it. There's the horn. So we're going to have to wait on the score because we really couldn't see what Ann Yoshida was riding.
From indication of what we're seeing on the score line as far as our judges are concerned, it does not seem like it's going to be enough, Bo.
Yeah, Ann needs an 8.57, well under the range there. It's going to come in at around a below average score, and your new gold medal champion, Sarah Betancourt from the United States, has achieved her dream of being a world champion here in La Jolla.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. She's been one of the hardest working ladies all week long, and she truly deserves this gold medal. And what a way for Team USA to go back-to-back as far as world champions. It's kind of been that recipe all day long. It's been Brazil who had 2 in a row, then Spain had 2 in a row, now the U.S.
So Brazil, Spain, United States, all vying for that team gold. And here we go. So that last wave score in the 2-point range for Ann Yoshida. So unofficially, gold goes to Sarah, silver goes to Tracy McCrae, Ann Yoshida with the bronze, and Isabella with the copper medal.
Shout out to Isabella because she's the first surfer ever to gain a medal at an ISA event. So she can brag to everybody back home that she's the first medalist ever from that country.
All right. We're going to do it queen style. We call this the queen carry, right? Because, hey, you can stay on your board. We'll take you out of the water. Congratulations, Sarah. And we're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to talk to that young lady, and we're going to have the men's prone final coming up next. You're watching the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from La Jolla. Stay tuned.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Welcome back to the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. And this is a champion in his own right. He's 4 for 4, going 5 for 5 like Jeff Munson did. Can Bruno Hansen win all gold ever surfed in this competition?
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
We got Gavin Bellis from Australia. He'll be in white. Danielle De La Vega from Mexico in yellow. And Marcos Tapia from Spain in blue.
Yeah, good heat. You know, international display. You got 2 Europeans, somebody from the American region of the world, and you got an Australian, so representing that oceanic part of the world. And, you know, I just want to go back to how rad this event is in the sense that, you know, the morale and the spirits are so high for everybody, Bo. It's just beautiful to see. And one of the greater, you know, exponents of that is Bruno Hansen. As we're watching his replay, he's been a 4-time gold medalist. He's, you know, really paving the way for younger generations, but he's still ripping. Dude, I think he's going to post something upper good to start things off.
I would not be shocked. Let's take a short break right now and go down to the beach and check in with our brand new gold medalist, Sarah.
All right, thanks, Bo. We are here. The beach has been energized by back-to-back USA golds in men's prone 2, and now here from the women's prone 1. I don't know if she's going to be. There we go, Sarah Betancourt. How are we doing?
I am so stoked. I've been working really hard for the past year, training as much as I could for this day, and words can't express how grateful I am to everyone who supported me, all of the organizations out there that support adaptive surfing and that made this possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Especially my husband and my 2 sons who have put up with me and lived at the beach, even in the rain while I'm out there training. I can't say thank you enough to everyone.
Well, gratitude is definitely on the top of her priority right now, but let's talk about those waves that you just surfed. It's not just this last heat. You've carried this energy since you've shown up. Where is that internal drive coming from?
It's just a flame that really sparked inside me. The first time I came to the clinic here in 2017, I was just flying on those waves, and ever since then, this is what I was working for. And I saw those sets coming in. I was looking at the waves all day, come up with a plan, visualizing what I was going to do on the wave, trying to get some different combos in, and it all paid off, and I'm so thankful.
I mean, this is just one of the most fun interviews as her energy is through the roof. Now, Team USA, you guys went back-to-back golds in the last 2 heats. Like, what does that mean for you to follow in the footsteps of your teammate and keep this tradition going of golds in world titles?
Oh, I'm so excited, and there's more behind me. It's coming. We have plenty more heats out there. I can't wait to see what my teammates do, and hopefully this will push us up and keep us at Team USA gold as a team standing. So that's what we're really fighting for, is getting gold for Team USA.
Now, Bo and Mitchell, we've been talking about it. Our energy levels after announcing for the last couple of days has kind of dropped. We need to channel this girl right here. Sarah Betancourt, our World Prone 1 female champion.
Now, how's that? 2 years ago, she came down during the exhibition, the introduction.
Yeah, the clinic.
The
I
clinic
mean,
to come down and then go, maybe I can do what they're doing at the competition.
Nah, dude.
And it took her
she's-
in a short span of 2 years, not only becoming an athlete, a medalist, silver medal in 2018 in 1 year,
Yeah.
and then in 2 years winning the gold.
Well, dude, first of all, how can you become a runner-up in the world after only 1 year of surfing? Like, she has to have had countless hours in the ocean in order to gain knowledge about that.
Well, you
Like,
heard during the interview, she thanked her husband and her 2 kids for putting up with her day after day.
Yeah, rain or
training,
shine.
Rain or shine out here in the ocean.
No, it's beautiful. And she even said, dude, I'm not even the best one. The ladies that are coming after me, they're the actual ones that are going to be the best generation. Nah, she's awesome. I actually feel like she should be a spokesperson for athletes all across the globe. Like, we need that kind of positive energy.
So don't doubt this. A participant this past Tuesday, 2 years from now, could be a world champion in the same breath as Sarah Betancourt.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful, isn't it, Bo?
Okay, well, you were almost correct with that excellent score of Bruno Hansen. I'll let you read it.
Yeah, 7.83, upper good, basically an 8. You know, and with the 5, 6, 7 that he has on the board already, dude, he has the whole rest of the field comboed.
That's right. So everybody's going for silver now.
It's been 6 minutes since this heat has started, and the guy has basically almost 2 sevens in his scoreline. Like, that to me, the thought process behind that is so significant because the energy for him to get back out there, catch another wave after the 7.83, which was a long ride. He did the combo of the 3 turns on the right. And it's like, dude, you're in your 50s, you know that, right? And you still have that amount of energy and dedication to the sport. It's beautiful. It's so cool.
I love Bruno's surfing. He's got the style and the flair of a weekend warrior surfer, you know, a QS type surfer.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the maneuvers.
Yeah, I don't even know how he's able to do it, honestly. I guess living in South Africa, living in Hawaii, living in Indo, and I guess living in Panama is a good recipe for that. So everybody that's listening and tuning in, maybe you want to just travel the world and just live out of your camper van if you can and just surf the best waves possible. But dude, he is a one-in-a-lifetime kind of athlete. Like, he's that special.
12 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Bit of a calm here. And the forecast for tomorrow to be even smaller. And this is about the smallest we've seen all week.
And it's really actually good because these intervals allow the set waves to be super clean. So priority right now, blue, red, yellow. Marcos further south down the beach. You see Danny in yellow and Gavin way north. And here's Marcos on the right. This is a good-looking wave. He's going to be a little too far on the shoulder, though. But look at that right. There's scoring potential on it. It's a longer wave. It's kind of what you want in the prone divisions. And, dude, Bruno's just gotten off to such a quick start that everybody's just playing catch-up.
Yeah, we're just coming off that high tide at 2 o'clock, so it's starting to drain back out. Here we go on the turnaround with first priority. Bruno Hansen, he knows he could be uncontested on this wave. He'll take it. Which way will you go? He's going to start left. He's going to stay with the whitewater section. Bottom turn.
Whoa.
Nice carving turn. Paddles. Stays with the wave. Rebounds off the whitewater. Staying with it. Racing down. Now he'll redirect.
Nice.
Going back over to the right side.
So what's he going to get now? A 10? It's not out of the question.
Well, combination of maneuvers, variety.
Flow.
Speed, power, flow, achieving a lot of that, and one judge is 0.5 off your suggestion.
It's there, though. Like, the guy's just that good. Look at Tapia, though. He's got the bodyboarding kind of influence. Tapia does. He's got his leash on his arm. you know, really likes to grab the nose of his board, sometimes even with both hands. He tried a Rolo in his first heat, too.
Well, basically, he does have a fiberglass bodyboard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Shape
it's
design.
same
Here we
shape.
go. Let's watch this wave again.
No, and look at this. Goes up into the lip, and I really love how he uses his hand to get back into the power source of the wave, uses the paddle super well, and having that handle in the middle part of the board is super crucial to what he wants to do. Every time he can just hold on to that and change directions, it's so essential to carrying that speed and using it throughout the entirety of the wave.
Score still coming in. He already has the field comboed, correct?
He does. And look at Danny. That's a completed maneuver. And that wasn't easy coming back down. You know, the lip is pretty strong. And Danny's, you know, been training in Acapulco a lot. That's kind of his local spot down there. A lot of big beach breaks. Has surfed in Puerto Escondido. Heading back there later this summer again. But you just can't beat experience.
All right, Mitch, read it out.
9.1
A 9.1
for Bruno Hansen.
Now he's just up the margin, and Marcos registers a good score of a 3.6. He moves up to second place.
Yeah, things are going to change, though, because Daniel's wave is going to come in, and it seems like it's going to be his best score so far.
Let's see, what does Daniel need to get back into second?
So he's needing a 3.93. Doesn't seem like it's going to be it. But
it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to move him up into third.
Okay, so the battle for second place right now held by Marcos from Spain. Team Spain going for that overall team title. This could be huge if he gets a silver medal.
Yeah, if he can stay in second, you know, and he's sitting on that right too. And to me, that's kind of the best wave as far as scoring potential goes. But like a team Denmark, and like a lot of them are Danish, but they don't even live there. Like they just represent Denmark. It's like they're world travelers.
And here we go with first priority, Bruno Hansen, the 4-time world champion. And he's going to set his sights on a right-hander now. Look at his balance. Look at his positioning. You'll learn a lot from Bruno's surfing. So not much there. He'll kick out.
I'm going to call him the Taj Burrow of parasurfing. You know, kind of low center of gravity style. Likes to grab that rail. TB used to do that too. A lot of his blowtails, he used to grab kind of a slob grab almost every time he would throw his fins out. That's kind of what Hansen likes to do. Every time he gets the combo, the second turn is always bigger than the first one.
All right, score coming in for Daniel De La Vega, 3.67. So Daniel does go to second place on that last wave. It was right on the bubble.
Big score. And this is huge because it's Mexico's first finalist ever. They did achieve a copper medal, I believe, in one of the races in El Salvador during the stand-up championships. But look at Bruno. I mean, dude, he's got the combo. He's got the flow. The first turn was just beautiful. You know, they didn't miss time the second section because he knew he was just trying to kick out and reposition himself in the lineup.
Last wave score for Bruno Hansen now coming in at a 5.67, not one of his top two. Why? He's counting a 9.1 and a 7.83.
And he has a pair of fives that would be the best score.
That would be in second place.
Yeah. It's crazy.
All right, 7 minutes to go here. All right, the battle for second place now held by the Mexican, Daniel De La Vega. And Daniel was a semifinalist last year along with Gavin Bellis from Australia. So both have achieved one of their dreams to make the final. They did that this year. Let's see. Marcos needs a 3.8 to regain second. Gavin needs a 4.4 to go to second for the silver.
Well, and look at priority, too. Like, Gavin and Danny are closer together. Priority 2, which is with Blue, it's really of no significance right now because he's by himself. So if everybody else is just going to let him surf that one peak by himself, you know, look at that insider right, too. That thing had a lot of scoring potential. This outside one not going to break, but there's waves out there that Tapia can capitalize on. He could even get out of combo situation, too. He could get a 6.93, need a 10. I feel he could easily get a 7 or an 8, though, on that one right. It just bowls up so well.
Okay, 6 minutes to go. Marcos with first priority. Again, we got to thank Dana Cummings from Amp Surf.
For sure.
The title partner sponsor here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Without Amp Surf and especially the knowledge of what Dana's been doing for the last 18 years with Amp Surf.
Yeah, and thanks, Dana. We appreciate it. Got to visit you up in Slow one of these days. And, dude, what I tell you, Tapia, stick with that right. He's got the little bodyboard style. Doesn't need much to move back up into second, 3.8, which would be huge for Spain if they end up runner-up in this division.
Here we go with 5 minutes to go. Going for gold. Getting the ring on the thumb, right? The 5-time gold medalist.
Who is this guy? The New England Patriots or?
He's the GOAT.
Tom Brady out here, a.k.a. Bruno Hansen. Dude, he's just – every single wave that he's going on is – so comparable to what Roberto Pino was doing. Like, you're seeing him bottom turn, using his rails super well, and the beach is going to erupt for Bruno when he comes in because people love him.
You just saw the lineup for the girls' stand final, stand 1 division final coming up next, and this is a huge, huge heat for Team Spain.
Yeah, and Marcos does get the score, Bo.
So Marcos gets a 4.67. He regains second place. Daniel De La Vega now needs a 4.55 to regain second. And Gavin Bellis now needing a 5.27 to go to second.
And Tapia probably going to go back to that one same right. And he could easily better his 3.6. So that would make things much more difficult for Danny. And Danny loves to surf lefts. That's why he hasn't even really noticed the right. But that might be a crucial option here in these last 4 minutes. Especially you're in the final. What did Jesse say? Live and die out the back.
He was going to live on that right and die on that right.
And he did.
Here we go. Surfer in white, Gavin Bellis, the Aussie. Surfing with 3 minutes and 33 seconds remaining. Little frustration there in Daniel. Gavin.
Get a result, though, for Gavin, as you were mentioning. You know, making the semifinals before. And look at Memo Mendez, also known as Macaco from Team Mexico. Big event for Mexico right here. Martin Martinez didn't make the final, but Danny De La Vega did. Look at this, Marcos Tapia. Nice carve. For sure going to be his best score just with that one maneuver. And gets the floater, too. Got a combo, Bo, and even claimed it. I personally like it. I'm backing it.
Well, he wants to make sure Team Spain gets those points for the overall.
Let me tell you what he just said. He said, siete mínimo, 7 minimum.
7 minimum.
Yeah.
Okay. And the scores are coming in at around that range.
We got to get him as a judge.
Here we go. Here's the replay of it. Love the combination, love the drive, and I love that extra paddle to stay on the wave.
And you know what was cool? We haven't seen too many floaters in this division, so a lot of variation in that maneuver, which I really liked. You know, when you're seeing the same thing over and over again, regardless if they're on different waves, it's really nice when they spice things up. And Marcos did an excellent job, and I love how he stick to his guns in this heat. Like, he went to that right at the beginning, and he just stayed there the entire heat.
Here we go. Daniel De La Vega with his answer back with 2 minutes to go. Currently in third. Trying to get back to second. Can he stay on this wave? Yes, he does. Not done yet. He'll drive. He'll redirect. Now he lost the momentum there.
Yeah, Danny was telling me that he really likes surfing larger waves. It's been difficult for him to adjust and adapt here. If Danny's wife's listening to us, congratulations. This is a big result, and, you know, best of luck to him in Puerto Escondido this summer.
Still on standby for Marcos's wave in blue. Here we go on the outside. Going for 5. Bruno Hansen.
And how's that shot?
Oh, yeah, coming in right in between the Danish flags with a big smile. And a 6.27 for Marcos.
That's going to be huge for Team Spain. It's massive for Team Spain. And I'm telling you, he's a citizen of the world.
Yeah.
South Africa going up to cheer, to hug him and congratulate him.
Well, that's his original country. Migrated over to Denmark. Like you said, he lives around the world. Used to live in Indonesia, now living in Panama. And what's the time? 30 seconds to go. 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and now 2020 gold medal world champion for the record 5th time.
And he's the only person at this event to have competed and still be competing and have made the final in 5 different occasions, correct?
Jeff Munson, also
yeah.
5-time winner.
But being the world champion, because
Yes.
Munson won the Wave Ski Invitational.
Yeah,
so.
the Invitational.
Dude, that is outstanding.
And look at the respect he's getting from Australia, from South Africa. That's Anthony right there. And they're all good friends.
I don't think even Kelly Slater has those kind of numbers.
Oh, he only has 11 world titles to Bruno's 5.
Not consecutive, though.
Kelly did win 5 in a row.
He did? Oh, in the 90s,
Yeah.
true. You're right.
He wanted to beat Mark Richards.
Maybe Bruno can do 6 next year. Let's challenge him.
I remember when Mick Fanning won his 3rd world title, and I was on the stage, and they go, Mick, congratulations, you just tied Andy Irons and Tom Curran with 3 world titles. You have 8 to go. And he was like, that will never happen in my lifetime.
Dude, just winning 1 is something huge.
I know. And the determination that Mick had to go through and all that he go through with his family too. But when I posed that question to him, you have 8 to go, he was blown away like, no way, Mike.
Nah, I'm good.
Not going there. I'll take my 3 and go home. But how's this carry up on the beach for the 5-time gold medalist, world champion? And look who's carrying him. Anthony from South Africa.
Anthony Smith, who was also a finalist in his division.
Yep. Well, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to go down and check out the 5-time world champion and Bruno Hansen and bring you the final 2 heats of this beautiful AMP Surf ISA World Para-Surfing Championships. We have men and women stand division on standby. Stay tuned.
AMP Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AMP Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
And good afternoon. Good to have you guys on board. Just a couple more finals left in your 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Yeah, we got your women's stand 1 final, men's stand 1 final after that. Brad J, Roy Tuscany, and who are we looking at in this one, Roy?
You know, this is one of the most fun heats to call, to watch. We've got Faith Lennox, Liv Stone, Zoe Gianni, and Catalina Castrera. We actually got to call the first heat of round 1 between Faith, Hope,
so fun,
and Zoe, and all they did was cheer on each other. It wasn't like they were actually competing for themselves. It was like they competing for each other. Now here comes Zoe Gianni from Argentina in the yellow. And as we call this out, we're really going to make sure that not only going to highlight this heat, we're going to talk about the day and the last couple days and talk about a couple of the people that we're missing. One person in particular that we're missing is Felipe Lima.
I knew you were going there.
Felipe, 3-time wave ski champion, decided not to come this year and gave the opportunity to Jeff Munson to finally go from bridesmaid to champion. Jeff had made every single final, just like Bruno had, but unlike Bruno, it was Felipe who actually was our 3-time, would have been potentially 4th-time champion if he showed. But with Felipe still in Brazil, that opened up the door for Jeff Munson to go from bridesmaid to the actual bride this year.
He texted you, I heard, right? He sent a little text message to you reminding you that he's solid at what he does. There you go.
Yeah, you know, Felipe wanted to make sure that everybody knows that he is the 3-time ISA. And just so you guys know, I actually got a little bit of a man crush on Felipe. What he can do on a wave ski, I would give anything to do what him and my wife can do. And it's kind of weird to say you have a man crush on your wife's surfing ability. So I'm going to pick Felipe as my man crush for surfing.
Boy, it's a tough one. Your wife beats you in the water too, huh? I'll tell you what,
God.
boy.
She doesn't just beat me in the water. She, like, disowns me in the water.
Well, here we go. Looking for the first wave from our competitors. Faith Lennox in red, Liv Stone in white, Zoe Giannini in the yellow, Catalina Castro in the blue, and Faith Lennox wasting no time. She's going to get on this on her forehand on this, going to cross step up to the nose, and that's all that wave's going to do for her. So striking first, Faith Lennox from Hawaii. How important is this one for Liv Stone for the USA? You know, they're trying to battle Spain right now and Brazil.
Yeah. You know, Brazil already has 4 world titles today that they're going to be able to, you know, celebrate during the closing ceremonies. They would have had 5, but we got to call probably what was the most exciting heat with when 3 seconds left, Jesse Blauer caught that right that he'd been sitting out all day on, and then the beach erupted. I don't know if you've been down to the beach since the last time we were in here, but during the 2 beach interviews that I did with Jesse and then the champion Sarah Betancourt, it wasn't like there was energy. It was like the whole air was electrified.
That was one of, I mean, look, all the finals, let's just be honest, all the finals have been amazing, but that final with Jesse Blauer in the last second, taking David down from Brazil, that was really an amazing final coming down to the last couple seconds.
You know, the coolest thing that he said to me, we got to talk a little bit before and after the interview, was he said if anybody was going to become the first 2-time champion in assisted prone, it was going to be him. David Teixeira already has 1. Jesse has 1. And Jesse just said if there's going to be one that gets it, it's him. Look at this. Zoe Giannini from Argentina throwing the devil horns of Stoke as she comes in and catches that wave. I love that her board is matching her jersey. I know she meant to do that.
Yeah, there you go. Now we're looking at Faith Lennox trying to get back into another one. This is the second wave for Faith Lennox. We'll get those scores going soon enough for you. She's on the backhand of this one, just bringing it back down, kind of bouncing off that whitewater bit. No scores coming in yet.
You know, Faith has this really cool crew back in Hawaii, back on the island of Maui, which is Faith Hope Maui. Her family, she's got a big family, brothers and sisters, an amazing mom, amazing dad that truly support her, and her brothers and sisters support her too. But this movement that she's created, Faith Hope Maui, and people just love her surfing, and her story. And I'll tell you what, she is definitely going to become a face of this, just like Liv and Zoe are, but Faith's got this extra little bit behind her that is propelling her with this Faith Hope Maui. But like we said, the 3 of these girls, they'd rather cheer for each other. They'd rather say the other one's doing more. And it's just so amazing to see the love that they provide.
Well, we have Mitchell standing by with a man that is a 5-time gold medalist. Let's send it down to Mitchell. Mitchell, take it away.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with 5-time gold medalist, world champion from Denmark, Bruno Hansen. Bruno, to my knowledge, the only person in the sport of surfing that has won 5 consecutive world championships is named Kelly Slater. What's it like to rank among somebody like his stature?
Oh gosh, it's quite an honor. You know, 5 years ago, if you had told me that I'd have 5 medals to this day, I would have just laughed. But I just have to say a big thank you to all the competitors that keep driving me forward and how we drive each other forward. And I'd just like to give a message out to, you know, all those people in the world that think that they can't accomplish great things with minimal resources. 5 years ago, I arrived here as an underdog. No one knew who I was. I didn't even have a surfboard. I had no team, had no T-shirts, had no uniform. And, you know, just with a clear mind and keeping fit, I got to where I am today. So I just would like to send that message to all of you out there that are striving to do great things and feel like you don't have a lot of backing. It can be done.
And what would you say is more gratifying to you, winning the World Championship or seeing everybody around you when you're coming to shore after the horn blows?
It's just a great blessing to have such a family of cool people, and you know, people who put this event on, the ISA, Challenge Athletes, AMP Surf, the people, the volunteers. You know, it makes me, it gives me a good feeling inside.
Congratulations, Bruno. 5th is definitely a good luck charm. On behalf of the ISA, you're the man, Bruno. Thank you very much.
Thank you, world.
Brad?
Yeah, hard to follow that one. There you go. 5-time gold medalist. That's got a good ring to it. He's done it in 6 years. They didn't have it in 2019. But as we take a look at red right now, Faith Lennox getting down on this one, up and down. So Faith Lennox, another one for her. As checking some of the scores, Faith Lennox in the top spot right now. Zoe Giannini from Argentina in second. Liv Stone is in third. Catalina Castro from Chile in fourth. Still waiting for Liv Stone. Another score to come in for her. There's a look at it right there. So Liv already has a second wave. That just hasn't come in yet. And I got to think when – oh, yeah, there he goes. Liv Stone's coming in. So a 5 and a 6.83. Liv Stone to the top spot. That's going to knock Faith Lennox down. So the battle between USA and Hawaii is real. Well, you know what? Let's bring Liv Stone up close and personal to you. Let's take a look at the girl they call Liv Stone. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was 2 years ago with Bethany Hamilton. That was my first time ever on a surfboard. It's just love at first wave, really. I just fell in love with the sport. It felt like the world just like disappeared and it was just me in the ocean, and I could never get enough of it. After the first wave, like everything just started like progressing from there, and I've progressed so much, and like every wave that I'm on, I just learned something new, and it's just so exciting. I'm home out in the water, you know, and I feel like I belong. I feel like I have a purpose, and I feel that once you catch that first wave just like me, you'll fall in love with it. And I just kind of had to like walk, run, fly, you know, and I've been flying for a while, and you know, I'm just taking every day and absorbing all the great energy from everyone, and it's just been awesome. This whole event that ISA has been putting on like really just showcases adaptive athletes that like we can do anything we set our minds to. It's just like a whole community here, and everyone loves each other, and even though you're competing against one another, you really are just there to like love each other and have fun, support each other, and it's all about having a great time. Surfing just brings everyone together. That whole vibe is just incredible.
Well, it truly is, and that's why, you know, we became surfers in the beginning, because, you know, you get out there in the peace and quiet and just out there riding waves as friends has always been one of the things that stoked me out in my life, and which really attracted me to surfing the first time, catching that long wave all the way in, and then realizing, like, this is something I want to do for the rest of my life. And you can see Liv Stone talking about that right there. And very proud of what she's accomplished. You know, only a few years in the water, and right now she's in the lead. A 6.83 and a 5.0, giving her 11.83. You got Faith Lennox. She's got a little bit of catch-up to do. A 6.67 would put her back in that number one spot. Zoe Giannini from Argentina, she's going to need a 9.10 to get up in that mix here. And then 11.83, you see Catalina Castro still looking to get a wave.
The surfer from Chile in the blue jersey we have not quite seen out there.
Yeah.
Surfers in the white, red, and yellow we have definitely seen a bit. These three ladies love surfing. And here she is, perfectly on cue.
Yeah, it's almost like we asked for it. There you go. She's going to hop her way, the La Jolla hop here on the inside. Trying to see if she can stay with that one. So that's going to be Castro's first wave. A quick up and downer right there. And we'll look back out to Faith Lennox. She wants to respond back and try and get back in that number one spot to have a chance to be the world champ. She's going to keep that grab on that outside rail. That keeps her tight to the section.
I love seeing her on this longboard, and I love how she grabs that rail. She's done that a couple times in different heats where she's almost used a couple extra points of style, but at the same time really allowed her to set that rail and get down the line.
And I've watched her do it on her forehand, too, as well, and use it to cut back on that inside rail, grabbing with that hand. And Castro trying to get into another one right now. She's going to jump up, kind of try and see if she can get an open face to work with. And not much going on this one, but hey, you got to start somewhere. She's got a 2.6. This will be combined with the 2.6.
You know, and she's got great support there. All right, there's a server from Argentina, Zoe Gianni. Zoe really excited as she's going down. She's up, and she celebrates. She's very much David Teixeira, who has no problem claiming before the ride's over. And just like her, she's doing it as well. And look at that. That is just pure stoke.
Yeah, and takes it all the way to the inside of the beach. There you go. Argentina flags flying high out here today as Liv Stone back up on this one, digs an edge and goes down.
You know, Liv has a 6.83 and a 5. Faith has a 5.17, and then her second is a 3.83. All we need is to see Faith get another wave that's going to excel past that 5.17, which she's 100% capable of, and then we're going to start seeing a real battle in the closing minutes between Faith and Liv.
Faith Lennox can put up a 6.67 like nobody's business.
Yeah.
She can put up multiple 6.67s.
As it's almost like you call. Ooh, I thought we were calling her into that wave.
It looks like a little bit of a wall. Can't really see the other shots of that, but she really wants to find something with a section because don't waste your time if you're not going to beat a 3.83. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're Brad, Jay, and Roy competing, because then what you'll do is you'll try to catch like 6 waves and just try to improve by like 0.1 every time.
I think the reason why I always tried to catch so many waves off the bat is just because I was so nervous, and I had this fear of not being able to catch a wave in my heat. So I would just paddle like a crazed maniac.
There's Josh Bogle from Team Hawaii. There is Mirava from Team Hawaii. And they are definitely cheering on Faith Lennox right now.
And they know that they have their faith in Faith to be able to put up a big score.
Did we go live? Nope. We thought that cheer from them and then that amazing dad joke from you, which I'm allowed to do now, so I love dad jokes more than anything.
Oh, yeah.
But it didn't happen.
No. Liv Stone on top, 11.83, a 6.83 to 5. Faith Lennox looking to replace a 3.93. She can get rid of that. And if she could get a 6.67, well, she would knock Liv Stone down to number 2. And she'd be in the driver's seat to be the world champ out here in, of course, this category, your women's stand 1 final. There's Christian down there. A rough go for him today.
Really, you know, it actually kind of set a precedent as he was the first of 3 definitely kind of surprising, you know, infraction calls. That Christian had one, Sponge Williams had one, Angel Koye had one as well in that semifinal Pro 2, which dumped him from 2 all the way down to 4.
Yeah, and when it comes down to the team standings, when we look at it at the end of the day, and if USA was in striking distance and just needed one more finish, that's going to resonate pretty hard. Christian's not going to feel good about that.
You know, Christian went from 4 years of second place to now ending up in 7th place, which is just a devastating when it comes to that team score thing. And he's also the team captain, not something that he wants to bring back to that team. But at the same time, you know, he did the right thing. He tried to protest. The protest was not heard and overturned.
That's how it works.
But it's the way it works. And, you know, I think what was great is that the judges have stayed consistent throughout the day.
And you have
When it happened to Sponge Williams,
Yep.
it was automatic that had to have been an infraction. When it happened to Angel with Spike going on, when Spike did have priority. And, again, the people that they're getting called for did have the priority. There is the Brazilian just wave killer.
There you
Mike
go.
Vaz.
Mike Vaz getting ready to paddle out. Got 2 Brazilians in the next one. And Spain in the next one, too, and South Africa now. Keep remembering this. Brazil and Spain, USA, those are the top 3 in as far as the team goes. And Brazil and Spain might just overtake USA. I think it's going to be pretty tough for USA to end up in the top team and win the team challenge at the end. I really do.
You know, currently Brazil has 4 world champions already out of 16 potentials. They also have a 2nd place in David Teixeira, and that's just because those are the ones I remember.
And now Faith Lennox needing a 6.67. She's going to get this left, and we'll give it a work towards the inside. She's kind of pumping it back and forth in the whitewater. She'll cross step up to the nose, and not much going there. That's not going to be the 6.67.
It is not, but we still have 3.5 minutes left.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time for her to get back out there, but Liv Stone's also out there. So Liv's already out there getting some breaths in, and I believe Liv might have priority as well. No, priority is actually to blue Catalina Castro.
And she goes for one right there, so this will take her out of the priority. In priority now will go to Giannini in that yellow.
Whoa,
as we see Liv Stone
getting a little airborne there. Here we go. Zoe Giannini from Argentina, surfer in yellow. Look at that one-arm push-up that she does to get herself, and then straight into devil horns.
She has been throwing those up all day long. That's the punk rock symbol right there, that's for sure. So Liv Stone now, she's got priority. What do you do, Roy, if you're Liv Stone right now with priority in the #1 spot?
It's really going to come down to Liv and Faith are both really good surfers. They both know the ocean. They both know competition.
And I don't think they would sit on each other.
I don't either. And that, to be honest, I was going to go and say this is how it's going to go, but with these two, I could almost see Liv being like, hey, Faith, you know what? Why don't you get this wave? Like, it looks that good. Like, that's how good of friends these girls are.
I don't know. I have a competitive.
Look, where is Faith coming? She's coming to probably hang out with Liv for the last 2 minutes as they talk about, you're in first. No, I want you to be in first. It really doesn't matter. These both girls are so talented. It's really just going to come down to when that buzzer ends, who's on top, but then watch who's the most excited for them.
Well, here we go. Looks like
Liv Stone's getting a good one here.
Yeah, she's liking the look of this left. She's going to pop up right here. Nice little shoulder. She bottom turns off the bottom. She kind of pumps a little bit, roller coastering down the section.
I think we're going to see it reform as this second wave from behind meets up with this one. Let's see what happens. Liv Stone definitely taking a long ride right here.
Taking it all
the way in. She's got to be fired up with this with 1.5 minutes left.
Liv Stone to the beach on that one.
Man Hunter right there. Hunter, USA chance are going. USA needs more than anything. They definitely need a win here to stay in contention. But look at this wave from Faith. Faith is not slowing down, and you watch both of these girls will be back out before the heat is over, catching another wave.
Well, and this is not going to be a huge scoring wave for her. Cross steps up, digs the nose. So what she's going to have to do is get back out there and get back out there quick, because you got 1 minute. One minute to get it done.
They're chatting to each other, all stoked. It's unbelievable. There is Liv Stone's mom, and there is actually Hunter's mom. And look at all these folks just so excited to be here together.
I'll tell you what, though, that Liv Stone wave might have just secured her a better shot, because I think Liv Stone just took out that 5. I mean, that was a pretty good wave. It hasn't come in yet. Listen in to Team USA.
That's Liv's mom right there.
You hear they're talking about 30 seconds. 30 seconds standing between Liv being a world champ.
Still waiting for that last score from Liv to come in. And I think we're going to see it's going to really solidify what this world championship might look for. We got 10 seconds here.
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh, look at Faith.
Uh-oh. Let's see what Faith can do. Faith on this one. You really just got to keep going. You got to do everything you can. This has got to be the wave.
But look at that, Liv
You
Stone.
got to cross step. Cross steps up. Cross step back.
7.17 Liv Stone's just posted. But look at this. Faith is playing around as the time goes out. Keep doing it, Faith. Nothing bad's going to happen here, girl. Here
Cross
we go.
Step up. Cross step to step off right there.
That was quite amazing.
Well, and the thing is, though, she needs an 8.83, and I really doubt very seriously that wave would touch that 8.83. Maybe a 5, 5.5. So right now, unofficially, I feel like Liv Stone's going to be your world champ right now. And look, they've got the camera on her right now. We're waiting for the Faith Lennox score to come in. Don't think that way would be an 8.83. She didn't have much of a face to work with. But Liv Stone, all smiles, and an important win for Team USA. As far as the team standings go, you really need to get a win. You get more points for the win. And there they go. Hugs all around. Waiting for the final score to come in for Faith Lennox to see if it upsets the balance. I don't think it will. It's not in as of this moment, but right now Liv Stone is going to celebrate. I think it's just a matter of time when they populate the scores. It's going to be, she is going to take the win here today. The flag for Liv Stone, put that around her neck. High fives, congratulations in order. The old red, white, and blue. So it is official, like a referee's whistle. Liv Stone will take the win. The world champ belongs to Liv Stone. Faith Lennox will grab second. Zoe Giannini from Argentina third. And Catalina Castro from Chile will be fourth. Congratulations to Liv Stone.
How about that in the last 4 heats? She's 3 American world champions.
Well, we got more coming up. We got one more final. Don't go anywhere. It's your men's stand one final, and that will be the last event, the last final these 4 days. It's the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Hugs all around. Competitors loved each other, but more action on the way. Stay with us. Men's stand one final next.
AmpSurf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, AmpSurf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Day 4, 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Smacking the heck out of that one. Mike Voss in the water representing Brazil on this. Jonathan Borba from Brazil in white. Anthony Smythe from South Africa in yellow. And Iban Muguruza from Spain in blue. There you go. There's a look at him right there. So a couple of Brazilians in there and a Spaniard in there as well. And once again, you look at what's going on for the team challenge, and Spain and Brazil and USA were the top 3 going in today. It was Spain, USA, Brazil, 1, 2, 3 going into today. But I think things are shaping up right now.
I really am going to be intrigued to see at the, the closing ceremonies. Look at Mike Voss right there.
This
As
is the
we
one.
said,
This
Brazilian.
Is the, yeah.
Just very similar to Roberto Pino is this guy has wave maneuvers that are of the highest level. I mean, look at him. He is just playing on this wave.
It's not even a wave left. And look, he still gets half board out on that lipper at the end. And here's the first wave that White put down. That's Borba, Jonathan Borba from Brazil.
Oh, look at that big turn back into the zone.
Nice cutty.
Looking for the green water, and then did he just get down?
He just got down on that one. A couple big cutties for him. So that's a good wave, too. We'll wait to see the scores. And here is blue.
Surfer from Spain,
That's
Iban.
Yeah, Iban cutting back right there, letting it build up a little bit. Iban kind of working that little inside section, a little cutties back and forth. And Iban will kick out of that one. And the replay over here of yellow.
Anthony Smith from South Africa. Anthony actually is the 2008 reigning gold medalist in this division.
And there's Anthony finishing up. And there we go. Another replay of Mike Voss going at it again.
Look at the size of this wave that is not even existing.
And
he still is doing things on the wave. I mean.
And now back to live action. Now we look to blue. Here we go again. Ibon into this one. Ibon working it down the inside section. Got a little face to work with. God, tumbles.
Falls right over the backside of that wave. Now, what's going to be interesting, I think, is how are the two Brazilians going to finish, and how is the one Spaniard going to finish in this? You'll be surprised how much impact I think that'll have on the team standards after watching this day. But
I think you got to play the game. If Brazil is 1 and 2 like they are right now, with Voss at number 1 and Borba number 2, I think you want to keep South Africa and you want to keep Spain out of the top 2.
Yeah. And if Mike does or Borba goes on to win this heat right here, we're talking about 5 world titles for Brazilian surfers.
So Anthony on this one, he cuts it back. We're going to check out with Mitchell in just a sec here. Let Anthony finish this way as he works down into the inside section. Tries to spin a 3. Tries to rotate the 3 on that. Let's send it down to Mitchell. Standing by with our world champ, Liv Stone. Mitchell.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with 17-year-old Liv Stone from Pennsylvania on the east coast of the United States of America. She's only been surfing for 2 years. And Liv, you can now call yourself a world champion surfer. What is your thought process right now after coming in and having your entire family receive you on the beach?
Yeah, I don't even know, like, it was just insane out there. I don't know if any of you saw, but I went out and I went underneath the water. I opened my eyes and I just prayed, and, you know, I just was praying for the waves. I wasn't having a good warm-up, and I was like, you know, I feel it. I feel good. I woke up this morning feeling good. I stuck to get my game plan, and, you know, I pushed through, and, yeah.
The growth of the parasurfing community worldwide is for real. You surfed against one of your best friends, Faith Lennox, in that final, and it was a close one, too. What did Faith say to you afterwards?
We were battling neck and neck the whole time, and we told each other before, like, we don't care if I get second, she gets first, I get first, she gets second, because we love each other unconditionally. And we just went out and we did our best, and we were talking, laughing out there the whole time, and, you know, we're the youngest people here, and to bring in gold and silver is just incredible.
Hey, on behalf of everybody at the ISA, Bethany Hamilton is probably super proud of you right now. Congratulations, Liv. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, guys.
Brad?
Oh, man. And you know what stands out with me there is what she talked about, what Liv and Faith Lennox talked about before. If you're 1 and I'm 2, or you're 2 and I'm 1, it doesn't matter. We just want to go out there and have fun. We're best friends unconditionally. It doesn't matter. But I'll tell you what, if I was out there with my best friend, I want to beat him. But that's not the way Liv Stone plays the game.
You know, I think the funniest thing about that is we have talked about that all week, about how the two of them have been basically like, hey, you surf, I surf, you win, I win. It doesn't matter. We're having a great time. And that's just kind of been from a perspective of the announcers of what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like our intuition was 100% right. And look at Mike Voss. He has just destroyed every wave that he has touched today.
Yeah, and rail-to-rail surfing at its finest out of Voss. Good to see that. But then you look at White right here. Borba's not settling down either. He's like, hey, look, don't write me off. Here's a replay of Borba's wave here as he works to that inside section, pumping all the way through. Kind of a flat fish-style board. Nice cutty there. Slaps it off the top. Chris Brown wraparound, then gets a nice little hit there at the end.
All right, now we're going to look at our red jersey just out in the water, waiting to see the next wave that he's going to go after. He sees something, and let's see what we're going to have here. He currently is very close to comboing the field.
Does he got all scores? Yeah, he's got 7 and 8-1-7 right now for Voss. So Anthony would need a 9-1-7. Oh, yeah, near perfect score to take over the top spot. So is everybody playing for second, third, and fourth at this point?
Anthony Smith, being a 2018 world champion, he has the ability to be there.
Yeah.
But one thing that not a lot of people know, Mike Voss wasn't in here in 2018. He wasn't here in 2017 or 16 either. This is his first time competing. Very much like Roberto Pinho from Brazil, first time competing, first time champ. I think Mike wants to follow in the footsteps of Roberto.
Well, I'll tell you what, with Voss in that top spot, he's going to be hard to knock out of there with an 8.17 and a 7. So what Anthony Smith would have to do to get the 9.17, he's have to replace both of his scores, I would think. Yeah.
No, he really is. Oh, it looks like we got a little movement here.
Yeah, Borba's going to bump up into the number 2 spot. So now you got, this is the one thing that Spain's probably scared of. Brazil 1 and 2. They don't want that to happen.
They do not want that, and Ibon is really going to have to elevate his scores to almost unprecedented numbers to make sure that this doesn't end Brazil 1-2.
Just the pressure of a country, that's all, right?
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, got this. All right.
Yeah, you know.
But he's got to get to work. I mean, plenty of time. Once again, let's not try and dramatize this
here
thing.
Comes Mike Voss.
Gonna pour some salt in the wounds right now. Here
yeah,
we go.
Look at this left, and
Boom.
he loves lefts, and he's going to
Boom.
stay out in front. Watch, he's going to get out in front of that
Boom.
whitewash.
3 off the tops.
4.
Cuddy.
A big old.
Boom.
He's going to come back, and now he's going to make turns on spots that don't even exist.
All right, let's see. There's 4 tricks. Now turns it back to a right here.
Yeah.
So it works to the inside. Maybe one more here. Yes, one more for good measure. That's Voss. He can do no wrong today. That man can do no wrong today.
There's no way that he's not going to be replacing his 7 with that most recent. He did 4 maneuvers on the left, 3 maneuvers as he took it back right.
Are you thinking a 9,
and
sir?
then just did a quick little haymaker turnaround back through.
Maybe
I'm gonna go with like I'm gonna say about a 7.9.
Okay, I like it. Look at the replay there. That was the first hit. That was the second hit. That was the Cuddy, the third attempt. And then I like how La Jolla hops it back into this right here, works down the little section. He's just trying to work it for one more, and doesn't get come out of that. But still, look at the smile. You know he's smiling because he got this.
Wow.
I mean, he's got to feel right now that he is in complete command right now.
But Jonathan Borba has snuck up on him. He posted an 8 and a 6.5, and we're really just waiting to see. Here we go. Ibon from Spain really needs to have a good wave, and he's having one here. Second big turn on there, cutting back. I mean, this is pretty impressive. The man is surfing while has his arms sling, so it's protected to his body. But as he doesn't have the ability to swing around, it's very much the style that Bethany uses when she surfs. She only has one arm, and from that, she can really only generate moves with that arm in one spot.
Anthony Smith right there kicking out of that one. But, yeah, that's a very good point you bring up with Ibon. And you have to look at Ibon now. Being in 4th, look, any position could help his country at this point. So if he finished 3rd, there's more points for 3rd. Then there's points for 4th. So Ibon's situation, maybe you're not trying to get that number 1 spot, but you're trying to stop Brazil from being 1 and 2. So maybe Borba is the guy you're trying to eye up, but you got to get going soon because a 2.50, a 1.67 is not going to cut it right now for Ibon.
And the thing is that it's just to look at numbers and kind of be honest. Kind of seems like Voss and Borba are on their own level, kind of trajectorying towards the same kind of number for the waves that they've surfed. Ibon,
he's going to get rid of that 1.67.
He's going to get rid of that 1.67. I think his last wave's also going to, top that 2.5. But again, that means we're still in need of, many points for him to move up into that 1-2. I think right now the big thing is, can Ibon move into 3rd, and what would that do to the Spain-Brazil matchup that's happening right now for the world title?
The numbers are all over the map right now, so to actually be able to bring clarity before the closing ceremonies is going to be pretty tough. I think we're going to have a big surprise when that's announced, because right now, as it was when we woke up this morning and got here, Spain was number 1, USA 2, Brazil 3,
number 3,
Hawaii 4, France 5. There's your top 5. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Borba working into the inside section. A little hop, almost like a little ollie right there. And there's Anthony up and riding again, looking to replace his 3. That's probably close. But 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Brazil 1 and 2 right now. Spain 4. Remember, more points for number 1. Second amount of points, the most is for number 2, and so on. Works its way down. So 6 minutes, 15 seconds. Borba needing a 7.58 to take over the number 1 spot. And you got Anthony needing a 9.57 to get up at that top 2. But Brazil 1 and 2. Boy, I tell you what, being that this is the last final of the day, of the 4 days out here, it all could ride on this. It could come down to this one right here, Roy.
Yeah, you know, and you see Ibon getting a little bigger score here. But again, his highest wave is Anthony's lowest wave. So for him to move up, we're going to really have to see him catch a really great gem. And we're going to kind of see Mike and Jonathan, I think, battle it out in the last 5.5 minutes to who's going to go home with the crown for Brazil.
Well, it's definitely, you know, Borba definitely can challenge Voss.
Yep.
But at what point, when they're 1 and 2 and time is winding down, do they want to make sure that no one else stops them from being 1 and 2?
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
Or do you just keep focusing on you trying to win? I guess,
Yeah.
you know what, and for that, because Voss is has such a massive score, I think if you're Borba, you just continually try to win.
Yeah.
And Voss, even if you did take Voss down, Voss is pretty much almost secured that he's going to take second.
Oh, yeah.
At the very worst that he could do out here today.
You know, both of his scores and Borba's scores are both above both Anthony's top and Ibon's top. So, I mean, we're really going to have to see a really world-class wave for Ibon or Anthony to really be able to elevate that score, because they're not going to get it on the waves that they've done them so far.
Oh, look at this. The scratching going from Mike Voss. He sees something, and he's going to want it.
He just turned a motor on inside that board or something.
Yeah, someone want to check. He might have an outboard on that thing.
Look at that. He just magnetized himself right to there. All right, Mike Voss in the red jersey going left here.
Oh,
he just roundhouse Chuck Norris kicked the top of that wave to the ground.
Oh, my gosh. If Chuck Norris surfed, that's how he would surf, like Mike Voss right there.
Yeah, that was just that was a little much.
Well, we got to look at the replay of that, because that second hit, there was no doubt about it. That was straight up vertical. Anthony on this one, trying to replace that 3. Might have done it there, but could use a little bit more. Watch this again. Okay, watch the first hit. Nice, but watch the second hit. More speed. Bam! Straight up and down. Get some, son. And he's like, what do I have to do? I'm doing everything. Here's the drone angle of it. First turn. Good smack. Very good smack. But this one, straight up and down, 12 o'clock. Oh, maybe 12:30.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is Chuck Norris can't roundhouse kick like that.
Oh, my gosh. Voss is probably laughing to himself out there. Like, I got this, man.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. He just keeps getting scores that are so consistent but are just a little bit better than they were the last time.
But the good news is, though, he's not having to play the whole catch-up thing going on here.
Not at all.
And his strategy is easy. You're looking for big scores. There it is, another one in for him. 777 now. So 817, 777 for Voss in that top spot. You don't even need to go for a wave unless something's going to be a near perfect score.
I feel like he's going to go for a wave because he wants 16 or higher. All right, here we go. Surfer from South Africa, Anthony Smythe, was on a great one, ended up grabbing a surf snake there that pulled him in.
And he's had good starts.
He really has.
Like, Anthony has had good starts to waves, but just not able to finish those waves, and that's what you need to do. That's what Voss is doing. That's what Borba's doing to be in the 1-2 right now.
He's got fans, too.
Oh, it's just, you know what? It's one of those things, you know, it's sad to see this coming to an end.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes remaining here. It's been an absolute blessing of straight greatness. You know, I think right now, more than anything in the world, you need these types of events that are really showcasing the human spirit. The force multipliers that come together and create these positive interactions that people can talk about for weeks on end when maybe there aren't the best things to talk about. But here we go. Mike Voss catching another one.
Again.
Let's see if we... Oh, that's one. That's two. That's 3. I'm guessing 4. Here comes 5.
Oh, he might even have one more hit here.
I think he's going to take this back right, too, in a second. I'm on a short board, and I'm going to cross-step up to the front of the board.
And digs the nose and then brings it back up. What can't this guy? Is he a magician? What is up with Voss?
I think he might. Is he going to Bruno this and go in for? Nope, he's not. He's going to go back out and keep surfing.
I mean, you could go in and just root everyone on at that point. There's no need.
We're closing in on a minute left in this competition.
So Anthony might get rid of that 3. Take a look at the replay here. Look how easy it is. That's a beautiful hit. Smacks the heck out of the lip. Hits the lip twice here. Goes back. How about 3? That's straight up and down. Then looks at a little section. Gets a cutty here. And he's like, okay, maybe I can pump and get one more. Well, it's not really giving it to me. So I'll step to the nose. dig the nose under, bring it back up, and keep going.
Just
He's going in.
Yeah, he's going in. He
He's
knows.
going in.
He knows.
The writing is on the wall for Mike Voss here today, because I got to think that score.
No, I mean, we're still waiting for it to come in, and we'll see if that's going to jump him up to that 16.
I think it's similar. I mean, he might have another 8 in there. So Voss could tickle 2 8s.
Now, Borba's still out there, and if Borba in the last 25 seconds, there he is. I would love to see it. I would love to see him catch this perfect wave and just, like, all of a sudden just be like, I don't know. Yeah, let's see what's going to happen in the last 10 seconds, because Borba's getting a wave right here.
He's going to go for it. Here he is on the right, off the bottom. He's going to pump it down the line, looking for something to work with. Big cutback, Chris Brown wraparound, then brings it back into this inside section. He's trying to pump into it. Time has run out. Here we go. Jonathan Borba from Brazil. One more shot at trying to get that 7.95. But I tell you what, I mean, we call it unofficial, but that man is going to be your world champ, Mike Voss.
He is. Wow. 7.93 on that last wave.
There it is. Scores populated. It is
and he gets to
official.
16-10.
A 7.93, 8.17. Hey, Borba had a good day too, but the most important thing you got to think about here, not only is Voss going to be the world champ, but Brazil finishes 1 and 2 in the final of the day.
And Spain finished in 4th.
Oh, that will be quite interesting to see how this one plays.
And lucky for us, Bo Hodge will be covering the closing ceremony.
Yeah, we have
and Bo will have to be the one that delivers that news to who is going to be the world champs from a team nation perspective.
Well, we're gonna get down to Mitchell here with Voss. Let's send it down to Mitchell with Mike Voss, your world champ. Mitchell, get into that here. Mitchell just getting set up right now with Voss, the world champ, standing by. There he is. And just an amazing surfing day. Let's send it down to Mitchell, standing by with Mike Voss. Mitchell, take it away, my friend.
Hey, thanks, Brad. I'm here with Mike Voss, last determined world champion here at the AmSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Mike, parabéns.
Obrigado.
Que surfing, irmão. Que surfing. What surfing you had. What's the feeling like after after surfing against people in your division that were former world champions, and you overcame all odds and became world champion in 2020?
Tô amarradão aqui, tá nesse campeonato. Muito feliz, saí da minha cidade, teve uma desgraça lá, muita chuva, mas graças a Deus estou aqui, campeão mundial. Putz, era um sonho do meu pai, fez minha primeira prancha com 1 ano de idade. Essa vitória para ele. Deus está no poder. Obrigado.
So it's a little heartwarming, but his dad shaped him his first board, and this is a board that his dad still shaped for him. And you know, it's an experience that he really wanted to do in honor of his father, and being here in La Jolla and winning this event and really firing surf at the end was something big for him. Here's his teammate congratulating him. And we're going to have one more question, Mike. Una última pregunta. What was it like having all different teams come together as one as a world championship event? Like, did you feel the camaraderie?
Nossa, estou muito feliz, virou todo mundo uma família, todos irmãos, estou muito feliz, amarradão, é muito bom participar disso e cada um na sua luta e todo mundo conseguir superar seus limites aí. Muito obrigado.
Everybody's one big family, we're all brothers and sisters, and it all comes down to just having fun in the water and surfing. Mike, obrigado, parabéns, felicidades.
Obrigado.
Brad?
Wow. That is absolutely awesome. That is absolutely awesome right there to see Voss do his thing right there. Wow. Amazing stuff out there. I mean, Roy, we've seen it all. We've seen it all in 4 days of competition out here. It's been absolutely amazing, man.
It really has, and it got to the point where things were so on point that we dress the same today. Because if we're going to end this webcast, we've got to be looking the same because I'll tell you what.
He called me, told me to do this.
I did. The
Yeah.
cohesive vibe that's down on that beach is
said,
just, it's electrifying.
By the way, pink is the new punk, by the way.
Oh, God.
Do you know that? Okay.
Guys that are comfortable wearing pink,
Yeah.
they're going to succeed in life.
But here's the deal. Like, we look at, and this is a testament to you people watching at home. We want to thank all the people that joined us and watched our webcast throughout the 4 days because we broke records. This was the biggest, most productive webcast. We've had the most watchers, the most views of a webcast here before, and this is the 5th year we've done it. So it just shows the future is so strong for 2020 Amp Surf. I say World Para Surfing Championship. I mean, where do you go from here? 200,000 next year, right?
200,000. I also think we increase our nations count. Hopefully we'll get up above that 330 so that we can start being seen and recognized from a para level. I think also we're going to see more women participating, especially look at inspirations like Liv Stone. She's only been surfing for 2 years. Look at people like Sarah Betancourt. Look at Elena Nichols almost winning the men's wave ski division. The lady showed up here.
That's his wife, by the way.
Yeah.
Nichols is his wife.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
The biggest thing that I'm seeing is it's not just the viewership that's records. Most women's ever competed.
Yep.
Most nations ever competed.
Most athletes.
Competitors ever competed. We broke so many records that if anybody is doubting this movement of adaptive surfing, it's time to jump on that train, throw some coal in the engine, and heat the car going.
Yeah, baby.
We are moving at a steam rate.
But you talked about something that maybe some people that are at home that are watching don't actually know about. The fact, the inclusion, we're trying to get this into the Paralympics. So that's what it's all about, is why we do this. And the more nations, what is it, 30 nations?
We need 30.
30 nations need to be involved to make it the Paralympic movement. And with all you people watching at home, we can't thank you enough for being part of it because we're one step closer to putting this on the map of the Paralympics for good. And you can thank Fernando Aguirre, and you can thank ISA, and you thank all you people watching at home.
And here's what you can really do. If you quite didn't capture it all, we're going to show you the highlights of the next 4 days. But don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Because I'm telling you
Why?
what.
Why don't go anywhere?
The closing ceremonies
Time
today.
out.
The closing ceremonies today. No one knows who right now is going to win this world title.
And we're going to hand out all the official hardware. All the medals will be handed out. We'll crown the team champion as well. That is all coming up. But before we get to that, why don't we take a look at some of the highlights in this amazing 4 days in La Jolla for your Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Take a look at the highlights, awards coming up, and closing ceremonies. Stay with us.
Amp Surf, using the power of the ocean to help people discover the power within themselves. Because we like to focus on our abilities, not our disabilities. With 4 chapters around the country, Amp Surf leaders teach more than 1,000 veterans and special needs children and adults to conquer their doubts and capture the magic of riding a wave. We believe in the healing power of the ocean, and that when someone learns to surf, they can learn to do anything.
best performance and effort. And it is a great pleasure that the ISA welcomes everyone to the official awards and closing ceremony of the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships here in San Diego. We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries on stage today. We'll have them honor and presenting the medals for the athletes. First up, the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo. President and founder of AmpSurf, Mr. Dana Cummings. And City of San Diego Supervising Therapeutic Recreation Specialist, Mr. John Richards. Before we move on to the medal ceremonies, the ISA Executive Director will present ISA plaques of honor to our distinguished guest. First, to the President and founder of AmpSurf, Mr. Dana Cummings, please come forward. Now accepting on behalf of the Director of San Diego Parks and Recreation for Mr. Andy Fields will be John Richards. And now it's my great pleasure to present to you the judges that officiated at the 2020 AmpSurf ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Guys, good job.
And now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Open Invitational Wave Ski Division. Winner of the copper medal, Ethan Carrier, representing the United States of America. Winner of the bronze medal, Charles Chaco Webb, representing the United States of America. Winner.
Great job.
Winner of the silver medal, Elena Nichols, representing the United States of America. And winner of the gold medal, Jeff Munson, representing the United States. Jeff's 5 for 5. Now, the national anthem of the United States of America.
number one gets in the middle.
Don't announce till all of them are.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Good job, guys.
And girls. And now let's all welcome the finalist of the Paris Surfing Visually Impaired 2 Division, Women's 2 Division. Winner of the copper medal, Rumeshi. Winner of the bronze medal, Celia Gramsci from Spain. Winner of the silver medal, Ling Pai from Canada. Winner of the gold medal, Melissa Reed from England. Now the national anthem of England.
Thanks, guys.
And now let's welcome the finalists in the Parasurf Visually Impaired 2 Men's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Shigeru Fujisaki from Japan.
Thank you.
Winner of the bronze medal, Aaron Park from Hawaii. Winner of the silver medal, Roy Calderon from Costa Rica.
Felicidades. Gracias.
And winner of the gold medal, Matthew Fulstrom from Australia. And now the national anthem of Australia. And now let's welcome the finalists of the Parasurfing Visually Impaired 1 Division, Women's Division. Winner of the silver medal, Barbie Pacheco from the United States of America. Winner of the gold medal, Carmen Lopez from Spain. And now the national anthem of Spain. About 15 seconds. I gotta go with Josh. I gotta go run with the sun. And now let's welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Visually Impaired 1 Men's Division. Joshua Loya from the United States of America. the bronze medal, Henry Martinez from Costa Rica. Winner of the silver medal, Elias Ricardo Diel from Brazil. Winner of the gold medal, Aitor Francis Encena from Spain.
Parabéns você também, cara. Vamos encostando na vida. Bom trabalho. Na vida até a próxima. A gente espera lá pro...
And now let's welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Prone 2 Women's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Catel Roper from France. Winner of the bronze medal, Georgina Melatini from Argentina. Winner of the silver medal, Nalu Makalima from South Africa. Winner of the gold medal, Sam Bloom from Australia. And now the national anthem of Australia. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Prone 2 Men's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Eduardo Mayer from Brazil. Winner of the bronze medal, Jose Martinez from the United States of America. Winner of the silver medal, Davi Teixeira from Brazil. And winner of the gold medal, Jesse Ballar from the United States of America. And now the national anthem of the United States of America. And now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Prone 1 Women's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Isabella Dacino from Uruguay. Winner of the bronze medal, Ann Yoshida from Hawaii. Winner of the silver medal, Tracy McKay from South Africa. And winner of the gold medal, Sarah Betancourt from the United States of America. And now the national anthem of the United States of America. And now, let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Prone 1 Men's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Gavin Bellis from Australia. Winner of the bronze medal, Daniel De La Vega from Mexico. Winner of the silver medal, Marcus Tapia from Spain. Winner of the gold medal for the 5th year in a row, Bruno Hansen from Denmark. Now the national anthem of Denmark. And now let's welcome the finalist of the Parasurf Kneel Women's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Audrey Pascual, representing Spain. Winner of the bronze medal, Paloma Anate, representing Spain. Winner of the silver medal, Naomi Alvarez, representing Chile. Winner of the gold medal, Victoria Fage, representing O Canada. Now the national anthem of Canada. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Men's Kneel Division. Winner of the copper medal, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, representing Wales. Winner of the bronze medal, Enrique Salveira from Brazil. Winner of the silver medal, Mark Mono Stewart, representing Australia. Winner of the gold medal, Alcino Pirata Neto from Brazil. Now the national anthem of Brazil. And now let's welcome all the finalists of the Para Surf Stand 3 Men's Division. Winner of the bronze medal, Noemichi Kachikura from Japan. Winner of the silver medal, Eric Dargay from France. Winner of the gold medal, Colin Cook from Hawaii. Now the state anthem of Hawaii. Now let's all welcome the finalists of the Para Surf Stand 2 Women's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Maria Martin Grosnino from Spain. Winner of the bronze medal, Jimena Ruiz from Costa Rica. Winner of the silver medal, Charlotte Banfield from England. Winner of the gold medal, Malu Mendes from Brazil. And now the national anthem of Brazil. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 2 Men's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Adi Klang from Israel. Winner of the bronze medal, JP Vodri from South Africa. Winner of the silver medal, Philippe Nard from France. Oh. Winner of the gold medal, Roberto Pinho from Brazil. And now the national anthem of Brazil. And now let's all welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 1 Men's Division. Oh, Women's Division, excuse me. Winner of the copper medal, Catalina Castro from Chile. Winner of the bronze medal, Zoe Giannini from Argentina. Winner of the silver medal, Faith Lennox from Hawaii. And winner of the gold medal, Liv Stone from the United States of America. And now the national anthem of the United States of America. And now let's welcome the finalists of the Parasurf Stand 1 Men's Division. Winner of the copper medal, Iban Mugazer from Spain. Winner of the bronze medal, Anthony Smythe from South Africa. Winner of the silver medal, Jonathan Borba from Brazil. And winner of the gold medal, Mike Voss from Brazil. And now the national anthem of Brazil. And now we present the final rankings of the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships. In 20th place, Team Colombia. In 19th place, Team Israel. In 18th place, Team Denmark. In 17th place, Team Wales. In 16th place, Team Uruguay. In 15th place, Team Germany. In 14th place, Team Mexico. In 13th place, Team Canada. In 12th place, Team Chile. In 11th place, Team England. In 10th place, Team Argentina. In 9th place, Team Costa Rica. In 8th place, Team Japan. In 7th place, Team Australia. In 6th place, Team South Africa. In 5th place, Team France. And in 4th place, with 7,502 points, winning the copper team medal, Team Hawaii. Come on up, Team Hawaii. You're the first one. You're the first one. Love you, girl. Good job.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right. Good job. Get in. Get back.
Get in
Metal.
here.
Get over there.
Damn, I don't believe it. Like they were here. I can't believe it now. Way to go, Hawaii! Raise those Shakas! Shakas up! All right! All right! on 1, 2, 3.
How about Aloha?
How about 2 scoop rice?
How about Aloha?
See.
Congrats. Good job.
Oh, thank you.
Here you go.
There
you go, brother. Awesome. Great event.
Everybody, thank you.
Got them all?
I'll take it. For Tara.
Oh, you know, we need one for Victor.
Or Victor.
Where's the other one? He's at the hotel.
This is for Auntie Kara.
Here's 3. Okay, go.
Okay, go. Something funny, Eric.
Hardware there.
Oh my God, that's great.
Exactly. Really shiny. You go first, ladies. Shiny.
And in 3rd place, with 9,090 points, winning the bronze team medal, Team Brazil.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Andiamo seu casaco, ó. Monique, pode entrar aqui, ó. Nova cadeira aí. Thank you. Só para levar pro Felipe, a Monique tá levando. Thank you.
Third place, Brazil, Team Brazil. And in second place with 9,134 points, winning the silver medal team, Team USA. Please come up on the stage.
Here you got the podium right here to your left. Barbie, go ahead and do a 180 Barbie right here. Let's move it up to the left.
Nope, in the back. Go in the back and hide. Hi.
Hey, Team USA. You're welcome. Congratulations. All right, we're all in here. Not this one. Barbie too. Yep. She's got two of them. Oh, she has that one. Okay, Josh. There you go.
Congratulations. And with 9,028 points and in first place in the new world team champion for the 2020 Amp Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships, the winner of the ISA World Team Championship trophy and the gold medal goes to Team España. And now, the national anthem of Spain. And now the ISA Executive Director, Robert Fasulo, will officially close the 2020 AMP Surf ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
What an amazing week. Give it up for these amazing athletes. On behalf of the ISA president, I just want to say a few words of gratitude. I know everyone's eager to go. Starting with our partners and friends from AMP Surf, in particular Dana Cummings, president and CEO. Thank you, Dana. You and your team, you've done an amazing job. We look forward to continuing this excellent relationship in the future. Would also like to say a few words of thanks to the City of San Diego, and in particular, the Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you, John, and your team. Been amazing. I'd like to thank Jim Russell and his team. The water crew did an amazing job this whole week. Thank you, Jim, wherever you are. Bravo, Jim. The ISA headquarters team, I'd like to say thanks, Alex, everybody on my team, for your hard work throughout this week. And especially, we're here because of you, the athletes and the teams. Thank you for inspiring us with your talents, with your performances, with your national pride. You go home now as ambassadors of parasurfing, with showing the world that it's possible to stay together in friendship. And this is the message we have, that surfing's contribution to a better world. Now, it's my honor to declare the best ever ISA AMP Surf World Parasurfing Championship officially closed. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Thank you.
If you haven't signed the board over there, sign the board, please.